Chapter 1. The cultivation testing stone had never shattered before. Every worker in the iron dust basin knew this fact the way they knew all unpleasant facts in the basin. By accumulation, by repetition, by the particular way the overseer stated it each testing day, as though the stone's durability were a personal virtue. Foreman Guo ran the testing with the practice theater of someone who had done the same thing long enough that he no longer had to think about it. He called the workers in order, pressed each laborer's palm to the gray-pitted disc, read the glow, wrote the number, collected the documentation fee, moved on. The process took 4 seconds per person. There were 12 workers in this rotation. Guo was done in under a minute when he was being thorough and under 40 seconds when he was not. Weiba was the last in line. He was 19 years old, lean with the particular wiry density that came from 3 years of hauling or carts through tunnels that smelled of sulfur and old sweat. His hands were calloused at every joint that bore load. He had no friends in the basin because friends required investment, and everything Weiba owned, every fragment of attention, every hour of planning capacity, every edge of observation, had been allocated towards something else entirely. He had no enemies either, which was the more deliberate achievement. 3 years of being precisely forgettable, not aggressive enough to mark, not weak enough to target, not useful enough to recruit. He moved through the basin's social structures like a stone moved through a current. Present, unmoved, watching. He pressed his palm to the testing stone. The stone shattered. Not with theater. There was no bang, no arc of light, no dramatic collapse. It fractured from the center with a sound like cracking ice. 8 jagged pieces scattered across the testing table, and the chi residue that had been building on its surface for years flared once in white heat and went out. Weiba's palm had a burn on it in the shape of the central sigil. He turned his hand over and looked at this fact with the same expression he gave every fact that required integration. 11 workers stared. Then they stared at Weiba. Then they stared at Guo, waiting. Guo looked at his ledger for a long moment. He looked at the fragments. He looked at the burn on Weiba's palm. Voidborn, he said, writing something in the ledger with slow, deliberate pressure. Incompatible with standard measurement. No cultivation potential. Noted. He pocketed the documentation fee, 3 copper tokens, and moved to the sign-off column. Weiba did not watch the coins disappear into Guo's vest. He did not need to watch. He had spent 3 years watching the overseer pocket the documentation fee in exactly this way, at exactly this angle, with exactly the same movement of the right shoulder that accompanied pocketing something you didn't want witnessed. 44 entries over 3 years. 12 workers per quarter, for quarters per year, 3 copper tokens per worker. He had done this arithmetic in year 1 and filed it with everything else he'd accumulated. He fell back in line with the others heading to the early shift tunnels. His palm ached. Under the ache, something else, a current, barely there, like a river finding the first crack in stone. He had felt something like this twice before, in the aftermath of fights that had gone badly for whoever started them. He'd had no theory for it then. He began constructing one now. The iron ore was heavy and the tunnels were low, and the 12-hour shift passed in the particular timeless way of work that stripped thought down to its load-bearing structures. Weiba worked. He thought. He turned over the facts of the morning with careful methodical attention, the stone breaking. Guo's prepared response. The currency of falsified documentation, which meant Guo had been deciding what the ledger said independent of what the stone showed. Which meant the ledger had never been a record of truth. Which meant the ledger had always been a record of what Guo wanted the administration to believe. And now there was a question. What did Guo believe about what had happened to the stone? The stone had never shattered before. Guo had called it Voidborn. Guo had been ready to write that before the stone broke. Which meant either Guo was covering something he'd seen coming, or Guo had simply refused to look at the evidence and named a category that suited him. Either way, either Guo knew Weiba had some kind of cultivation potential and was suppressing it, or Guo genuinely could not see what was in front of him. The outcome was the same. Weiba's potential was invisible to the official record. He filed this as an asset. He came off shift at the second bell. He ate his reduced ration, another item cataloged. The portions were consistently smaller than the posted allocation, which had its own implications about where the material difference was going, and walked back to the bunk room. He lay on his back with his eyes open and his hands on his chest, and looked at the dark above him. The burn on his palm had faded. The current beneath his skin had not. He thought about what it meant that the stone had shattered rather than glowed. He thought about what it meant that the current in his palm had been stronger in the aftermath of fights. He thought about the specific way the laborers who lost fights to stronger cultivators sometimes seemed diminished afterward, not just beaten, but reduced in some measurable way, as though the loss had taken something physical from them. He turned these facts over against each other until they aligned. Guo was a Qi gathering stage 2 cultivator. Gua had a patrol schedule that included a late walk to the outer perimeter fence, alone, where the Qi lanterns were spaced far enough apart to leave real shadow. Weiba had known this for 8 months. He had noted it the way he noted everything: logged, categorized, not yet deployed. He deployed it tonight. The overseer would not be the overseer tomorrow. That decision was clean. The reasoning was clean. Gua had fabricated records, pocketed fees, and denied Wei Ba documented status that might have material consequences. But none of that was why Wei Ba had decided. He had decided because the instinct that produced the current in his palm needed testing, and Guo was the right kind of test case. Weak enough to defeat, high enough to generate useful data. He closed his eyes. He had a great deal of planning to do before the evening's second bell, and he preferred to do it in the dark where no one could read his face. Chapter 2. Foreman Guo walked to the outer perimeter fence every evening at the 9th bell, because the space between the widely spaced Qi lanterns was dark enough to drink from the flask he kept in his left boot without his colleagues noticing. Gua had other vices that he managed with more sophistication, but the drinking he hid like an amateur. Same route, same time, same fence post where the second lantern from the left cast the least light. 8 months of observation had revealed this. Weiba gave him 15 minutes to settle. He had spent the intervening time reviewing what he knew about Qi gathering stage 2 cultivation, which was, practically, very little beyond what he'd observed. He had no formal combat training. What he had was 3 years of watching every fight that happened in the basin, cataloging the patterns that determined outcomes, building an empirical model of how cultivators with formal training fought, and where the model broke when encountered with something that didn't follow its assumptions. He had no technique. He had better pattern recognition than anyone in the basin, and the particular cold clarity of someone who had never once in his life acted from emotion before completing the thought behind it. He stepped out of the shadow at the fence post and said, quietly, "Foreman." Was spun. The flask caught a fragment of lantern light from 20 feet away. His first expression was the standard range: surprise, irritation, a precautionary assessment of threat level. Weiba watched him run the assessment and come up with laborer, no threat, and replace irritation with contempt. This was the mistake. Yugwa started. "You wrote Voidborn before the stone shattered," Weiba said. "The documentation was decided before you saw the result. I don't know what the documentation fees. How many years of falsified quarterly records?" Not a question he needed answered. A calculation stated to show that he had already done it. 3 years, for quarters, 12 workers, 44 entries. 3 copper per entry. The gap between what you collected and what the Treasury received is consistent, and it's documented in the ledger correlation I pulled from the filing room last winter. A pause. You filed the fee receipts yourself, which means the evidence is in your handwriting. The range of expressions on Gua's face in the next 3 seconds was informative. The final one was anger. Anger was the one Wei Ba had been waiting for. It meant Gua had decided this was a confrontation he could win through force, and that winning through force would end the conversation. People who chose anger had given up on thinking. Gua hit him. Wei Ba moved. Not a technique. He had none, just the practical application of 3 years watching fights. You moved outside the power of the strike. You gave ground rather than taking impact. You waited for the moment the other person overextended. Gua was stronger and faster than any untrained laborer. He was also accustomed to people being afraid of him, which meant his fighting style was designed for opponents who defended rather than opponents who redirected. Wei Ba didn't defend. He redirected, worked the angles, used Gua's own momentum twice in the 40 seconds it took to put him on the ground. He took 1 blow to the ribs on the way. Solid, foundation-level impact. Sharp pain he logged and set aside. But when Gua hit the ground, Wei Ba was already moving into position. He put his palm on Gua's chest. He did this because the instinct demanded it. He did not know what would happen. He placed his hand flat against the man's sternum and held the contact while Gua struggled beneath him, and he counted 3 breaths. 1, 2, 3. And something happened that Wei Ba had no framework for yet. Something flowed from Gua into Wei Ba's palm, up through his arm, through his chest, settling in the hollow center of him like something hot and structured and alive. Not painful at the moment of transfer. Heavy, dense, real in a way that most things in his life were not. He stood up. Gua lay on the ground, chest heaving. He tried to circulate qi. Wei Ba could tell from the particular change in breathing that cultivators made when they drew on energy, and found something wrong. The absence of something that had always been there. His face was blank with a variety of terror that Wei Ba had not seen before, in which he cataloged as terror of absence, to distinguish it from the terror of pain or threat. Wei Ba walked back to the bunk room. His right palm was burning, warm, alive, cycling in patterns he had no reference for. He He sat on his bunk in the dark and felt it and thought with the clear, focused attention of someone who had just proven an instinct correct and now needed to understand the mechanism behind it. So this was how it worked. The current under his skin had always been there. The fights had always produced it. He had always suspected it was directional. Tonight he knew. He could take something from a defeated opponent, and what he took was real, and it circulated in him now like it had always been meant to be there. He did not sleep. He lay with his eyes open and tracked the warmth through his meridians and thought about the list of targets he'd been building for 3 years, and what each of them was now worth, and what his morning was going to require in the way of patience while the thing inside him finished settling. By morning, he would have a framework. By the following evening, he would have begun putting it to work. The overseer would not be the overseer tomorrow. He had been right about that. Chapter 3. The agony started 6 hours after he returned. It began as pressure in his chest. Manageable, the kind of ache that came from overexertion in a long tunnel shift. Then the pressure became something with direction, something that was moving against his meridians rather than through them. Foreign energy asserting its own patterns over the architecture of his body. By midday, it was heat. Not warmth, but the combative kind, the kind that came from 2 structural systems fighting for the same space. His jaw clenched. His hands gripped the edge of the sleeping pallet hard enough to whiten his knuckles. His bunkmate moved to a different section of the room and did not look at him. Weiba did not make a sound. This was not courage. It was operational necessity. He did not know what was happening to him, which meant he could not afford to have it witnessed. Attention without understanding was liability, and liability at this specific moment, when Gua had disappeared from the roster and Zhao's administrative chain was about to notice, was the one thing he could not afford. So he suppressed the sound by the same method he suppressed everything. He gave his mind a harder problem than his body was presenting. He spent the day mapping the foreign energy. It was not attacking him. It was arguing with him. The cultivated patterns of someone else's years of development pressing against Wei Ba's own baseline structure, demanding space and precedence and accommodation. He pressed back, not by fighting, but by insisting, by treating each surge of foreign energy as a boundary dispute and drawing the boundary himself, breath by breath, assigning the new material to specific locations and holding it there through sheer pressure of will. By evening, the heat had become a dull, persistent ache. By midnight, the ache had found its edges. By the following dawn, the compression was complete. He knew the word for it somehow. Dominion compression. The way he knew the word Conquest System, which had not existed in his vocabulary until 3 days ago, and now seemed to have always been there, a presence that had waited for him to notice it. He checked his status with the careful inward attention that the system had taught him to use. Qi gathering, stage 1. He lay still for a moment. Then he sat up, because the implication required immediate planning, and planning required being vertical. Broken Fist Chen found him before breakfast. Chen was one of the basin's anomalies, a disgraced Foundation cultivator sentenced to labor supervision for something nobody discussed, serving out his years with the patient eyes of a man who had learned to derive his satisfaction from observation. His right hand had been destroyed in whatever incident ended his career. The fingers fused into a rigid claw. He carried the way some people carried old scars. Present, not hidden, not emphasized. He sat down across from Wei Ba in the meal line with the ease of someone who had chosen this moment with care. The stone shattered, Chen said, quietly, without preamble. Wei Ba looked at him with the evaluating stillness that he gave to new variables. Was not reporting it. Chen continued. He's claiming memory problems from a fall. A fall that apparently happened the same night someone left the camp perimeter after the 9th bell. 2 things happening in the same night are not unrelated. A pause, unhurried. And you spent yesterday running a fever that broke this morning. I ate something bad. You did. Chen agreed with a pleasant neutrality. Just not food. The silence between them was the kind that contained a decision. What do you want? Wei Ba asked. Chen reached into his vest and placed a small jade fragment on the table between them, barely larger than a thumbnail, covered in script so damaged by age and breakage that it was barely legible. I want to offer you something, he said. This is a shattered spatial brand technique. It was mine. The full methodology required a spatial framework that no longer exists, so the remaining piece is functionally worthless as a technique. It cannot be practiced, it cannot be completed. He looked at the fragment with the expression of someone who had spent a long time with this particular object and had their own thoughts about it. But the theory behind the technique held. And I have always believed that a broken technique is still a technique that someone thought worth building, and sometimes worth breaking. Wei Ba looked at the fragment. The chi in it was barely a whisper. Worthless, he said. Completely, Chen said, with a tone that suggested he meant almost the opposite. This was the discipline that distinguished Wei Ba from the men he intended to take. They acted when they were ready, and he acted when he had mapped every consequence. 3 days in the basin's tunnels, running his shifts with the forgettable efficiency he'd cultivated for 3 years, while underneath the routine, he built the target architecture with methodical precision. Prefect Duan Zhao, who administered the iron dust basin and its surrounding region from the city 40 miles north, ran his operation through 5 mid-ranking cultivators placed at strategic positions throughout the basin's enforcement structure. Weiba had their names, ranks, and assignment locations from the filing room he'd been reading quietly for 2 years. Enforcer Yong, Qi Gathering Stage 4, assigned to tunnels safety supervision. The most aggressive, the one most likely to create situations that looked like accidents. Enforcer Dun, Foundation Stage 1, assigned to quota oversight. The most procedural, the hardest to approach with a false pretext. Enforcer Kai, Foundation Stage 2, assigned to shift assignments. The most socially networked, the one whose disappearance would require the most careful documentation management. Patrol Commander Fong, Spirit, opening rank. 2 full tiers above Wei Ba's current level. Completely off the absorption list for now. The fourth, Ru Mei, Foundation Stage 3. 1 full rank above him. He knew from the first Guo absorption that partial transfer at 1 rank above was survivable but damaging. Foundation Stage 3 was the outer edge of what his body could currently process. He started with Yong. He waited 4 days for Yong to provide a pretext, because inventing one was more dangerous than exploiting a natural one. Yong provided it on the 5th day by assigning Wei Ba's entire work team to a tunnel section with a failed safety certification, then laughing when the youngest worker objected. The laugh was important. It established intent, which established that what happened next was response, not initiation. Wei Ba managed the tunnel section into a situation where the lanterns failed at the right moment. Yong was alone at the far end, and the fight was short and definitive. He put his hand on Yong's chest for 3 breaths. The Conquest System absorbed, warned him of the rank differential, absorbed anyway. The compression that followed lasted 12 hours. He advanced to Qi Gathering Stage 2. He took Enforcer Dun 4 days later. Foundation Stage 1, the first true rank jump attempt. The system warning him clearly. Partial transfer only, risk, meridian fracture. He absorbed anyway. He advanced to Qi Gathering Stage 4, emerged from 16 hours of compression with his left shoulder's Qi channel cracked along its primary thread, and went to work the following morning because stopping was a choice he didn't make. The first word was already moving up Zhao's chain. The basin's administration had noticed 2 enforcers were unavailable, filed them as assignment transfers rather than disappearances because Chun had managed the documentation that precisely, and Zhao had sent word that someone was causing trouble. Not a threat yet. An inquiry. Wei Ba read this through Shu, the ledger keeper who had his own reasons to keep Wei Ba informed. He calculated his timeline. Zhao would escalate an inquiry to investigation after the 3rd anomaly. He had 2 days to take the 3rd target, or he had no time at all. He found Enforcer Kai near the assignment board before the morning shift. The fight was harder than the previous 2. Kai had Foundation Stage 2 training, and he used it properly, no emotional rage driving him into poor angles. Wei Ba took a strike to the left forearm that would have broken the bone if he hadn't managed the angle. He absorbed the hit and kept moving. He got the 3 breaths. He advanced to Foundation Stage 1 when the compression finished the following day, the first time he'd crossed a full cultivation rank. Something had shifted with Foundation rank. The absorbed energy from 2 Foundation cultivators had begun integrating into his physical structure, not just his Qi channels, but his actual body. His strikes landed heavier. He could feel the difference in the way objects resisted him. The Conquest System's accumulation was changing him in ways that went beyond cultivation rank. Zhao's investigator arrived the following morning, his shoulder against the basin wall, watching the administrative rider who brought the investigator's warrant advance through the outer gate. Wei Ba filed the new timeline and began adjusting. He had 1 week before this became something he couldn't manage through ordinary maneuvering. Chapter 5 Broken Fist Chun found the evidence trail on a Thursday and brought it to Wei Ba in the meal line the same evening. 3 pieces of documentation, laid on the table with the careful precision of someone who had been holding them for 2 days and had decided tonight was the right moment. The documentation for Yong's disappearance, marked cave accident, in the replacement ledger. The transfer paperwork for Dun, filed without explanation at an administrative level that should have required a supervisor's signature. A blank page with 3 names crossed off in careful notation that matched no official record but matched, with uncomfortable precision, Wei Ba's actual movements over the preceding 2 weeks. "You're good," Chen said. The same professional appreciation a craftsman extended to superior work, regardless of affection. "You covered 4 of the 5 tracks. The chi residue signature on the shaft supports in Tunnel 7 is the 5th. I used to do survey work. It's the kind of thing I'd know and no one else in this basin would. Weibo looked at the 3 items. He looked at Chen. He ran the analysis with the same framework he applied to every variable. What did Chen want? What did Chen have? What would converting this situation from threat to asset actually cost? Why aren't you reporting it? He said. Chen settled back in the bench with the ease of someone who had been waiting for this specific question. 6 years in this basin, he said. 6 years watching Duan Zhao's system function precisely as designed. Take everything from 300 people, keep them too indebted to leave, use the documentation to make it look like law. I watched it because I didn't have the resources to do anything else. He met Weibo's eyes, which was something most people in the basin avoided. I watched the stone shatter. I watched what happened to Gua. I watched your fever break clean without any of the usual complications that kill people who survive an unsupported meridian overload. A pause. You're not a cultivator who got lucky. You're something the cultivation world hasn't produced in a very long time, and I would rather be adjacent to it than on the wrong side of it. Cover the evidence trails, Weibo said. The chi residue in Tunnel 7 specifically. You handle the survey signature. I handle the documentation chain. Chen nodded. And when I leave the basin, Weibo continued. You come. Chen's expression didn't change, but something in it settled. The expression of someone whose calculation had just confirmed. That was my offer. I know, Weibo said. You offered it before you knew I'd agree. Which means you'd already decided to extend it on the bet that I would. I make offers I'm prepared to fulfill. Weibo thought about this for a moment. He had a category for leverage. He had a category for rational self-interest, which was most of what humans operated on. He did not have a well-developed category for the thing Chen was offering, which was something closer to an honest wager. Betting on someone not because you were sure of them, but because your best assessment of the evidence pointed that way and you were willing to commit to it. He filed it under data about how Chen thinks and moved forward. The documentation on Kai, he said. There are 2 transfer records that need to show him assigned to the Northern Survey team. I already wrote them, Chen said. Weibo paused. He looked at the old cultivator again with the particular attention he gave to something unexpected. You wrote them before I agreed. I wrote them when I decided I was making the offer. Chen began collecting the papers from the table. I don't write things I'm not ready to use. That principle Weibo understood without needing to categorize it. He spent the next 4 hours inserting the false transfer records into the administrative chain. The technique was not forgery. The documents themselves were real, with real authorizations obtained through real channels. The technique was burial, making a document's existence as forgettable as everything else in an administration that processed hundreds of pieces of paper weekly. You didn't hide a lie by making it invisible. You hid it by making it boring. By dawn, the paper trail was clean. By mid-morning, Zhao's personal investigator had arrived at the basin's outer gate and was crossing the yard with the unhurried gait of someone who had been told to find something and expected to find it. Weibo watched from the meal hall window. Gold core rank. Visibly, from the density of his cultivation signature, which Weibo could now detect at short range thanks to the foundation-level chi sensitivity he'd absorbed. Significantly more capable than anything the basin's administration had previously deployed. The game had moved to a different register. Weibo thought, good. Higher register problems had higher register yields when you solved them correctly. He refilled his bowl and sat back down and began building the solution with the patient, unhurried focus of someone who had never once in 3 years let urgency do his thinking for him. He had everything he needed. The question was only the sequence. Chapter 6 Ru Mei was the best fighter of Zhao's 5 enforcers, and Weibo had known this for 2 years before he went after her. She assigned labor fairly within the quotas she received. She filed her paperwork accurately. She did not take documentation fees. She had been with Zhao's operation for 11 years through 3 different basin administrations, and she had survived each transition by being the kind of competent professional who made herself useful regardless of which political weather was blowing. None of this mattered to the calculation. What mattered was her rank, Foundation Stage 3, and the specific question of whether a partial transfer from that height would advance Weibo enough to make the meridian cost worth paying. He needed the answer. The only way to get it was to attempt it. He chose the equipment depot at the end of her final inventory check, an isolated location, poor lantern coverage, a routine she had maintained without variation for 11 years. He gave her no approach warning. He came in fast, controlled the first angle before she had fully registered his presence, and found out in the first 3 seconds that her combat discipline was significantly sharper than either Dun or Kai. She was trained, not just in technique, trained in the specific responses to a combat threat, with the reactive precision of someone who had drilled actual fighting rather than just cultivating chi. She broke his initial guard twice in the first 30 seconds. The second break left a cut along his forearm, not deep, but real, across the tissue that connected 3 meridian threads. He felt the threads shift under the impact and kept moving. He worked the angle. He used the walls. He forced her into a position where her trained responses predicted attacks that didn't come and left her open to the one that did. 40 seconds total. She went down. He pressed his palm to her chest. The Conquest System's warning came immediately, in the flat architectural tone he'd been learning to read like weather. Absorption attempted from rank exceeding host limit. Partial transfer only. Risk, meridian fracture. Proceed? Weiba held the contact and said nothing, because saying nothing was his answer. Something came through the transfer, not the clean warm current of the lower rank absorptions, but something forced, moving through channels that were the wrong diameter for it, grinding as it traveled. He felt the first meridian fracture in his left shoulder as a precise sharp pain, a hairline crack in the channel's lining at its midpoint. Then a second, shallower, in the adjacent thread. Both structural, not functional failures, but damage that would take weeks to close on its own. 3 full breaths. He stood. Rume lay where she'd fallen, eyes open, reaching inward for her cultivation with the automatic reflex of a trained cultivator who had just experienced something that had never happened to her before. Her face went blank in a way he recognized now, the absence terror, the specific horror of a cultivator finding the thing they'd built their entire professional life on suddenly smaller than they'd left it. Weiba walked to the alley behind the storage building, sat with his back against the wall, and began managing what was happening inside him. The foreign energy was fighting. Not just the usual challenge of Dominion compression. This was categorical resistance, Foundation Stage 3 patterns pressing against his entire chi architecture simultaneously, trying to reverse, trying to escape, trying to find any path back out through the channel it had entered. He had learned by now that the only response was pressure, total, sustained, personal pressure from a will that would not yield. He yielded nothing. The compression lasted 14 hours. Chun found him 6 hours in, produced a cloth pouch of medicinal herbs from somewhere in his vest, brewed them over a small chi flame with the focused efficiency of someone who had apparently prepared for exactly this, and sat beside Wei Ba while he worked. He did not ask questions. The medicinal tea cushioned the meridian damage without healing it, gave his body enough structural support that the cracking didn't propagate, and he drank it in the intervals when he had enough control of his jaw to swallow. Foundation Stage 1, Wei Ba said, at hour 7, when the energy had settled enough for his voice to function. Chen nodded once. Then, your chi output is different now. Not just stronger, heavier. It carries the compression, the accumulation of what you've taken. It's becoming yours rather than foreign. Weiba flexed his left hand slowly. The chi that moved with the gesture carried force it shouldn't have at this rank. Not quantity, but density. The aggregate weight of absorbed cultivator's structural work compressed into his own baseline. Physical weight, he confirmed. The bone-tempering work from Ru Mei's techniques is integrating. He paused. The investigator found the overseer today. Chen's expression didn't change. The overseer remembered. He remembered enough, Wei Ba said. The investigator is looking for a cultivator now, not a saboteur. How long before that becomes actionable? Wei Ba considered the investigator's competence level, the completeness of the current evidence gap, and the administrative process required to escalate from investigation to arrest. 3 days if he's thorough, he said. 2 if he's exceptional. He closed his eyes and went back to the compression. He had a timeline now. 2 days. The meridian fractures ached through the rest of the night with the specific persistence of damage that knew it had been accepted rather than avoided. He cataloged this as the cost of the information gained and kept pressing. Chapter 7 Shen Lihua arrived at the basin's perimeter road on a Wednesday at mid-afternoon and did not announce herself. Wei Ba was working the informal fighting circuit at the basin's outer edge when she appeared. 3-on-1 contests where workers bet copper on outcomes, and Wei Ba had been running a consistent performance that supplemented his wage and tested his foundation rank capabilities under variable pressure without triggering anything that looked like systematic cultivation targeting. He noticed her at the fence line the way he noticed most things. Logged, filed, not yet categorized. She was traveling, apparently, the manner of someone moving between places rather than arriving at one. She had no insignia he could read at this distance, but her chi signature, which he could now detect at 30 meters with the foundation-level spiritual sensitivity his absorptions had generated, was notably denser than the iron-spired disciple who'd been sent for evaluation, and she carried it with the casual ease of someone who had stopped tracking their own strength decades ago. He collected his winnings from the bout he'd just finished. He did it the way he did everything, without performance, without display, with the specific economy of action that characterized his entire approach to the world. 3 copper from the first man, 2 from the second who'd hedged, 3 from the administration boy who'd overestimated the odds. He noted them, put them in his vest, and turned toward the main yard. She was watching him, not with curiosity, with the specific quality of attention that a person gives to something they have been looking for when they have unexpectedly found it. Her eyes followed him across the yard with assessment rather than interest, the way a merchant's eyes follow an asset, not a performance. He reached the far side of the yard and turned once, briefly, to look back at the fence line. She was gone. He filed her under, unresolved, and moved on. What he thought about instead was the investigator's afternoon movements, which Shu's coded marks in the morning supply requisition had described with sufficient precision for Wei Ba to reconstruct. Extended session at the workers' infirmary, conversation with the basin's medical supervisor, departure with a notes document, and an expression that Shu described as decided. The overseer had finally managed to give a coherent account. The investigator now had a description: height, age, a face. Wei Ba spent the evening in the careful, unhurried process of understanding what his next 48 hours had to contain. He still had the 5th Enforcer, Patrol Commander Fong, Spirit opening rank, completely beyond his current absorption capacity, but also the administrative linchpin of Zhao's remaining enforcement structure. He couldn't absorb Fong. He could do something more useful with him, which required the financial records and Yu Shun's cooperation, neither of which he had yet completed. He had 2 days. He wrote the note to Chun that evening. Fong's patrol schedule, the approach point he wanted documented, the materials he'd need. He burned the original and tucked the copy into the administrative filing system under a document code that only Chun would look for. Then he went to find Enforcer Kai's remaining evidence trail and buried it. The night was quiet. The basin smelled of iron and old fires. Somewhere in the administrative building, Zhao's investigator was assembling fragments into a picture. Wei Ba had 2 days to finish what the picture would never show. Chapter 8. Zhao's investigator presented himself as a thoroughness problem, not a danger. The man's name was Lian Wei, no relation, and he had brown eyes, a formal manner, and the specific habit of constructing questions that appeared procedural while actually being probes. Wei Ba had learned to recognize this technique because he used a version of it himself when he needed information from someone who was paying attention to what they were giving away. The difference between them was that Lian Wei used it as a professional tool in a context where he expected it to work. Wei Ba used it against people who didn't know he was doing it. The summons arrived before breakfast, standard questioning regarding recent incidents. The phrasing was careful. It was designed to read as routine, and the only rational response to something designed to read as routine was to respond as if it were. He dressed in work clothes, walked to the administrative office at a pace that communicated nothing, and sat across from Lian Wei with the composure of someone who had been anticipating this conversation since the investigator arrived. The questions were competent. Cave accidents in Tunnel 7. Enforcer Dun's transfer records. Enforcer Kai's reassignment. The Qi residue discrepancy in the shaft supports, which Lian Wei had clearly done survey research on. Wei Ba answered each question with the specific truth that existed in the official documentation. Not the full truth, but the version of truth that the paper trail supported, which Chun had made very tidy, and throughout kept a tone that communicated mild tedium rather than anything that could be read as strain. Your cultivation level, Lian Wei said, near the end, in the particular register of someone saving the most important question. The testing record says Voidborn. You've been in 3 informal fighting contests in the past week and won all of them comfortably. The testing stone broke, Wei Ba said. Foreman Wood documented me as Voidborn at the time of the malfunction. I understand the documentation is properly on file. The stone breaking is a notable anomaly. Yes, Wei Ba agreed. So is the fact that Foreman Gua has been pocketing the documentation fees for 3 years. Lian Wei's teacup did not move. His face did not move, but something behind his eyes recalculated. That's a significant claim, he said. I have the ledger references, Wei Ba said. Second quarter of last year, 42 documentation completions, 39 fee deposits in the treasury receipts. The gap has been consistent across every quarter of Gua's appointment. If you're investigating administrative irregularities in the basin, that gap seems directly relevant to the scope. He produced 3 pages of precise notes he had prepared that morning. Not forged, not invented, just careful documentation of discrepancies that had always existed in the official record and that anyone willing to cross-reference 2 separate ledger systems would have found immediately. He laid them on the table. Lian Wei read them. He read them the way a thorough person reads something that has changed their calculation, going back to specific lines, marking their position with a finger, looking up once to assess the credibility of the source. He had no case against Wei Ba. The documentation was clean, the witnesses were managed, the damaged overseer's account was too fragmentary to be admissible. Without corroboration, he didn't yet have. What he had was professional suspicion and a clear piece of evidence pointing at a different investigation target. Lian Wei was thorough enough to follow evidence. That was his strength and, at this particular moment, Wei Ba's best available tool. Wei Ba left the administrative office with his labor contract untouched, walked back into the yard's mid-morning light, and did not permit himself the mistake of feeling satisfied. Lian Wei would pursue the Gui documentation for 3 days at most before he circled back to his original suspicion with renewed methodology. The brief contempt the investigator had suppressed when Wei Ba suggested buying out his contract, the flash of disbelief that a laborer would even formulate that sentence, was informative. It said Lian Wei still had a fixed model of what Wei Ba was. 3 days to work with. 5. If the Gui documentation was as extensive as it appeared, he would not need 5. He needed to put Zhao in a position where his only remaining option was force, and force in front of witnesses was the mechanism that made everything else work. Chapter 9. The ledger keeper's name was Xu Pang, and the architecture of his specific trouble was exactly the kind Wei Ba found most productive to work with. Deep enough that the person was genuinely desperate, shallow enough that their functioning was still intact. Xu had been embezzling from the basin's supply ledgers for 2 years. Not dramatically. The amounts were small, carefully varied, spread across enough line items that no individual entry was unusual, but consistent, and to a specific destination. A debt he owed to one of Zhao's money handlers, a debt that had originated from a lending arrangement that was the only source of credit available to administrative employees in the basin's region, and that was structured to ensure the debt never fully cleared regardless of the payment schedule. Wei Ba had identified this debt in year 2 and spent 6 months deciding whether to use it or simply understand it. Understanding it had been more valuable. It revealed the complete architecture of how Zhao kept his administrative staff compliant. You didn't just buy people. You built a system where the only available credit was yours, and where every loan came with terms that guaranteed perpetual obligation. He had explained this to Xu 3 weeks ago, in the same tone one would use to describe a formation's mechanics to someone who hadn't realized they were standing in one. Xu had gone very still, looking at the diagram of his own situation that Wei Ba had laid out for him. Then he had said, with the voice of someone whose anger had just found its object, "What do you want?" Information, Wei Ba had said. Specific, accurate, delivered within specified time frames. In exchange, the evidence of your ledger adjustments gets buried in the same chain that covers everything else I'm doing. Xu had agreed in the same moment, because there was nothing else to agree to. Now he delivered, for hours of retrieval across 3 separate ledger archives, cross-referenced with treasury receipts, and the 2-year payment schedule documentation that proved Zhao's lending operation was operating outside the regional authorities' legal lending frameworks. The full financial architecture of the debt slavery system, in one assembled document. Wei Ba spent 6 hours organizing it into something that could be read and understood by someone who hadn't spent years learning the basin's administrative structure. He made 3 copies. He placed one with Xu. In a physical location, he made Xu memorize rather than write down. He placed one with Chun. He kept one. The 3rd copy required a person with official authority over Zhao's administrative level, someone who could file it in a jurisdiction that Zhao couldn't reach into. That person was Captain Yu Shun, commanding officer of the city guard in the regional capital, who had his own structural relationship with Zhao and who Wei Ba had identified months ago as the specific kind of official who might be looking for a way out of that relationship if presented with the right combination of evidence and assistance. He sent the note with a traveling grain merchant who owed him a small favor from the ledger work and who understood, correctly, that the nature of the cargo required discretion. He attached 3 pages of evidence. He gave no name beyond a laborer in the iron dust basin. Then he absorbed the 5th foundation rank enforcer. Foundation stage 2. The compression was 8 hours, shorter than the Ru Mei absorption, the pattern becoming familiar enough that his body was beginning to adapt to the process. He advanced to foundation stage 2 of his own cultivation. Chen patched the new meridian stress with what was becoming a refined system for medicinal support, and Wei Ba was back to full functionality by the following afternoon. That night, Yu Shun's response arrived via the merchant's return route, sealed with a guard commander's personal mark. The guard commander would meet. Wei Ba folded the note and placed it in his vest pocket alongside the broken spatial brand, and started planning what came next, which was the city, which was Zhao's final confrontation, which was the mechanism he'd been engineering for 17 chapters, and was now exactly one careful sequence away from completion. Chapter 10. Yushun was 50 years old and looked every year of it in the particular way of someone who had spent those years solving problems that other people created and absorbing the cost of solutions they wouldn't admit needing. He sat behind the city guard's administrative table with the posture of a man for whom the uniform was infrastructure rather than identity, and he looked across at Wei Ba with the unguarded calculation of someone who had expected this meeting to involve a substantially older person. "You're a laborer," he said. "I was a laborer," Wei Ba said. "Not a correction, a completed fact." Yushun spread the 3-page evidence summary on the table with the deliberate care of someone who wanted to appear to be reviewing it while actually watching Wei Ba's face. "These documents, the full financial operation, the debt instruments, the lending structure, the treasury receipt gaps. This is what you described in the note." "It's what I found," Wei Ba said. "The full documentation is in 3 separate locations with 3 separate chains of custody. This is the summary. And this would end his appointment. It would end more than the appointment." Wei Ba's voice was even. "Every debt instrument Zhao holds becomes unenforceable the moment a regional authority determines his lending operation violated the statute on licensed credit. 300 labor contracts predicated on those debt instruments become void. The workers walk away." A pause. "I don't need you to want justice. I need you to want the liability Zhao currently holds over your career to disappear." Yushun's jaw moved slightly, the small adjustment of someone who has heard the most important thing in the conversation stated directly and is choosing how to receive it. "And in exchange? File the evidence under your authority, not through Zhao's administrative chain." Wei Ba leaned forward by the width of a hand. "And hold the investigator Zhao sent. Not by force, by documentation. He's been pursuing me on Zhao's behalf, and if Zhao's authority is voided, the basis for that pursuit disappears." "That's not nothing. It's small," Wei Ba agreed. "Compared to what you get." The silence that followed was the kind where a decision was being made rather than contemplated. Yushun moved the evidence documents with 2 fingers, turning them as if examining the paper quality. He was not examining the paper quality. He was running the survival calculation. The risk of backing Wei Ba against Zhao versus the certainty of Zhao's eventual retaliation against Yushun for knowing about the debt operation and staying quiet. Wei Ba did not push. He had learned that silence at the right moment was a form of pressure more precise than argument. "If Zhao moves against you before the filing is complete," Yushun said. "He'll move," Wei Ba said. "His enforcement capacity is reduced. He'll still move, because that's the decision he'll make when he runs out of alternatives. But when he moves publicly, with a warrant or with force, it creates the record you'll need for the regional magistrate to act." He paused. "I need him to move. Which means I need you to be ready to act when he does." Yushun looked at him for a long moment with an expression Wei Ba couldn't categorize neatly. "I'll need 3 days to prepare," Yushun said. 3 days, Wei Ba confirmed. At the door, Yushun said, "You said you want to walk away." "Walk away to where?" It was the first time anyone in this entire operation had asked him that. Wei Ba paused at the threshold and considered the question honestly. He had spent 3 years building the answer to how, and had not yet constructed a detailed answer to where. "Somewhere not owned by Duan Zhao," he said. He walked out into the afternoon street and heard, 2 seconds later, the administrative bell ringing the warrant sequence. 3, then 2, then 3, from the guard building behind him. Not 3 days. Tonight. Zhao had moved. Wei Ba did not run. He turned left, toward the merchant quarter, and began walking with the same unhurried pace he gave everything, counting his steps, and not looking back at the sound of boots on stone behind him, because he had prepared 3 backup approaches and the nearest one was 60 seconds away. The warrant bell rang twice more in the darkening street. He counted the steps. He did not look back. Fellow cultivators, before we continue this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us continue. Chapter 11. The arrest was clean, and Wei Ba let it happen. He had anticipated the warrant. He'd prepared for it 3 days before the warrant existed, because a man who understood the administrative machinery of Duan Zhao's operation understood that when the machinery ran out of maneuvering room, it defaulted to force. Force meant a warrant. A warrant meant a detention. And a detention, handled correctly, was not a setback. It was a location where things could be accomplished that couldn't be accomplished in the open. Yushun's guards, not Zhao's personal men. That was the first useful fact. The warrant had been filed through official channels, which meant there was a document trail, which meant the charges had to be specified. Specified charges operated within the bounds of evidence. Vague charges operated within the bounds of authority. Zhao had been forced to use the official channel, which meant he was already more constrained than he'd been yesterday. They walked him through the city streets to the detention facility with the efficiency of people following procedure. He did not resist. He noted the route, the facility's entrance architecture, the number of guards at the threshold, the presence of a chi suppression formation etched into the floor of the cell he was placed in. He examined the suppression formation from across the room. It worked by identifying a cultivator's established chi signature and suppressing its output below a functional threshold. It required a registered cultivation record to identify the signature. It worked on cultivators whose cultivation was documented. His cultivation was documented as void-born. The formation had nothing to suppress. He circulated his chi freely inside it and began assessing the cell's other occupants. A minor merchant detained for a debt dispute who was clearly not going to cause problems, and a guard named Lao assigned to protective observation, which meant watching the cell rather than guarding a door. Lao was Foundation Stage 2, working through a bone-tempering technique manual with the frustrated concentration of someone who had been on the same chapter for 6 months. Weibo spent 6 hours watching Lao. On the second day, boredom and the particular arrogance of a man in a position of minor authority combined in Lao to produce a decision Weibo had been waiting for. He came in with the manner of someone about to perform contempt, and he made the mistake of putting his hand on Weibo's collar to establish physical dominance over the narrative. Weibo worked fast. 2 seconds of positioning, controlled angles he'd used against larger opponents before, and Lao was on the floor with Weibo's palm flat against his chest. 3 breaths. He advanced to Foundation Stage 2 with the clean efficiency of a man taking a step he'd been waiting to take. The compression ran through the night quietly. The merchant in the corner of the cell had gone carefully blank-faced, the rational response of someone who had decided the best strategy was to see nothing. Weibo managed the foreign energy in the particular focused silence he'd developed over 9 previous absorptions, pressing the new cultivation into its place while the rest of the cell slept. On the 3rd morning, the guard arrived with the information that the charges had been dropped. Clerical inconsistencies in the warrant's authorization chain. The case had failed its own administrative review. Weibo had seeded those inconsistencies into the filing system 3 days before his arrest, through xianxia, planting errors in the warrant authorization chain that would survive hasty review but collapse under systematic audit. He'd gambled that an arrest made on Zhao's behalf would be hasty. He'd been correct. He walked out into the morning light of the city, free and 2 cultivation stages stronger than when they'd put him in, and thought about the specific look on Zhao's face that would emerge when the man realized that even the arrest had advanced his enemy. Zhao had brought a cultivator problem thinking he had a labor problem. That distinction was going to cost him everything. Chapter 12 Patrol Commander Fong was a spirit opening cultivator, and the gap between spirit opening and Foundation Stage 2 was not a gap that could be crossed by will. Weibo had run the numbers more than once, because running numbers was what he did with problems he couldn't solve through force. The Conquest System's architecture was specific: partial transfer at 1 rank above current level, full transfer at the same rank or below. At 2 full tiers above, spirit opening over Foundation, the partial transfer warning became something different: system failure, meridian rupture, death. The system had told him this clearly in the aftermath of the Rume absorption, when he'd pressed against its limit and felt what the edge of that limit cost. Fong was not available as an absorption target. That was a closed door. The open door was in Fong's administrative relationship with Zhao. Weibo spent 4 days building the case. Not against Fong, for Fong, in the sense that the evidence he was constructing was designed to make Zhao believe Fong had been working against him. The technique was specific. He needed a discrepancy in the basin's resource quota records that matched Fong's access levels, his movement patterns, and his known operational responsibilities closely enough that Zhao, who had spent 20 years as a professional paranoid inside his own system, would recognize it as authentic corruption rather than planted evidence. The basin's resource quotas were managed through 3 separate ledger systems, 2 of which Fong had legitimate access to and 1 of which he had occasional access to for oversight purposes. Weibo, through xianxia, adjusted 5 line items across those 3 systems over 2 days, small amounts, consistent with what someone with Fong's specific access level would be able to redirect, distributed across a timeline that corresponded with Fong's documented patrol assignments. Then he flagged the discrepancy to Zhao's accounting review through the correct procedural channel. He had Shu's colleague in the accounting office, who owed Shu a small favor and had no idea who was ultimately asking. File the standard anomaly notice for budget inconsistencies above a certain threshold. The notice arrived on Zhao's desk the following morning. Weibo was watching from the window of a second-floor building across the administrative quarter when the confrontation happened. He couldn't hear the words at this distance, but he'd been reading the visual language of confrontations for 3 years, and this one was textbook. Zhao's posture when he emerged from the building and found Fong at the entrance checkpoint, The specific quality of the accusation that made Fong stop walking, the rapid gestural back and forth of a man protesting his innocence to his superior, who had already decided. Zhao was not interested in Fong's explanation. Zhao had the evidence, and in Zhao's world, the person who presented the evidence was always more credible than the person the evidence was about. Yushin's guards moved in within the hour, acting on a procedural mandate from the regional magistrate that required them to supervise the removal of an enforcement official under financial irregularity review. Patrol Commander Fong, the strongest of Zhao's 5 enforcers, was escorted out of the administrative quarter by the authority Wei Ba had spent months cultivating. Zhao eliminated his own best operative. Wei Ba put his hands in his vest pockets and walked away from the observation point with the particular internal stillness of a man who had watched a plan arrive at its natural conclusion. The satisfaction was not triumph. Triumph was an emotion for people who hadn't known the outcome in advance. What he felt was confirmation. The work had been done correctly. The outcome was what the work required. More importantly, Zhao was now suspicious of his inner circle. A man who suspected treachery inside his own operation was simultaneously too distracted to manage external threats and too paranoid to act on the good information when it arrived. That was the operating condition for the next stage. He went to find Yushan. The confrontation with Zhao was 3 days away. He had work to do. Chapter 13. The 2 remaining Foundation rank enforcers took 3 days. He was operating at Foundation Stage 2 now, which meant both remaining targets were at his level or below. No partial transfer warnings, no meridian fractures, just the standard compression process that his body had begun adapting to with the particular efficiency of a system that learned from repetition. The first absorption on a Wednesday morning near the Eastern Supply Depot. Foundation Stage 2, clean, 9 hours, no complications beyond the accumulated fatigue in his shoulder from the rheumatoid damage that had never fully closed. He advanced to Foundation Stage 3. The second one was harder. Zhao's last remaining Foundation enforcer had spent the previous week on escalating alert status. The disappearances had registered even if the specifics hadn't, and the man was moving differently, checking his perimeter, varying his patrol routes. Wei Ba tracked the new patterns for a full day before identifying the one constant. The evening supply lockup, which the enforcer was required to attend regardless of his personal security concerns because it was a mandatory administrative checkpoint. He took him at the lockup. Foundation Stage 3, absorbing from an equal-rank cultivator was within the system's parameters, but the compression was proportionally severe. The foreign energy was as structured and established as Wei Ba's own, and it challenged the Dominion compression process with the full weight of years of deliberate cultivation. 16 hours. Shin sat through most of it with the focused, silent presence of someone who had learned exactly when medication was useful and when presence was enough. He fed Wei Ba medicinal paste at intervals and said nothing, and watched the meridian response with the careful eyes of a man who was keeping his own accounting. "You're accumulating damage faster than repair," Chin said, at hour 12. "Not an objection. An observation." "I know," Wei Ba said. "Is there a ceiling?" "There's always a ceiling. I can't locate yours from this vantage point." Wei Ba advanced to Foundation Stage 4 when the compression finished. He lay on his back in the warehouse space that had become their base of operations in the city and spent a full morning there, which his body required, and used that morning to plan the confrontation with the same cold clarity he brought to everything, because pain was background noise and the foreground was the sequence. Zhao was now without all 5 of his dedicated enforcement structure. He had Kai Run, the Iron Spire Gold Core disciple, who had his own instructions and his own mandate, and who was not Zhao's tool. He had whatever city cultivators he could conscript on short notice through the connections Wei Ba had been mapping and had not yet fully neutralized. And he had the investigator, who was now somewhere in the documentation rabbit hole of Gua's fee fraud and might resurface at any moment. The timing was tight. Wei Ba had learned to work inside tight timing. Yushin's message arrived while he was still on his back. "The evidence is filed. The regional magistrate has been briefed. I will provide cooperative testimony." 3 words at the end. "I am in." Wei Ba asked Chin to help him sit up. He had a great deal to prepare, and he preferred to prepare it vertical. Chapter 14. The exposure of Duan Zhao's debt slavery operation was an instrument, not a principle. Wei Ba held this distinction clearly. He did not expose the operation because he believed the 300 basin laborers deserved freedom in any abstract sense. He exposed it because the operation was the mechanism of Zhao's legal protection, the functioning system that gave him social legitimacy and made the regional authority reluctant to act against him. Destroy the mechanism's legitimacy and the protection evaporated. Protection gone. Zhao became a corrupt official with documented fraud. Documented fraud meant prosecution. The sequence was clean. The motivation was clean. He did not require a better one. He used the financial documentation, Yushin's formal testimony, the testimony of two merchants whose lending arrangements with Zhao had permanently damaged their businesses, both of whom had been identified through the same ledger records, both of whom had been waiting for 3 years for someone to give them a protected channel to say what they knew, and the formal filing capacity of the regional magistrate's office. He did not appear in the proceedings directly. He had Xu handle the documentation filings and let Yushun take the public position, because Yushun had the authority that gave the filing legal weight. The regional authority moved to investigate. The formal restraint order arrived at the basin's administrative post within a day. Duan Zhao was temporarily prohibited from deploying enforcement personnel while the investigation was active. 3 days, perhaps 5. The window was small, but it was sufficient. Weiba hadn't expected the countermove. The dispatch arrived at the basin's administrative post within 24 hours of the restraint order. A message from Elder Shinvox of the Iron Spire sect, acknowledging Prefect Duan Zhao's request for assistance regarding an unusual cultivation situation in the basin labor operations. Not a direct intervention, an observation and evaluation. A mid-rank sect disciple would be dispatched within the week. Weiba read this through Shu's access. He sat with it for a full minute. The Iron Spire sect. Zhao had gone higher than Weiba had modeled. And Shun Vox, an elder Weiba had encountered only as a name in the regional authority's administrative correspondence, had responded quickly enough that the request must have resonated with something the elder already cared about. He ran the implications. Zhao had described the unusual cultivation situation in enough detail for a sect elder to send someone, which meant Zhao knew more about what had happened to his enforcers than the official documentation reflected, which meant Zhao had been thinking about this harder than his administrative behavior suggested. The new variable changed the timeline again. He had 5 days before the sect disciple arrived. He needed Zhao removed from the equation before that happened, or he would be dealing with 2 threats simultaneously, one legal, one martial, and the martial one was at Gold Core rank. He went to Yushun and told him the confrontation needed to happen within 3 days. Yushun agreed. The financial case was ready. The guard unit was briefed. The regional magistrate had the filing. Everything was positioned. The confrontation was now a matter of creating the right moment for Zhao to make the only choice he had left. Chapter 15. On the 4th day, the restraint order began to erode from the inside. Not legally. The regional magistrate's investigation remained active and the formal prohibition stood. But Zhao had contacts within the magistrate's clerical staff. Weiba had known this for 2 weeks, had factored it into the timeline, and had been watching for the specific moment those contacts began to visibly act. Shu reported it on the morning of the 4th day. 2 different clerks had separately requested extended review periods for documents in Zhao's portion of the case, citing administrative complexity that didn't match the documents in question. Zhao was buying time. He was buying it because he understood the investigation was legitimate and that it would conclude against him. He was buying time to position himself, to get his remaining resources into place before the window closed. Weiba gave him 48 hours. Not from strategy. That was simply when the next 2 absorptions happened to fall into alignment. He absorbed 2 more cultivators who had attached themselves to Zhao's operation as opportunists rather than formal employees. Foundation stage 2 each. Both absorptions had the clean efficiency of a process that had become familiar. Approach, fight, 3 breaths, compression, advancement. Foundation stage 6. Chun managed the meridian maintenance with what had become a refined system. Specific medicinal compounds at specific intervals, calibrated to the particular pattern of Weiba's accumulated damage rather than a general protocol. Something new. The bone-tempering work from Ru Mei's absorbed energy had been circulating in his structural channels for weeks, and it had graduated from influencing his bone density to integrating with it. His skin now carried a low-level qi resistance. Not armor, not meaningful against gold core cultivation, but a measurable buffer against foundation rank strikes. Chen tested it with a precise qi palm to his forearm. The impact absorbed differently. Something taken was becoming something his. The Conquest System did not merely transfer cultivation rank. It transferred the structural work behind that rank, the years of training, the specific physical adaptations, and those adaptations were becoming part of Weiba's body rather than foreign additions. He thought about what that meant at scale. From the north, through the post-office filing system that Shu monitored, Elder Shinvox's dispatch was not a mid-rank disciple. It was a gold core cultivator. The rank elevation told Weiba 2 things. First, Zhao had described the situation with enough accuracy that Shunvox was taking it seriously. Second, Shunvox himself had a reason beyond Zhao's request to send someone of that capability level. Gold core was 2 full tiers above Weiba's current absorption limit. Not a target. Not for now. a variable to manage. He needed to be out of the basin's region before Gold Core arrived. He needed Zhao finished first. He found Chen that evening. Chen was already packing. The post rider told you, Wei Ba said. The post rider and I have an understanding built over 6 years, Chen said, folding his medicinal kit with practiced efficiency. When do we leave? Tonight, Wei Ba said. Before the shift change. Chen nodded and had his kit fully prepared in another 4 minutes. He moved with the calm of someone who had been waiting for this night without knowing exactly when it would arrive. Zhao moved before they reached the city outskirts. Yushin's courier found Wei Ba on the northern road with a note. Zhao had reached an agreement with the incoming sect disciple. Terms included Wei Ba's identity, his connection to the evidence chain, and the specific phrasing, unusual cultivation phenomenon. Zhao was handing him over in exchange for personal protection once the investigation voided his appointment. Wei Ba read the note in the pre-dawn dark and filed this under expected. Then he filed a counter-warrant through the regional magistrate's emergency channel, an action he had prepared 3 days ago, requiring only the triggering condition of Zhao's public move. The warrant was filed. The evidence was in 3 separate hands. The regional magistrate's mandatory response window was 24 hours. Zhao's deal with the sect disciple was about to become irrelevant. Wei Ba entered the city as the morning bells rang, thinking about how Zhao's mistake had been believing that handing Wei Ba to a higher authority would stop the process already in motion. As if the process existed in Wei Ba's body rather than in the documentation, the testimonies, and the 3 separate jurisdictions that would now proceed regardless of what happened to the man who'd filed them. The city gates were open. He walked through. Chapter 16 Duan's Crossing had 40,000 people and one productive problem that Wei Ba had identified months before arriving. Its administrative authority and its martial authority had been in low-grade structural conflict for 30 years, and that conflict had been stable only because Zhao's financial system served as the lubricant between them. Remove the lubricant, and the 2 forces no longer had a reason to cooperate. Wei Ba had not removed the lubricant. He had poisoned it. The distinction mattered. A removed lubricant causes visible friction. A poisoned one causes both sides to act as if things are still functioning until the system ceases. Zhao's administrative reach into the city extended through 4 mechanisms. The lending operation that bound the city's merchant guild, the enforcement network whose members were now missing or discredited, the relationship with the regional magistrate's office that his contacts were currently straining, and the personal connection to Iron Spire sect represented by Kai Ren. Wei Ba had compromised the first 3. The 4th was the variable he was managing carefully. Kai Ren arrived at the city's east gate on the 2nd day after Wei Ba entered. He went directly to the magistrate's administrative building and spent the afternoon there. Wei Ba watched the building from the 2nd-floor window of Daoshan's warehouse. The grain trader's space was strategically positioned, which was part of why Wei Ba had selected him as a contact 2 months ago, and noted that Kai Ren's meeting lasted 3 hours and concluded with the Gold Core disciple departing with the expression of someone who had received information that complicated their assignment. The sect had no jurisdiction over regional civil administrative cases. The magistrate had declined to suspend the investigation. That evening, Zhao arrived. He had 8 cultivators with him, mid-level connections pulled from his regional network, most of them foundation rank, none of them the quality of the enforcers Wei Ba had already taken. Plus Kai Ren, who did not appear to be enthusiastically aligned with Zhao's objectives, but whose presence gave the confrontation a veneer of sect authority. He's going to the city square, Chen said, watching from the warehouse slats. He's making a public demand. He has nothing else, Wei Ba said. He was reviewing his operational notes, the financial records in 3 hands, the filing chain already active, the warrant in the magistrate's system. If he does this publicly, he creates the obstruction record. And the obstruction record is what finishes him. The investigation finishes him, Wei Ba said. The obstruction record prevents him from avoiding it through political pressure afterward. He stood up. Get the medicinal kit ready. The compression afterward is going to be significant. How significant? Wei Ba thought about what Zhao's cultivation rank was likely to be, nascent soul stage 1, based on what the regional authority's cultivation registry showed for senior prefect appointments in this region. He was about to attempt an absorption from a level that was well above his current foundation stage 6. The system would warn him. He was going to ignore the warning. Significant, he said. He walked to the city square. Chapter 17 The first 2 days in the city had been spent precisely. Wei Ba had arrived, identified 2 foundation stage 2 practitioners working extortion through a protective service arrangement in the merchant district, tracked their routes through one afternoon, established approach opportunities, and absorbed both within 48 hours. He advanced to foundation stage 7 after the first, foundation stage 8 after the second. Chen managed both compressions with the efficiency of a system that had now run 12 iterations and knew its own parameters. By the end of the second day, Weiba had also mapped the warehouse district's defensive geometry, identified 3 separate exit routes from the merchant quarter that didn't intersect with any of Zhao's regular patrol patterns, established communication channels with Shu through the city's administrative post, and cataloged the cultivation signatures of every major cultivator in the city through the spiritual sense that his foundation-level absorptions had sharpened beyond what his rank should normally allow. The baseline work was done. The city was understood. Now he needed the confrontation. Zhao provided it on schedule. He arrived at the city with 8 cultivators and 1 gold core sect disciple, and he did exactly what Wei Ba had calculated he would do when the legal mechanisms closed around him. He went public. He went to the city square. He made his demand: suspend the investigation, restore his authority, stand down the guard unit. Loudly, with his 9 cultivators visible in front of witnesses. The witnesses were the crucial element. Zhao was thinking in terms of force. He had calculated that the visual weight of 9 cultivators plus a gold core disciple would be sufficient to pressure the magistrate's staff into compliance, the same way visual weight had always been sufficient to manage the basin's laborers. He had miscalculated the difference between managing people who had no alternatives and managing a legal process that operated by rules he couldn't pressure. Yushin's guard unit was in the square when Wei Ba arrived. They weren't there to fight. They were there to maintain the official record, to be the visible presence of legitimate authority that made everything Zhao did in the next hour a documented act against that authority. Wei Ba had briefed Yushin on this distinction specifically. Yushin's guards held formation with the steady, procedural competence of people who understood their function. Wei Ba stood in the center of the square and let his voice carry without raising it. He stated the facts of the evidence filing. 3 jurisdictions, 3 chains of custody, active investigation, no single intervention point. He was not making an argument. He was describing a condition. Zhao's face changed through several expressions as the implications of each stated fact landed, and Wei Ba watched them the way he watched everything. Cataloging, filing, noting which facts landed hardest. Zhao attacked. The nascent soul strike hit Wei Ba in the upper right chest. He'd managed the angle to take it on the side rather than the front, distributing the impact through accumulated bone density, but the force was still enough to crack 2 ribs and drive him back 2 steps. He felt the fractures as distinct clean pops and stepped forward. Zhao stared. A foundation cultivator struck by nascent soul force should be incapacitated. Wei Ba was walking toward him with the same expression he wore when he was reviewing ledger records. Attentive, functional, not remotely finished. The 8 foundation cultivators moved. 3 went down. 2 retreated. 3 reached their own calculation and held position when the calculus shifted to being on the wrong side of a warrant already in motion. Wei Ba absorbed Zhao in the square. He got the angle. He held the 3 breaths against the struggling nascent soul cultivator's full resistance, and what came through was vast and chaotic and already beginning to tear at his meridians before the transfer was halfway complete. He held it. He took all of it that the system could manage. Foundation Stage 9. The Conquest System registered the upgrade in the particular way it registered significant events, not with words, but with structural adjustment, as though it had just expanded a room and was now assessing the new floor plan. On the side of the square, perfectly still, Kai Ren watched every second of the absorption and then raised his communication artifact and sent a message upward in the deliberate way of someone who had just seen exactly what they had come to see. His face was not frightened. It was the face of a scholar who had just confirmed a theory. Wei Ba took note of this and stepped away from Zhao's body. Chapter 18. What followed the city square confrontation took 3 days to settle, and Wei Ba spent all 3 managing his compressed state with one hand and the aftermath with the other. The compression from absorbing a nascent soul cultivator was unlike anything he had experienced. The Dominion compression process required him to suppress energy that was categorically more sophisticated than his own. Nascent soul chi carried the structural complexity of a complete cultivation breakthrough. Patterns of soul energy integration woven through the cultivation base in ways that foundation rank energy simply didn't have. The foreign energy didn't just push back against his compression. It argued with him in a language that had more registers than the earlier absorptions. He spent 22 hours at it. Chen sat beside him for most of this and worked through the medicinal maintenance with the focused improvisation of someone who had exceeded their prepared protocols and was now operating on deep structural knowledge of Wei Ba's meridian architecture. The medicinal compounds he used on Hour 16 were combinations he hadn't tried before, assembled from existing materials by intuition backed by 30 years of foundational learning. Wei Ba said nothing for most of the 22 hours. He was occupied. When it resolved, He was Foundation Stage 9, the absolute ceiling of Foundation rank. He lay still for an hour after the compression completed, not unconscious, simply horizontal because his body required it after that duration. Zhao was detained. Yu Shun was confirmed as interim city administrator. The regional magistrate's investigation was active. The basin's labor contracts were provisionally suspended pending the debt system ruling. 300 people were in the first disoriented weeks of having choices about their futures. Weiba noted this as a data point about system disruption. When you removed a mechanism of control, the people inside it did not automatically know what to do without it. The freedom was real. The disorientation was also real. He filed this under useful operational information for later reference. Chen found him on the city wall that evening. Your core is at the Foundation ceiling, the old cultivator said, sitting down with the ease of someone who had stopped pretending the relationship required formal preamble. Gold core breakthrough requires natural core crystallization. You can't absorb your way into it. I know, Weiba said. For the first time in this entire campaign, you've hit a place the system can't take you through force. Weiba looked at his hands. The Conquest System had been his tool, his architecture, his mechanism for every advancement since Chapter 1. Now it had run out of Foundation rank opponents worth absorbing, and the breakthrough that separated Foundation from Gold Core required something the system couldn't manufacture: time, stability, and the specific sustained cultivation practice that formed a permanent energy crystallization in the Dantian. He had never cultivated in that sense. He had only taken. The Iron Spire sect has 9 Gold Core cultivators, he said. They have an inner library with 800 years of technique records. They have the resources for a breakthrough and for what comes after the breakthrough. He paused. Chiron sent his message. Iron Spire knows the Conquest System is active. They'll send an invitation. And you'll accept it, Chen said. I'll accept one of them. He stood. The 2 cracked ribs reminded him of their presence. He cataloged the reminder and began moving toward the interior stair. I'll enter as an outer disciple. The status gives me cover. The sect gives me what I need for Gold Core. And after Gold Core? Weiba thought about the weight of 9 nascent soul signatures above Foundation rank, the 17 enforcers he'd taken, the specific architecture of what the Conquest System had shown him about its own capabilities, absorption, compression, the hint of something more at higher tiers. I'll figure that out when I can absorb at Gold Core level, he said. He went down the stair. Chapter 19. 3 invitations arrived the following morning. They came from 3 different sects, each carried by a rider who had clearly departed before dawn to arrive at the city wall with the early light, and each phrased with the particular diplomatic care of organizations that wanted something without admitting they wanted it. Request your presence for evaluation. Invitation to discuss unusual cultivation circumstances. Opportunity for qualified candidates to be considered for advanced placement. Weiba read all 3 in the meal hall over a proper breakfast, city food, considerably better than basin rations, with the same systematic attention he gave to every document. He burned 2. The Iron Spire sect's invitation was written in sect master calligraphy on paper with 3 cultivation energy authentication seals. Elaborate. Expensive. The elaborateness communicated resources and the willingness to display them, which communicated that Iron Spire considered this interaction worth the signal sending. One of 2 possibilities. They were very interested or very concerned. Weiba understood that these 2 states often looked identical from the outside. He placed the Iron Spire invitation in his vest pocket alongside the broken spatial brand and went to find Yu Shun for the last coordinating conversation. 3 days after the city square, he stood on the road outside the basin with Chun beside him and Yu Shun at his back. The basin had already begun its disoriented transformation. Workers moving uncertainly through schedules that no longer held. The administrative staff navigating an authority vacuum. The grain merchant Daoshan reportedly establishing a voluntary supply cooperative that had attracted 40 signatories in its first week. Weiba looked at it once. He did not feel nostalgia. He had no nostalgia for this place, which had been a condition to escape rather than a home. He noted that the mechanism he'd been built to dismantle was dismantled and turned north toward the 6-day road. During those 6 days, he absorbed everything Chen knew about sect politics. Not literally. Chen was past the absorption limit and was not an enemy. But he extracted knowledge through conversation the way he extracted everything else, systematically, with the specific goal of leaving no useful information untransferred. Chen talked about sect hierarchy structures, elder faction dynamics, the specific way outer disciples were used as both labor and experimental resources, the administrative and martial authority splits that made inner sects politically navigable. He talked about formation theory, cultivation body mechanics, the historical record of unusual system activations, and how the major sects had handled them. Wei Ba listened with the focused attention of a builder receiving detailed survey data about a structure he intended to occupy and then own. By the time Iron Spire's gate came into view on the 6th day, the operational architecture was complete. He would enter as forgettable, not weak, but undifferentiated, the kind of outer disciple who was recorded and then not examined. He would use the inner library for gold core breakthrough preparation. He would build dominion nodes in the positions that gave him maximum territorial advantage. He would identify every threat and every resource before acting on either. And he would not escalate until the exact moment that escalation was irreversible. The gate was 20 feet of carved granite with 2 inner disciples standing guard in the formal posture of people who expected visitors to be impressed. Their cultivation signatures, Foundation Stage 4 and Foundation Stage 5, were visible to Wei Ba's spiritual sense from 30 meters away. He had absorbed from Foundation Stage 9. These men were not a threat. They were data. He walked toward the gate with the same unhurried efficiency he brought to everything, noting positions and distances and the faint heavier signatures of gold core cultivators somewhere in the structure behind the stone, 9 of them, like 9 lit lanterns in a house he was about to enter. Yushin stopped at the base of the approach road. The invitation had specified outer disciple entry only. Wei Ba looked back once. The city, he said. Yushin looked at him with an expression that had been developing over the past 2 weeks into something that wasn't quite admiration and wasn't quite calculation. The expression of a man who had decided that his most rational move was to continue betting on this particular outcome. We'll be here, he said. Wei Ba turned toward the gate, leaning against the left post, arms crossed, with the specific smile of someone who had sent a message upward and then arrived early to be present when the outcome walked through the door. Kairin, Gold Core Disciple, Elder Shin Vox's operative, the same man who had watched the absorption in the city square with the interest of a scholar confirming an extinct specimen. Outer Disciple Wei Ba, Kairin said. Disciple Kai, Wei Ba said. Elder Shin Vox is looking forward to meeting you. Wei Ba walked through the gate and did not look at the smile. He was already mapping the interior, the courtyard geometry, the administrative building positions, the training ground locations, the direction and density of those 9 gold core signatures somewhere above and ahead. He counted them, 7 distinct, 2 close together. The 2 close ones would be in a coordinated pair assignment. He filed the information. 9 gold core cultivators. The campaign that had cleared an entire regional enforcement structure had been won on Foundation rank. Everything above Foundation would require different methods, deeper strategy, longer approaches, better intelligence, and an entirely different kind of patience. He was ready for a different kind of patience. He had always been ready. The door at the top of the courtyard stair opened, and the Iron Spire sect waited on the other side, and Wei Ba walked toward it with the same expression he wore when reviewing ledger records in the dark before dawn. Methodical, attentive, and already 3 steps ahead of everything the sect thought it was about to see. Chapter 20. That first week inside Iron Spire, Wei Ba did nothing. This was deliberate. This was, in fact, the most aggressive thing he could have done in the first week, because the hardest thing for the sect's administrative surveillance to track was an outer disciple who exhibited no trackable behavior. He attended every mandatory outer disciple obligation with the punctuality and adequacy of a man performing a role. He completed his assigned labor tasks. Outer disciples were used as labor in all 3 of the major sects Chun had described, and Iron Spire was consistent in this regard, with the efficiency of someone who had spent 3 years doing hard labor and found the outer disciple workload comparatively light. He spoke when spoken to. He expressed no opinions. He watched everything. The sect's outer ring had 300 outer disciples, organized into rotating cohorts of 25, each assigned to a mentor from the inner disciple class. His assigned mentor was introduced on day 3, a gold core stage 1 inner disciple named Xianxia, approximately 22, who arrived at the mentor assignment with the bearing of someone who considered this role beneath his abilities and was making his attitude available for reading from across the courtyard. Zhao Qingshan looked Wei Ba over with the specific assessment that inner disciples applied to new outer disciples, calibrating the degree of deference that could be expected, the degree of labor that could be extracted, the specific way this new person could be useful or be ignored. Outer disciple Wei Ba, he said, in the tone of someone recording a name rather than acknowledging a person. I'll expect your morning reports at the 8th bell. Training assessment at 2nd moon. Don't create situations I have to manage. He turned to leave and then, apparently as an afterthought, I'm aware of your background. The regional incident. If you think that gives you standing here, correct that assumption before we speak again. A pause. This is my first and final warning. Wei Ba noted the phrasing. Final warning. He looked at Zhao Qingshan with the same evaluating attention he gave to every new variable. Zhao Qingshan walked away. 3 days later, an outer disciple was beaten to death in the rear training grounds for failing to deliver a resource shipment on time. The investigation lasted 2 hours. The conclusion was training accident. No elder was assigned to review it. The inner disciple involved received a mild administrative note that would be reviewed at the next formal cycle. Wei Ba noted the sect's operational rules. Physical force against outer disciples was not punished if the inner disciple had a plausible functional justification. The system maintained itself through selective enforcement of its own stated principles. This told him exactly which rules applied to him and which were decorative. He began building his next operational architecture with the same patient methodical attention he'd given to the basin structure in year 1, mapping the outer sect's administrative hierarchy, identifying the positions of the 9 gold core cultivators and their functional relationships, locating the inner library access points and the specific permissions that governed them. He identified Elder Xianxia's oversight reach within the outer sect, broad, pervasive, structured around the specific belief that cultivation theft was an ideological problem requiring ideological response. That belief made Xianxia predictable in a way that raw power rarely was. Ideological opponents always telegraphed their next move because they were constrained by the same framework that motivated them. He identified alchemist Chu Fenru's name in the sect's outer ring contractor listing, a contracted alchemist operating in a side facility adjacent to the outer ring's medicinal supply chain. Through a referral, Dao Ron would eventually pass him, but the name was there in the files now, filed for later. He identified 3 training courtyards that had optimal geometry for Dominion node construction, 2 in the outer ring, 1 that would require inner ring access he didn't yet have. He mapped the financial relationships between elder factions that would determine which power structures supported each other and which were in competition. He built the picture. By the end of the first week, the picture was complete enough to begin acting on. He had a gold core breakthrough to engineer, 9 gold core cultivators to eventually absorb from, an elder who intended to destroy him on ideological grounds, and a sect full of resources he intended to take and leave with. He sat in his outer disciple bunk in the dark of the 9th bell and felt the foundation stage 9 ceiling pressing against the walls of his cultivation base, straining for the breakthrough that required a different kind of work than anything he'd done before. Not taking, building. He was going to have to learn something new. The thought did not intimidate him. Everything he'd learned so far he'd taught himself under worse conditions than these. He closed his eyes, placed his attention on the dense, compressed architecture of his dantian, and began the first deliberate cultivation session of his life. Not absorption, not compression, but the slow, patient accumulation of natural qi crystallization that would, given enough time and the right techniques, form a gold core. The process would take time. He had a sect full of enemies and a war ahead of him. Time was the one resource he refused to waste. Chapter 21. The outer disciple's name was Pei Su. He had been at Iron Spire for 3 years, which meant he'd had enough time to learn which inner disciples you could disappoint and which ones you couldn't afford to. He had, apparently, made some errors in this curriculum. Wei Ba was doing foundational qi circulation exercises in the far training courtyard when Pei Su stopped breathing. He did not stop his exercises. He turned his spiritual perception 2 degrees and cataloged what his Conquest System's accumulated fragments of sensing could detect. Inner disciple Rincho, gold core stage 1. Working through a disagreement with an outer disciple in the main practice yard. 2 associates flanking him. The work lasted 4 minutes and 20 seconds, which was longer than it needed to be. No elder came. Wei Ba breathed out, completed his circuit, and began the next one. Later, after the administrative filing cleared, the conclusion was training incident. Mild notation for Rincho. Review at the next formal cycle, which was 4 months away. Wei Ba read the filing summary in the outer sect's administrative records room, a space that was technically open to all disciples and practically used by almost none of them, because most outer disciples had not connected the idea that administrative records were the actual map of how the sect operated. He noted, physical coercion against outer disciples was not punished so long as the inner disciple filed a justification. The justification did not need to be credible. It needed to exist. He was reviewing the resource allocation structures for outer sect training materials when the door opened. He recognized the young man immediately. Inner disciple Han Wu, gold core stage 1, gray-bordered white robes indicating Xianxia's administrative office. Wei Ba had cataloged him on the first day. He was the sect disciple who had watched him absorb Prefect Duan Zhao in the city square and gone very still. The one who had sent the message upward. Han Wu crossed the room and took the table position across from Wei Ba with the deliberate casualness of someone staging a coincidental encounter. Outer Disciple Wei Ba, he said. Elder Shinvox's administrative liaison for Outer Sect Affairs. I know who you are. Wei Ba did not look up from the filing records. You were at the city square. You filed a report within 2 hours. What does the elder want? The briefest pause. Han Wu had trained to manage that pause, but he hadn't trained long enough. Elder Shinvox will be convening a tribunal to examine your cultivation advancement. A formal summons will arrive by next week. I wanted to extend an opportunity before that becomes official. If you cooperate voluntarily, the outcome could be a notation rather than a ruling. I look forward to the tribunal, Wei Ba said. Tell the elder I'll attend with documentation. What documentation? He'll see when I arrive. Han Wu leaned forward slightly. He had the controlled posture of someone who'd been trained in formal persuasion, the technique of establishing shared knowledge to create implied leverage. Wei Ba had watched this approach in every administrator who had tried to manage him from a position of inferior power. The elder has testimony. He has the overseer from the Iron Dust Basin. He has cultivators who were present for multiple incidents. He has a witness whose qi circulation was permanently impaired after an encounter with you. A pause. This is not a small tribunal. Wei Ba set down the file he was reading. He looked at Han Wu directly for the first time. I said I look forward to it. He picked up the next file. Was there anything else? Han Wu left without answering. Wei Ba finished his review of the resource allocation structures, returned the files to their correct positions, and walked back to his training courtyard. He sat in the courtyard center and began natural gold core cultivation work, the slow, deliberate crystallization process that was different from everything else he'd done. He could feel the formation taking shape at the center of his dantian. It required patience in a way that absorption didn't, because there was nothing to force and nowhere to apply pressure. The energy simply had to compress until it chose to hold. The tribunal was coming in 1 week. He needed the gold core before it arrived. Not because it changed Shun Vox's ideological position, nothing changed that, but because facing this tribunal at foundation rank, while Shun Vox had gold core elders at his back, was a negotiation conducted from a worse position than necessary. He had 11 days. The core was 3 days from completion if he maintained this pace. He maintained the pace. On the 14th day of his residence in Iron Spire, across the outer courtyard from where Zhao Qingshan was assigning the cohort's weekly tasks, a second outer disciple was dragged in front of Rinshou for a resource inventory discrepancy. This one lasted 7 minutes. Wei Ba watched from the practice wall, arms folded, and memorized Rinshou's pattern. He favored the left side when performing for an audience. He always stopped before permanent damage. He wanted witnesses who would feel complicit rather than witnesses who would feel endangered. He was a man who understood leverage. That made him a more useful variable than a man who understood only force. Wei Ba filed this away for a later date and returned to work. The gold core crystallized on day 17. He was alone in the far courtyard at the 7th bell when it happened. A soft internal pressure, a moment of compression that felt nothing like anything he'd trained for, and then a quiet settling, like a key turning in a lock that had been waiting for years. Foundation Stage 9 to Gold Core Stage 1. The ceiling he'd been pressing against for months opened without announcement or ceremony. He sat very still for approximately 10 seconds. The Conquest System did not speak. It registered the advancement and updated its parameters with the same mechanical precision it applied to everything. He felt the energy shift in his meridians. Cleaner, denser, more stable than any absorption had ever been. He had grown this one himself, and the difference was noticeable in ways he hadn't expected. He stood, stretched his hands, and checked the time. The tribunal summons was on his desk. He had 3 days. He went to find something worth absorbing before the hearing began. Chapter 22 Elder Shinvox conducted his tribunal in the Outer Sect's administrative hall, which had the dimensions of a space designed to accommodate 300 outer disciples in a mandatory assembly and the acoustics of a space where speakers had learned to project. He used both features deliberately. Wei Ba arrived on time, which was different from arriving when expected. He had observed 3 previous Outer Sect administrative hearings from the courtyard adjacent to the hall. He knew the procedural sequence, the seating arrangement, the specific moment when the presiding elder typically allowed a silence to settle before the witness testimony, the silence designed to communicate the weight of the proceedings and the implication that the silence could still be filled with cooperation. He had no intention of filling it. The panel consisted of Shun Vox in the center seat and 2 flanking elders. Elder Ma 1, Gold Core Stage 4, who oversaw outer disciple training assignments, and Elder Chu Bao, Nascent Soul Stage 1, who administered the sect's cultivation records. Wei Ba noted the panel composition as he took the respondent's position at the center of the room. Shenvox had chosen carefully. Ma Wen was ideologically adjacent to his position, and Chu Bao held the formal authority to issue a ruling against Wei Ba's cultivation status. The assembled witnesses occupied the side benches. Han Wu sat near the back with a documentation scroll. Shenvox opened without preamble. Outer disciple Wei Ba. This tribunal has been convened pursuant to Section 12 of the Iron Spire Sect's Cultivation Purity Guidelines, which prohibit the acquisition of cultivation progress through methods not sanctioned by the sect's established practice frameworks. He paused. You have been advancing at a rate that exceeds what your training records can account for. We are here to examine that discrepancy. Wei Ba said, I'm ready. Shenvox blinked. He had expected either deference or defensiveness. Wei Ba had offered neither. The first witness was the overseer from the Iron Dust Basin, a man Wei Ba had last seen in the city square of Duan Zhao's territory, standing in a group of frightened administrative staff while Yu Shun's guards restored order. The overseer was thinner than Wei Ba remembered. He walked with a slight lisp to one side, which suggested either an injury that had healed wrong or ongoing qi circulation problems that affected his balance. He testified for 12 minutes. His account was consistent with what had happened and colored by the specific fear of a man recounting events to an audience he hoped would validate his suffering. Wei Ba listened to the testimony and watched the flanking elders' faces. Elder Ma Wen was engaged. He leaned forward at two specific points, the moments when the overseer described his inability to circulate qi after the incident. This was the engagement of someone who already believed the conclusion and was collecting evidence to sustain it. Elder Chu Bao was not engaged. He was monitoring the room. Twice his eyes moved to Wei Ba, not with accusation, but with the specific attention of someone running a calculation. Wei Ba noted this. Chu Bao was the most powerful cultivator on the panel and the only one whose alignment was unclear. The second witness was a former enforcer from Zhao's territory, the last of the 5 Wei Ba had targeted before Zhao himself. His qi circulation was functional. His testimony was precise and focused on observed facts rather than emotional content, which made it more credible than the overseer's, but also more straightforward to work with. Wei Ba waited. When Shenvox turned to him and asked if he wished to respond to the testimony, Wei Ba said, yes. He produced 3 documents. The first was a cultivation assessment record from the regional testing station at the city nearest to the Iron Dust Basin, dated 6 months before the incident with the overseer. It showed Wei Ba at early foundation rank, which was accurate. What it also showed, annotated in the corner in the testing station's official notation system, was a second entry. A preliminary assessment of voidborn status conducted at age 12, invalidated at age 19, when further testing revealed he had atypical qi accumulation structure. The voidborn status had never been formally removed from his official cultivation record. It was still listed. He had found this in the regional authority's administrative files 3 weeks ago. He had done nothing with it until now. The testing station's official records show my cultivation status as voidborn, Wei Ba said. The voidborn designation exempts the individual from standard cultivation purity guidelines, which apply only to practitioners with recognized cultivation status. He laid the document on the panel table. I am curious whether Section 12 applies to me at all. Shenvox stared at the document. The voidborn exemption was technically accurate. It was a legacy clause from a period when voidborn individuals were considered non-cultivators by definition, and the purity guideline scope language had never been updated. Wei Ba placed the second document beside the first. This is the sect's own administrative charter, Section 4, Paragraph 9, regarding respondent procedural rights in cultivation tribunal proceedings. Specifically, the clause requiring that a respondent be provided advance access to all witness testimony a minimum of 5 days before the hearing date. He paused. I received my summons 11 days ago. I received no witness list. Elder Chu Bao straightened. He picked up the second document and read it. Wei Ba placed the third document on the table. This is a record of resource allocation irregularities in the Outer Sect's Northern Training Compound over the past 8 months. The specific irregularity involves cultivation materials drawn against Elder Shenvox's administrative authorization for projects that do not appear in the sect's registered research ledger. The room went very quiet. Shenvox's expression did not change. He was too controlled for that. But Han Wu, at the back of the room, stopped writing. I'm not presenting this as evidence against the elder, Wei Ba said. I'm noting it because it appears in the same administrative archive as the documentation I reviewed when preparing for this tribunal. I thought the panel should be aware of what's in that archive. Elder Chu Bao set down the second document and looked at Xianxia with an expression that Wei Ba translated as, "We will be discussing this separately." The tribunal adjourned without a ruling. The procedural irregularities required review. Xianxia left the hall without speaking. Wei Ba gathered his 3 documents, folded them, and placed them back in his sleeve. On the way out, Hanwu fell into step beside him for 2 seconds before thinking better of it and peeling away. The gold core at the center of Wei Ba's dantian was warm with the morning's exertion. He was already planning the next step. Chapter 23, he spent 12 days not announcing his gold core status. This required some management. The Conquest System's territorial tier had unlocked on the night of breakthrough. Tier 2, territory, and the first Dominion node had formed in his primary training courtyard within 3 days of activation. Anyone who entered the courtyard felt it. A slight compression in the ambient energy, a mild resistance against the free flow of their own qi. Not enough to trigger alarm in someone who didn't know what to look for. Enough to provide a consistent 2 to 3% combat disadvantage against cultivators who trained at standard efficiency. Wei Ba cataloged the effect carefully. 2 to 3% was invisible in most encounters. Compounded across multiple exchanges, it became the difference between a fight that lasted 10 exchanges and one that lasted 7. 7 exchanges was enough to change outcomes. He marked a second courtyard, the one adjacent to the outer sect's secondary equipment storage, on the 5th day. A third near the far training wall on the 8th. 3 Dominion nodes, all in the outer ring, all appearing to any external observer as standard training spaces. He had spent 3 weeks building an invisible territorial advantage, and no one in Iron Spire's sect knew it existed. During those 12 days, he took 7 outer disciples at cultivation levels ranging from Foundation Stage 2 to Foundation Stage 8. Each absorption happened inside one of the 3 nodes. Each fight was initiated by the other party. Disputes over training space priority, equipment allocation disputes, the ordinary friction of 300 outer disciples competing for limited resources. He did not seek confrontations. He simply arranged to be in locations where confrontations were statistically likely, and he made sure his expression when present was the kind of expression that a certain type of cultivator found provoking. He was currently at Gold Core Stage 3. The absorption quality had changed at Gold Core. Foundation rank energy had been like absorbing from a stream. Useful, measurable, but finite in its density. Gold Core energy was different, concentrated, more resistant, leaving cultivation impressions in his system that layered rather than simply accumulating. Each absorption felt like acquiring a small library rather than a supply of water. He could feel the absorbed cultivator's techniques and tendencies settling into his body's muscle memory. Not their knowledge, not their personalities, but the physical patterns their years of training had carved into their cultivation systems. He was becoming, physically, a palimpsest of every cultivator he had taken from. On the 12th day, Xianxia appeared at his training courtyard at the second morning bell with 4 inner disciples at his back and the expression of a man who had decided that patience was a resource he had exhausted. Outer disciple Wei Ba. He stopped at the courtyard entrance, the threshold of the Dominion node. His cultivation base immediately registered the territory's effect, though he didn't recognize it as territory. He registered it as an unexplained sense of disadvantage. His jaw tightened. "You've been advancing," he said. "Faster than your records show. Faster than your training schedule allows. And I've been watching the outer sect's incident reports." He held up a scroll. 8 unresolved confrontations in your assigned zones in the past 12 days. 8 cultivators who filed no formal complaints, but whose whereabouts afterward indicate they chose to avoid specific training areas. He lowered the scroll. "I want to know what's happening." Wei Ba stood at the courtyard center. He had been stretching before Zhao Qingshan arrived, and he did not stop. "What would you like me to tell you?" Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed. "I want the truth. Tell me what evidence you have, and I'll confirm or correct it. I have circumstantial evidence of at least 3 unauthorized absorptions." "Do you?" Wei Ba stretched his left shoulder. "Then file a formal report. Section 12 requires direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence requires an investigative tribunal, which requires a panel authorization from 2 elders. You have 1 elder behind you, Xianxia, and after last week's tribunal adjourning for procedural review, his authorization carries some weight issues right now." He looked at Zhao Qingshan steadily. "File what you have." Zhao Qingshan stepped forward into the courtyard. The Dominion node's effect registered immediately, a mild but real resistance against his qi circulation, barely perceptible, entirely deniable if challenged. "Step into the circle and spar," Zhao Qingshan said. "Right now? Let's see what you actually are." Wei Ba paused his stretching. He considered the instruction. Then he stepped into sparring range, raised his hands, and let his cultivation base open to its actual level. Gold Core Stage 3. The shift was visible to every cultivator present. The pressure signature of a gold core practitioner in active stance was distinctive, and Zhao Qingshan's expression moved through several rapid recalibrations before settling on something that looked like controlled anger. You hid your breakthrough. I advanced at an inconvenient time, Wei Ba said. I didn't want the tribunal complicated. Zhao Qingshan's 4 inner disciples were Gold Core Stage 1. Zhao Qingshan himself, Wei Ba's cultivation sense now confirmed, was also Gold Core Stage 1. He had been there for a while, which meant his advancement pace was slower than his position suggested. They sparred for 20 exchanges. Inside the Dominion node, Zhao Qingshan was operating at something closer to Gold Core Stage 0.8, though he didn't know that, and the gap between them was wider than their official gap should have been. Wei Ba fought conservatively. He was cataloging Zhao Qingshan's technique patterns rather than exploiting the full advantage. By the 15th exchange, he had identified 4 habitual defensive stances, 2 preferred offensive combinations, and the specific distance at which Zhao Qingshan felt comfortable committing to a forward strike. He ended the spar at exchange 20 by stepping inside Zhao Qingshan's preferred distance and holding position for 3 breaths, close enough to absorb, conspicuously not absorbing, before stepping back. Zhao Qingshan pulled away. He was breathing harder than Wei Ba. "This is my final warning," he said, the phrase landing with the now familiar pattern of something that was meant as menace but carried a growing sense of ritual repetition. Wei Ba said nothing. Zhao Qingshan and his 4 inner disciples left. Wei Ba returned to his stretching. The Dominion node was working. The courtyard felt like his. 3 things now required parallel management. Shun Vox's adjourned tribunal, which would eventually reconvene, the absorptions, which needed to continue accelerating if he was going to reach nascent soul before the sect's patience with him ran out, and the gold core breakthrough he was going to announce formally tomorrow morning, before someone else announced it for him. He announced it formally the next morning. The reaction from the Outer Sect's Administrative Records Office was clerical. The reaction from Shun Vox's office, via Han Wu 3 hours later, was that the tribunal would be reconvening within the week. He had expected no less. He had also, in the previous 12 days, identified 3 more absorb-eligible outer disciples. He scheduled their courtyard encounters for the days before the tribunal reconvened. Chapter 24. The Outer Sect's assignment rotation placed Zhao Qingshan in Wei Ba's training courtyard by administrative schedule on the 4th morning after the Gold Core announcement. This was not, Wei Ba suspected, fully accidental. Zhao Qingshan had the kind of access to the assignment rotation that a Gold Core Stage 1 inner disciple used as a mentor could acquire by spending 30 minutes with the right administrator. The session was framed as a formal mentor evaluation of the outer disciple's advancement pace. Zhao Qingshan arrived with the demeanor of someone who had been building toward this encounter. "A Gold Core evaluation," he said, entering the courtyard with 2 witnesses behind him, both inner disciples, which meant the results of this session would exist in at least 1 private record beyond the formal notation. "We'll assess your stability, your technique integration, and your combat application." Wei Ba stood at the courtyard center. He had activated the Dominion node to full operational baseline before Zhao Qingshan arrived. The node operated passively, no activation required, no visible indicator, just the sustained territorial authority he'd been maintaining for 2 weeks. "I'm ready," he said. The evaluation proceeded in 3 phases. The first was cultivation stability assessment, a standard examination where the evaluator observed the subject's qi circulation patterns for anomalies. Zhao Qingshan circled Wei Ba slowly, his spiritual sense extended. He found the Gold Core Stage 3 signature, correctly assessed the advancement timeline as faster than the formal record showed, and noted the cultivation density as atypically high for recent breakthrough. He did not find the Dominion node. "Your density suggests assisted advancement," Zhao Qingshan said. "My density suggests I've been working," Wei Ba said. Zhao Qingshan moved on to Phase 2, technique integration. He watched Wei Ba cycle through 3 standard Gold Core combat forms. The technique quality was good, better than 3 months of Gold Core practice should produce. This was because the absorptions had layered other cultivators' physical technique patterns into his body, and those patterns expressed themselves in movement quality that an observer could identify as advanced without being able to specify why. Zhao Qingshan's expression tightened by degree throughout the technique phase. Phase 3 was combat application. He stepped into sparring range without formal announcement of the transition, which was technically a procedural irregularity and practically a deliberate choice to catch Wei Ba mid-stance. Wei Ba was already in stance. They fought for 30 exchanges. Inside the Dominion node, the gap that had been visible in their previous encounter was, if anything, wider. Wei Ba had absorbed 3 more cultivators since then, and Zhao Qingshan was fighting at his node-suppressed 80%, while Wei Ba operated at his true 100% on home territory. On the 14th exchange, Zhao Qingshan tried a technique Wei Ba had identified in the previous spar, a chi pressure burst at close range that he deployed when an opponent moved inside his preferred distance. Wei Ba moved inside the distance deliberately, let the burst land against his gold core-reinforced body, felt it, absorbed the impact information, noted the precise force signature, and then countered with a grip to Zhao Qingshan's leading wrist that stopped him in position. 3 breaths of contact. He could absorb. The absorption window opened, automatic, patient, available. He let go without taking anything. Zhao Qingshan pulled back. His expression shifted through something complex before settling on controlled anger with an undercurrent of something that might have been recalibration. You held contact, he said. Standard restraint technique, Wei Ba said. You held it for 3 full breaths. Did you count? Zhao Qingshan was breathing evenly, which was the discipline of someone who had trained formal composure rather than the ease of someone who felt composed. The 2 witnesses behind him were watching with the careful non-expression of inner disciples who understood they were present for a record. I'll be submitting an advanced evaluation report to Elder Shinvox's office, Zhao Qingshan said. You should expect a full tribunal reconvening. I already expect it. This is my final warning, Zhao Qingshan said, the phrase carrying, by now, something between habit and signature. It was the 3rd time Wei Ba had heard it. He had stopped counting whether Zhao Qingshan meant it and started cataloging the rhythm of when it appeared. After confrontations where Zhao Qingshan had gone looking for a decisive outcome and not found one, the 2 witnesses left with him. Wei Ba stood in his dominion-filed courtyard alone and thought about why he had let the 3 breaths pass without absorbing. It was not sentiment. He reviewed the calculus. Zhao Qingshan was gold core stage 1 versus his current stage 3, which meant the absorption would produce moderate advancement but not exceptional yield, and the risk of a witnessed absorption outweighed the gain. He had a nascent soul breakthrough to prepare for. He needed the gold core advancement continued through the outer sect's available pool, not through a high-visibility target whose disappearance would trigger institutional response. That was why. The calculus was clear. He returned to the courtyard center and began the day's cultivation work. Somewhere in the sect's administrative network, Zhao Qingshan was writing a report. Somewhere in Shun Vox's office, the tribunal reconvening date was being set. He had 11 more absorb-eligible cultivators in the outer ring before the gold core pool ran thin. He needed to reach gold core stage 8 before the tribunal reconvened. He had 4 days. He would use them. Chapter 25. The Vault Keeper's referral arrived on the 3rd evening after Zhao Qingshan's evaluation, written in the precise abbreviated notation of a man who had been communicating through intermediaries for decades and had developed a code for it. The message read, Alchemist Chu Fenru. Contracted operation, Outer Ring Secondary Zone. Referred for specific medical need. She charges double for unpleasant work. Pay it. Wei Ba had known the name was in the outer sect's contractor listings. He had flagged it 3 weeks ago. He had not approached her because the timing required Dominion compression periods to be ongoing, and his compression workload was increasing rather than stabilizing. The outer ring absorptions were leaving accumulated toll in his meridians, and the toll was expressing itself in ways that were beginning to affect his cultivation efficiency. He needed someone who understood what he was doing. Not someone to manage the pain. He managed the pain. Someone to manage the structural consequences. He found her operation in the outer ring's secondary zone, a converted equipment storage room that had been methodically transformed into a functional alchemical workshop. The smell of the space was distinct before he opened the door, a layered mixture of processed medicinal compounds, several of which he recognized from Broken Fist Chen's field medicine work and several of which he didn't. Chu Fenru was at the center bench, working on a compound refinement that required her full attention. She did not look up when he entered. Take a number, she said. You don't have a numbering system. No, but if you're interrupting this stage, you deserve a conceptual delay. She set down the tool she was using with the care of someone working with something temperature-sensitive and finally turned to look at him. She was approximately 22, with the specific bearing of someone who had learned to appear unbothered because appearing bothered gave other people leverage. You're the advancement anomaly. The one Shin Vox wants to dismantle. Wei Ba, I know your name. I know most of what's been circulating in the outer ring gossip for the past 3 weeks. She looked at him with the direct evaluation of someone who cataloged people in functional terms. Sit down. What do you want? Meridian compression support. He sat. I have an unusual cultivation mechanism. The mechanism requires forced compression of foreign energy through my primary meridians. The compression produces physical toll, micro tears, secondary channel pressure, accumulated inflammation along the three main cultivation pathways. I need someone who can manage the structural consequences so they don't compound beyond my baseline recovery rate. Chu Fenru's expression moved through interest before settling back to neutral. Unusual cultivation mechanism, she repeated. Define force compression of foreign energy. I absorb cultivation energy from opponents after defeating them in direct combat. The absorbed energy is foreign and resists integration. I suppress it through sustained will over a period of hours to days. The suppression process produces physical side effects. She looked at him for a long moment. You're serious? Yes. That's either a genius system or a mechanism designed by something that wanted its host to destroy themselves in increments. I'm aware of both possibilities. She turned back to her bench and finished the compound stage she'd been working on. He waited without filling the silence. When she turned back, she had the expression of someone who had done a calculation and was not fully happy with the result. I refuse work I find ethically objectionable, she said. Define your boundary. If you're absorbing from people who didn't initiate the encounter, I won't help sustain that. If it's contested engagements, that's between you and the sect's administrative system. Contested engagements, Wei Ba said. Then my second objection is logistical. The compression process you're describing is not standard cultivation distress. Standard medicinal support operates on standard cultivation stress markers. If your mechanism produces non-standard internal states, I need to examine your meridian structure before I could formulate anything useful. She folded her arms. I'm going to need to understand the mechanism in sufficient detail to work with it. That means you explain things fully when I ask, and you don't make my job harder by hiding relevant information. Agreed. My rates are double standard contracted rates. Agreed. She looked at him as though waiting for the negotiation to begin, and when it didn't, something shifted in her assessment of him. Sit down properly, she said, gesturing at the examination platform near the bench. Roll up your sleeve. She examined his meridians for 40 minutes. She did not speak during the examination except to issue directions. Roll your shoulder back. Circulate qi through the third pathway. Hold this pressure for 30 seconds. She used a set of tools he didn't recognize and compounds he couldn't identify, and her hands had the trained precision of someone who had been working with cultivation structures for years. When she finished, she sat back and looked at him with an expression he couldn't fully categorize. Not alarm, not clinical detachment. Something between the two. Your meridian structure is functionally intact, she said. It's also systematically stressed in patterns I've never seen outside of combat injuries, and you have it in all three major pathways simultaneously. She paused. You've been doing this for how long? Approximately 2 months at the current frequency. 2 months. She was quiet for a moment. The accumulated compression load is manageable right now. If you maintain the current pace or increase it, you'll see structural deterioration in the secondary channels within 3 months. Primary channel damage within 5. She met his eyes. You know this is destroying you slowly. How slowly, he asked. She didn't answer right away. She looked at the examination results, then back at him, and her expression was the expression of a person who had been asked a precise question and was working out how to answer honestly without either exaggerating or understating. That depends on variables I can't fully assess yet, she said. How much you absorb. How quickly. How well you manage the compression periods. How willing you are to follow medical advice you don't like. I'll follow advice that can be justified. Then come back after your next compression period. I'll have a baseline formulation ready. She turned back to her bench. Don't surprise me. Send a message before you come. Weibo stood. I'll send a message. She had already returned to her work. He walked back to his training courtyard and noted, in the silent bookkeeping he maintained for all operational variables, that alchemist Chu Fenru had answered his question without actually answering it, which meant she had done the estimate, and the estimate was more alarming than she wanted to say directly. Either she was managing his reaction or she was managing her own. Either way, she had agreed to the work. That was what mattered. Chapter 26. The systematic campaign in the Outer Ring took 3 weeks and 10 outer disciples. Wei Ba conducted it with the same operational precision he'd applied to the Iron Dust Basin's enforcement hierarchy, modified for the sect's different structure. The basin had been a closed system with clear authority lines. Iron Spire was a dense, layered environment with 300 outer disciples in constant friction over limited resources, which meant confrontations were always available if you positioned yourself in the right spaces at the right times with the right expression. He did not seek the confrontations. He simply became present at their statistical likelihood and let the Outer Ring's ordinary social violence find him. 10 cultivators over 3 weeks. All inside his Dominion node courtyard or one of the 2 adjacent nodes. All foundation stage 4 or above. All initiating. What he gained, Gold Core Stage 4, reached on day 19. The advancement was clean and dense. Each absorption had layered into his existing gold core foundation rather than simply adding to it. And the compression periods had been brutal in the specific way that useful things were brutal. They left him better on the other side. What Chu Fenru confirmed on day 22. He now needed 3 rest days between absorptions instead of 1. He had expected this. The compression periods were accumulating load in his secondary meridian channels faster than his baseline recovery rate could manage. Chu Fenru had formulated a compound she called Structural Tonic 3, which managed the inflammation and slowed the degradation. But she had been clear that management was not elimination. He was building a debt in his own body with each absorption, and the repayment schedule was biological rather than negotiable. You're at approximately 60% of the deterioration rate I estimated when you first came to me, she told him, the morning after absorption number 10. She was examining his left meridian pathway with the focused attention she brought to everything she found genuinely interesting. That's better than expected. Your body is adapting. To the damage. To the mechanism. There's a distinction. She set down her examination tool. The good news is the adaptation rate suggests you have more operational runway than my initial estimate. The bad news is the adaptation is also suppressing some of your natural recovery processes. You're becoming more efficient at tolerating this, which means you'll notice problems later than you should. What should I watch for? She gave him 3 specific markers, not vague symptoms, but observable, measurable changes in his cultivation circulation patterns that she could examine and he could feel from inside his own system. He memorized them with the same precision he applied to administrative records and tactical positioning. Come to me when any of those appear, she said. Don't wait to see if they resolve on their own. I won't. He rolled his sleeve down. The tribunal is reconvening in 5 days. I heard. She began cleaning her examination tools with the systematic attention of someone whose work environment was also their thinking environment. Are you going to tell me how that ends? With xianxia unable to enforce his ruling. She made a sound that was not quite skepticism and not quite belief. He's been accumulating allies in the Elder Council for 8 months. You've been here 3 weeks. He's been accumulating allies, Wei Ba agreed. I've been accumulating documentation. She looked at him. What documentation? I'll tell you after the tribunal. She returned to her tools. You're either very good at this or very lucky. I haven't determined which yet. They're not mutually exclusive. She didn't answer, but the line of her shoulders shifted slightly, which he had begun to recognize as her version of an amused response. The tribunal reconvened 4 days later. Xianxia's ruling, 3 weeks in the making, was direct. Wei Ba was to be expelled from Iron Spire sect pending completion of a meridian cleansing procedure that would reset his cultivation foundation to pre-breakthrough baseline. The cleansing was framed as remediation, not punishment. It was, in practical terms, the destruction of everything he'd built. Wei Ba listened to the ruling in the same administrative hall, with the same panel, and waited for Xianxia to finish. Then he said, I decline the cleansing. Xianxia's expression was the expression of a man who had anticipated this response and prepared for it. Then the expulsion order takes effect immediately, with sect enforcement. Before enforcement, Wei Ba said, I'd like to present documentation to the panel. He produced a file from his sleeve. I've been conducting administrative research over the past 3 weeks. This is a record of 7 tribute payments collected from 3 subordinate clans in the Western Approach territory under Elder Xianxia's administrative authorization. The payments are accounted for in the collection ledgers. They do not appear in the sect treasury's quarterly intake reports. He placed the file on the panel table. The discrepancy covers 8 months and 12,000 sect spirit stones. Elder Chu Bao, the nascent Soul Stage 1 panel member, reached across the table before Xianxia could speak. This is the same archive material I referenced at the last tribunal, Wei Ba said. I mentioned then that it appeared in the same files I'd been reviewing. I thought the full accounting deserved a formal presentation. The hall went quiet in the specific way that halls go quiet when everyone present is calculating simultaneously. Xianxia's composure held. He was a man of genuine conviction, and men of genuine conviction could hold composure under pressure because their certainty of being right was load-bearing. This is a diversionary tactic, he said. A deflection from, I'm not asking for any action on the documentation, Wei Ba said. I'm placing it in the formal record of this tribunal as contextual information about the Elder's administrative conduct. What the panel does with it is the panel's decision. Elder Chu Bao set down the file. He and Elder Ma when exchanged a look that Wei Ba categorized as, this hearing is over for today. The tribunal will be adjourned pending administrative review, Chu Bao said. The expulsion order and cleansing requirement are suspended during the review period. Shinvox left without speaking. Han Wu, at the back of the room, was writing with the focused speed of someone trying to record everything before the record could be shaped by other parties. Wei Ba gathered his materials. He had bought time, not safety. He understood the distinction clearly. Shinvox would not stop. The documentation gave the Elder Council a reason to distance themselves from his direct enforcement, not a reason to oppose him. But 3 months of political distance was 3 months of operational runway. He would use them. Chapter 27. Shinvox's response to the tribunal's suspension arrived through institutional channels, quietly, methodically, and across multiple fronts simultaneously. The outer sect's northern training zones, the 3 areas Wei Ba had not yet claimed as Dominion nodes, had their resource allocation reduced by 40%. A scheduling irregularity, an administrative error, easily corrected at the next quarterly review. Wei Ba's cohort assignments, which had been standard outer disciple duties, were replaced with scouting missions into the sect's contested territory zones along the eastern boundary. The eastern boundary was active. Minor cultivator conflicts, the remnants of a territorial dispute between 2 allied sects that had not fully resolved. The scouting assignments were technically within his outer disciple obligations. They were also the assignments that had produced 2 fatalities among outer disciples in the previous 6 months. Wei Ba completed every assignment and returned from each one with at least 1 absorption to show for it. The contested territory zones had a consistent population, hired cultivators and territorial mercenaries operating in the gray zone between sect authority and independent action. They were aggressive, experienced, and had no institutional protection. He absorbed from 2 of them on his first mission, 1 on his second, and 2 more on his third. Foundation stage cultivators, all of them, lower yield than the inner disciples, but the accumulation mattered, and the compression periods were easier on lower yield absorptions. Gold core stage 6 by the end of the second week. Chu Fenru examined him after the 3rd mission and was quiet for longer than usual before speaking. The compression workload has increased, she said. Yes. You're doing this faster than we discussed. The assignment schedule doesn't give me the option to pace it. She set down her tool. The secondary channel inflammation is approaching the first marker I gave you. She met his eyes. Not at the threshold. Approaching it. I'm increasing the tonic formulation, but I want you to take rest periods. I need 3 to 5 days between absorptions already. That's the rest period. That's the minimum for new compressions. I'm asking for a recovery week with no absorptions for the existing load. She paused. 1 week. After the 3rd mission. He considered this. 1 week was operationally significant. But Chu Fenru's markers were not precautionary suggestions. She had explained exactly what each marker meant in measurable terms, and she was accurate. She had been accurate about everything else. After the 4th mission, he said. After the 3rd. I have 1 more assignment before the natural pause in the rotation. She held the pause for a moment. Then, complete the 4th assignment. After that, 1 week. No arguments. Agreed. He returned from the 4th mission with 1 more absorption and a minor laceration across his right forearm from a territorial mercenary who had been faster than he looked. Chu Fenru treated both with the same focused attention she brought to cultivation work, and did not comment on the laceration except to note that the healing rate was faster than it should have been for a gold core stage 6 cultivator, which was because the absorptions had layered several cultivators' physical resilience patterns into his body alongside their cultivation energy. Your body is strange, she said. I know. I mean that as a professional observation, not a judgment. She secured the bandage with the precise tension she used for everything. The absorptions are changing your baseline physiology. You're healing faster. You're absorbing physical impacts better. Your stamina ceiling has increased without a corresponding cultivation advancement. You're becoming more durable than your rank suggests. Is that a problem? It's unprecedented, which is different from being a problem, but makes it harder to formulate for. She stepped back. Your recovery week starts tomorrow. He took the recovery week. He used the time to establish 4 more Dominion nodes in the Outer Ring's secondary and tertiary zones, bringing his total to 7. And to complete a full administrative mapping of the inner library access permissions that would determine when and how he could legitimately begin accessing higher-tier cultivation resources. He also sent a message, via the Vault Keeper's communication network, to Dao Rong. The message was brief. I will need a suppression formation. For nascent soul breakthrough. What do you need from me to build it? The response arrived 3 days later. 3 absorption records. Detailed. I need to understand your mechanism before I can design around it. Send what you can spare. Wei Ba considered this. He was about to provide a detailed map of how his system worked to someone he had met once and whose agenda he had not fully established. The risk was quantifiable. Dao Rong could use the information to build a counter, to sell to enemies, to research his own applications of the Conquest System's principles. The benefit was also quantifiable. Without the suppression formation, his nascent soul breakthrough would be extremely likely to kill him. He sent 3 absorption records with detailed notation of each compression period's characteristics. He included nothing about the Dominion nodes. On the final day of his recovery week, a message arrived through Iron Spire's administrative system from the Outer Sect's northern border station. An outer disciple named Ru Gung was requesting admission, citing the destruction of his home sect by rival faction action, requesting emergency acceptance under the humanitarian admission clause. Wei Ba read the name twice. Then he read the accompanying profile documentation. Ru Gung, 19 years old. Foundation Stage 6. From the Verdant Branch sect, which had been dissolved by a territory dispute 8 weeks ago. Cultivation path, harmonic resonance, a traditional alignment method that emphasized shared spiritual development over individual advancement. He was registered as Wei Ba's half-brother in the regional cultivation registry. Wei Ba sat with the message for longer than he sat with most things. Then he sent a response to Yu Shun, who was still handling administrative functions in the city Wei Ba had helped him gain control over. A cultivator named Ru Gung is requesting Iron Spire admission. Back his application. Say he's a personal reference of yours. Don't mention me. The admission came through within 3 days. Wei Ba did not go to meet him. Chapter 28 Ru Gung arrived on a gray afternoon and was assigned to the Eastern Patrol rotation, which was where Wei Ba had arranged for him to be assigned, a route that covered the Outer Ring's residential zones and never crossed into Wei Ba's operational areas. Wei Ba watched from the far training courtyard wall as his half-brother completed his intake processing. Ru Gung had their mother's build and their father's walk, and he moved through the Outer Sect's administrative process with the specific mixture of earnest attention and barely concealed exhaustion of someone who had lost something large recently and was working hard to keep moving. His Foundation Stage 6 cultivation was real and earned. The harmonic resonance path was slow by design, each advancement requiring extended cultivation sessions that emphasized depth over pace. Wei Ba filed this information and returned to his own work. Their first actual encounter came 6 days after Ru Gung's arrival, at the Outer Ring's communal mess hall, at the 3rd morning bell. Wei Ba was reviewing a documentation file while eating. Ru Gung sat down across from him without asking. I know you arranged the recommendation, Ru Gung said. Wei Ba did not look up from the file. What recommendation? Don't. Ru Gung's voice was quiet, which was more unsettling than it would have been loud. I recognized Yu Shun's name on the reference documentation. He's from your city. He doesn't know me. A pause. Thank you. Wei Ba set down the file. He looked at his half-brother for the first time in 4 years. Ru Gung was thinner than the registration records indicated, with the specific thinness of someone who had been eating inconsistently. He had developed, since their last meeting, the careful, controlled expression of someone who had been through something and was in the process of deciding whether they were angry about it or only sad. How did the Verdant Branch sect fall? Wei Ba asked. Territory dispute with the Iron Spine Alliance. They decided to take our cultivation zones rather than negotiate. We didn't have the military strength to hold. Ru Gung's jaw tightened slightly. 3 of our elders died. 16 outer disciples were sold into labor contracts to cover the Alliance's administrative fees. Wei Ba was quiet for a moment. Your master? He's alive. Retired to a mountain hermitage. A pause. He said the sect's dissolution was the cultivation world working as designed. He didn't seem angry. Ru Gung looked at the table. I was angry enough for both of us. Wei Ba picked up his file. Your patrol rotation is Eastern Ring. Stay in the Eastern Ring. Don't come into my operational areas. Ru Gung looked up. I heard about you, he said. Before I came here. The basin incident. The city. The tribunal. He paused. People talk about you the way they talk about natural disasters. They mean it as a warning. It's accurate. The people you absorbed. The basin enforcers. The city guards. The outer disciples here. He held Wei Ba's gaze. Are they alive? Yes. Can they still cultivate? Wei Ba held the pause for exactly the length of time it took to determine how much truth was operationally useful. Some of them have limited function afterward. The absorption removes a portion of their base, not all of it. Recovery depends on the individual. Ru Gung absorbed this information in silence. His expression changed in a way that Wei Ba cataloged, but could not fully characterize. Not horror. He had known what Wei Ba did before asking. Something more like the face a person makes when a thing they suspected becomes confirmed. Eastern Ring, Wei Ba said again, and returned to his documentation. Ru Gung left without speaking. 8 days later, at the 4th watch of the evening, Ru Gung came to Wei Ba's outer courtyard and found him in the aftermath of a compression period, lying on the courtyard stone floor with Chu Fenru beside him managing the medication protocol. his face pale and his hands trembling with the specific vibration of internal energy that had been forced into submission rather than integrated naturally. Rugung stopped at the courtyard entrance. Chu Fenru looked up from her work. She did not explain. She returned to what she was doing. Weiba did not look at Rugung. His eyes were open, tracking the ceiling, which was part of his compression management technique, a fixed external reference to hold consciousness stable while his internal landscape was in controlled violence. Rugung stood at the entrance for approximately 90 seconds, looking at his brother on the ground, and then he turned and walked back the way he'd come. Weiba heard the footsteps and noted their direction and did not speak. Chu Fenru, working on the secondary channel inflammation, said quietly, "Who was that?" "My brother," Weiba said. She did not ask anything further. Chapter 29. The confrontation came 4 days later, in the far training courtyard before the dawn bell. Rugung arrived first and stood at the entrance with the posture of someone who had been practicing what they were going to say and had concluded that none of the prepared versions were right. He waited for Wei Ba to emerge from his morning routine, and when Wei Ba appeared, Rugung said, "Can we talk?" "We're talking now," Wei Ba said. Rugung looked at him. "I want to ask you to stop." Wei Ba walked past him to the courtyard center and began his warm-up sequence. "That's not a question. I want to ask you to stop what you're doing to people." Rugung followed him into the courtyard. "Not because of the ideology. I know you don't care about the heavenly path arguments. Because of what I saw the other night. That's not sustainable. You're going to destroy yourself from the inside." Wei Ba stretched his right shoulder. "I've been told. By the alchemist." "Yes." Rugung was quiet for a moment. "She's managing the consequences while you continue causing them. That's an accurate description of medical support." Wei Ba. The name came out with the specific weight of someone using a person's name because they can't find any other leverage. "I saw 15 outer disciples in the Eastern Ring this week who couldn't circulate Qi past Foundation Stage 4. They were Stage 7 2 months ago. I asked around. No one would tell me what happened, but they all pointed to the same 3 training zones." He paused. "Your zones." Wei Ba paused his warm-up. He turned and looked at Rugung directly. "They initiated confrontations," he said, "in my training areas, under conditions where I had every right to defend myself. And then you took their cultivation foundation, a portion of it. For people on the harmonic resonance path, for people whose cultivation is built through years of patient work rather than aggressive advancement, losing even a fraction of their foundation is permanent damage. They cannot rebuild what was integrated." Rugung held his gaze. One of them was 16. His name is Dao Yun. He was working toward Foundation Stage 8. When he was assigned to your courtyard in a rotation, he didn't choose. Wei Ba was quiet for 5 full seconds. This was unusual. He ran the numbers on Dao Yun. The name appeared in the outer sect's advancement records, placed in a mandatory rotation exercise in Zone 2, which was adjacent to his second Dominion node. He had absorbed from a Foundation Stage 7 cultivator in Zone 2 12 days ago. He had not recorded the individual's name. Was he a willing participant, he asked. He was a 16-year-old outer disciple following assignment instructions. The willing confrontation threshold you're using doesn't hold when the structural advantage is yours and the other party doesn't understand the terms. Wei Ba returned to his warm-up. The motion was the same as before, but something in his calculation architecture had shifted, quietly, like a variable being updated in a background process. "I'll adjust the parameters," he said. "Adjust?" Rugung stopped. "What does that mean?" "It means I'll change the selection criteria. Adults only. Gold Core Stage 2 or above. People who have enough cultivation experience to understand what they're entering." He breathed out. "I won't be changing the mechanism. I'll be changing who it's applied to." Rugung stared at him. That's what I'm offering." "It's not enough. It's what I'm offering." Wei Ba looked at him. "You came here to ask me to stop entirely. I'm not stopping. You came here because you thought the problem was that I didn't understand the consequences. I understand them. I'm changing what I can change without stopping the work." He paused. "What do you do with that?" Rugung's expression moved through several things in sequence. Frustration, something that looked like grief, and then a grudging, uncomfortable recognition that this was, in fact, a concession. A small one, but real. "Fine," Rugung said. "Gold Core Stage 2 and above. Adults." He turned to leave. "If I find out you've gone below that threshold again, you'll report it," Wei Ba said. "To whoever you think can do something about it." "That's your right." Rugung left. Wei Ba completed his warm-up and spent 20 minutes working through the implications of his own adjustment. He had not made it from sentiment. He had made it because Dao Yun's situation, when examined through the specific lens Rugung had provided, represented an operational error. A case where the 3-breath absorption window had been exercised without full information about the target's cultivation profile, producing a more significant consequence than the strategic benefit warranted. He did not waste resources. Taking 16-year-olds who couldn't survive the consequence was waste. He updated his targeting criteria. He was at Gold Core Stage 7 by the end of the week. The expansion of Dominion nodes continued. By the end of the third week after Ru Gung's arrival, Wei Ba controlled 9 zones in the outer ring and 3 in the inner sect's outer corridor. The inner sect access having been granted as part of the head elder's library authorization, which he had leveraged to extend to adjacent training spaces. Shu Fenru, examining him on the 21st day. You're approaching the compression ceiling for your current meridian structure. I know. The nascent soul breakthrough needs to happen before you push further. If you continue advancing Gold Core without the structural expansion the breakthrough provides, you'll hit a compression saturation point, and the next absorption will destabilize rather than integrate. I know. He was already in contact with Dao Rong about the suppression formation. Do you have a timeline? 3 weeks. Make it 2. He made it 2. Chapter 30 Zhao Qingshan made his move on a Tuesday, at the 9th bell, with 4 inner disciples and the specific expression of a man who had been patient long enough. The confrontation he had planned was outside Wei Ba's Dominion nodes. He had been conducting his own cartographic assessment of Wei Ba's operational zones over the previous 3 weeks, and he had identified the public training courtyard in the inner sect's southwestern passage as a space Wei Ba had not claimed. He had arranged for 4 Gold Core Stage 2 inner disciples to be present, officially on a joint training exercise. He had arranged for 3 administrators to be in the adjacent corridor. The setting was deliberate. Witnesses who could testify. A space where Wei Ba's territorial advantage didn't apply. Wei Ba arrived at the southwestern courtyard because he was scheduled there. A mandatory outer disciple cultivation assessment that Zhao Qingshan had filed through the standard rotation system. He walked into the arranged space and registered the 4 cultivators, the geometric positioning designed to prevent clean escape, the administrators in the corridor, and Zhao Qingshan standing at the courtyard center with the expression of someone who had prepared a definitive statement. This ends here, Zhao Qingshan said. You've been advancing through unauthorized absorption for months. You've been manipulating administrative processes. You've been establishing territorial influence in outer sect zones that don't belong to you. He glanced at the administrators. All of this is documented. The Elder Council is ready to act. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to make a choice right now, before this becomes formal. What choice? Wei Ba asked. Leave the sect voluntarily. Walk out today, with your cultivation intact, before the council's motion passes and the tribunal strips you of your advancement and sells your cultivation base to the sect's treasury. Wei Ba looked at the 4 inner disciples flanking the courtyard. He looked at the administrators. He looked at Zhao Qingshan. No, he said. Zhao Qingshan raised his hand. The 4 inner disciples moved. Outside the Dominion node, Wei Ba fought at standard efficiency. No territorial enhancement, no ambient weakness affecting his opponents. He fought 5 cultivators who were collectively 3 cultivation stages above him. He fought them for 16 exchanges. He absorbed 3 of them. The absorption sequence was fast. He had refined the 3-breath window to its most efficient form over months of practice, and the cultivators were Gold Core Stage 2 or above, which met his revised criteria. Each contact was in the chaos of close-quarters combat where a grip was indistinguishable from a lock. Each absorption was clean. Each compression began within seconds of completion. Gold Core Stage 8. The 4th inner disciple, a woman named Fun Jiao, Gold Core Stage 3, broke away at Exchange 12 when she recognized what was happening to her 3 companions. She ran for the corridor where the administrators were stationed. Wei Ba let her go. Running witnesses were more useful than remaining ones, in this instance. Zhao Qingshan had retreated to the courtyard wall at Exchange 8 when it became clear that his 4 cultivator advantage was being systematically eliminated. He watched the last 2 exchanges from the wall with an expression Wei Ba could not recall seeing on him before. Not anger, not contempt, not the controlled frustration of someone who has been blocked. Something closer to genuine assessment. What are you? Zhao Qingshan said, when the courtyard was still. I told you when you asked the last time. Wei Ba looked at him steadily. Your next move is filing a formal complaint with the Elder Council. The administrators in the corridor have already sent for them. Zhao Qingshan looked at the 3 cultivators on the courtyard floor, alive, breathing, diminished. They won't be able to advance for months. Gold Core Stage 2 and above, Wei Ba said. They knew the risks of this profession when they chose it. He turned away. File your complaint. He walked out of the courtyard. The administrators pressed against the corridor wall as he passed. The Elder Council's emergency hearing convened that evening. Wei Ba attended. Shin Vox, stripped of formal position but present as a witness, arrived with something he had clearly been holding for the right moment. testimony from 9 cultivators Wei Ba had absorbed over the previous 6 weeks. Not the Outer Ring Foundation disciples. He had refined those away from his targeting. The inner sect absorptions, experienced gold core practitioners who had entered confrontations with full understanding of what they were engaging. 5 of them could not advance past their current stage. The absorption had removed the specific energy that represented their gold core's growth potential, leaving them at a functional plateau. Not disabled, not in pain, but capped, permanently limited at the level where Wei Ba had found them. Wei Ba looked at each one of them. He had met all of them in contested conditions. He had taken what the Conquest System required. He had not thought, specifically, about what they would be afterward. He thought about it now. He looked at the 5 faces and ran the calculation with different inputs than he usually used. Elder Chu Bao asked Wei Ba to respond to the testimony. Wei Ba said, "I'll need to review the full documentation before responding formally." A pause. Request a 3-day adjournment. The adjournment was granted. He walked back to his quarters in the dark and did not sleep for most of the night. Chapter 31 Wei Ba spent the first of his 3 adjournment days doing something he had not done before. He went to see the people he had taken from. Not the outer ring cultivators. He had adjusted the criteria for those already. The inner sect cultivators from the southwestern courtyard, the 5 who had appeared at the Elder Council hearing. He tracked their locations through the sect's infirmary records, which were accessible to disciples under a standard administrative provision that almost no one used. 3 of them were in the infirmary's recovery wing. 2 had returned to their quarters. He went to the infirmary first. The recovery wing was a long room with 6 alcoves separated by curtains. A healer was attending to something at the far end. Wei Ba moved through the space with the kind of unhurried attention that medical personnel learned to interpret as authorized presence and asked no questions about. Inner disciple Ren Chou was in the second alcove. He was the cultivator who had beaten Pei Su to death in week 2 of Wei Ba's arrival. He was also one of the 3 who had participated in the southwestern courtyard confrontation, Zhao Qingshan's arranged assault. He was awake. He looked at Wei Ba with the expression of a man who had calculated the situation and found he had no available response. Wei Ba sat down. He looked at the cultivation assessment report clipped to the alcove post. The notation read, Gold Core Stage 2. Permanent plateau, no advancement pathway remaining. Full functional capacity retained. You can still fight at this level, Wei Ba said. Yes. Ren Chao's voice was flat, just not higher. Wei Ba held a pause. You came into that courtyard to remove me from the sect. Yes. At Zhao Qingshan's direction. Yes. And Zhao Qingshan came to that courtyard to apply institutional leverage for Shun Vox's faction. Ren Chou looked at the ceiling. Probably. I don't know the full chain. Wei Ba looked at the assessment report again. Gold Core Stage 2, permanent. Ren Chou had been Gold Core Stage 2 when they fought, which meant the absorption had consumed his advancement potential entirely, not just a fraction. He had been right at the threshold between what Wei Ba's system could take without consuming the full growth capacity and what it couldn't. He filed this data point. The compression calculus needed better input parameters. Why did you come? Ren Chou asked. To see the result. Does it change anything? Wei Ba was quiet for long enough that the question didn't need an answer. He stood, replaced the assessment report, and walked out. Ru Gong was in the corridor outside the infirmary. He had evidently been watching the entrance. He had the expression of someone who had expected to be kept waiting longer. You went in, he said. Yes. Why? Because the information in there was relevant to my operation. Wei Ba walked past him. The compression parameters I've been using were designed for absorbing cultivators with more advancement runway. Targets at their cultivation ceiling absorb differently. I needed to understand the specific mechanism. Ru Gong fell into step beside him. You want to see what you did to them so you could do it better. So I could do it more accurately. There's a difference. Is there? Wei Ba stopped walking. He turned and looked at his half-brother. Tell me what you want. Not what you want me to do differently. What you actually want. Ru Gong met his gaze. He was one of the few people who held Wei Ba's direct attention without flinching, not because he was fearless, but because the thing he was afraid of was not Wei Ba specifically. It was becoming someone who looked away. I want you to be capable of caring whether they're all right. I went to see them, Wei Ba said. That's not the same thing. No, Wei Ba agreed. But it's what I have. Ru Gong stared at him. Then something shifted in his expression, not acceptance, exactly. More like the look of someone who has found the exact shape of a problem and is working out whether it's one they can live with. You changed the criteria, Ru Gong said. After I came to you. Adults, Gold Core Stage 2 and above. You did that? Yes. Why, if you don't care? Wei Ba resumed walking. Because it was an operational error. Not the right question. Ru Gong walked with him in silence for a while. Then, I'm going to keep watching. If the criteria slip, You'll report it. Weiba glanced at him. I said that before. It's still true. Ru Geng left at the corridor junction. Weiba went back to his quarters and updated the compression parameter models with the data from Rin Chao's assessment report. He did not stop. He was not capable of stopping. But something in the background architecture of his calculations had been updated, not to value what Ru Geng valued, but to include the information Ru Geng was capable of providing. That was not nothing. Chapter 32. The 3-day adjournment produced, on its final day, a formal response from Wei Ba to the Elder Council's emergency hearing that was 22 pages long and addressed the legal, administrative, and procedural dimensions of the Southwestern Courtyard incident in enough detail that Elder Chu Bao spent 40 minutes reading it before the reconvened session. The core argument was simple. Every absorption had occurred in contested combat conditions, with targets who met his revised criteria, in circumstances where the contested nature of the encounter was established by the target's own initiation patterns, all documented through the Outer Sect's incident report system, which showed each cultivator had entered Wei Ba's training zones under confrontational behavioral profiles. The 5 permanently plateaued cultivators were unfortunate consequences of contested combat. They were not unique to his system. Standard high-level combat frequently produced permanent cultivation impairment through other mechanisms. The sect provided no compensation to cultivators impaired through standard combat. The 22 pages made a bureaucratic argument that was technically sound and entirely ignored the moral dimension Shinvox was attempting to place at the hearing center. Elder Chu Bao tabled the motion for further review. Shinvox walked out. The institutional distance between Shinvox and formal council backing was now sufficient for Wei Ba's purposes. He had not defeated Shinvox. He had made Shinvox's position expensive enough to pursue that the council's pragmatic majority preferred to let it run without their formal endorsement. He expanded his dominion nodes into the Inner Sect's second corridor during the week that followed. The Inner Sect's second corridor was Gold Core territory. The cultivators who trained there were Gold Core Stage 3 and above, and the absorption potential per confrontation was proportionally higher. He established 3 nodes in the second corridor within 8 days, which brought his Inner Sect total to 6 and his outer ring total to 9. 15 dominion nodes. His spatial awareness of Iron Spire Sect had changed over the past 2 months. The sect no longer felt like a place he was navigating. It felt like a place he was inhabiting. The territorial sense extended through each node in a network of subtle awareness that the Conquest System registered as active ownership. He was Gold Core Stage 9 by the end of the second week. Chu Fenru examined him 3 days later and set down her examination tools with unusual deliberateness. "The compression ceiling I warned you about," she said. "I know. You're at it now." She turned to look at him. "Not approaching it. At it. The next absorption you attempt at this level will not integrate cleanly. The foreign energy will fracture against the existing compression load, and the fracture propagates inward." She paused. "That means you're Dantian. I know what fractures propagating inward means. I want to be clear that I am not speaking in probabilities." She held his gaze. "This is not you might have problems. This is, do not absorb again at your current structure. The breakthrough has to happen first." Weiba was quiet for a moment. "I'm waiting on a formation design from Dao Rong. When does it arrive?" He said 10 days. "Can you advance the timeline?" Weiba looked at the wall. "I can try." He sent Dao Rong a second message that evening. "I need the formation design in 6 days. Not 10. Tell me what's missing and I'll provide it." Dao Rong's response arrived the next morning. "I need the absorption record for the highest ranked cultivator you've taken from. 1 complete record, full compression parameters included." Wei Ba spent 3 hours writing the most detailed absorption record he'd produced. The Gold Core Stage 8 inner disciple who had been his highest yield absorption before the parameter revision. Full notation on the compression period's duration, intensity, structural response, and yield characteristics. He sent it. 2 days later, Dao Rong sent a schematic. The suppression formation was complex in the way that things designed by someone who understood both the problem and the solution were complex, not elaborate for its own sake, but built from specific functional requirements that were each individually necessary. Dao Rong had designed it to contain 12 energy matrices simultaneously, which was higher than Wei Ba's current gold core accumulation count. He had over-engineered it. Wei Ba noted this with something approaching appreciation. He began building the formation on his own body that night, embedding the sigil sequence into his meridian pathways over a 4-day period that required Chu Fenru's assistance at 3 critical junction points. "What is this?" she asked, examining the formation's second junction with the focused attention she brought to anything technically unfamiliar. "A containment structure for the nascent soul breakthrough." It holds the accumulated foreign energy signatures inert while my soul expands into the new structure. She examined the design for another minute. This is Dao Rong's work. Yes. He's good. She attached the junction sigil with the precise tension required. This might actually work. It will work. She looked at him. You're very certain. I gave him exactly the information he needed. He used it correctly. Wei Ba reviewed the formation's progress in his own cultivation sense. For junctions complete, 8 remaining. The people who do their job will usually produce results. I chose him because he was capable. He was. Chu Fenru returned to her work. You actually believe that, she said. Not a question. What? That the people around you are capable. A pause. You trust their competence even when you don't trust them. Wei Ba considered this observation. It was accurate. Yes. That's an unusual thing, she said. For someone who never lets anyone help them. The formation's 8th junction was the most delicate. She worked on it for 40 minutes without speaking. He held the cultivation pressure at exactly the required level for the entire duration without moving. Afterward, she looked at the completed junction with the expression she used for work she was satisfied with, and said nothing else about it. He filed the exchange under information that did not require immediate response. Chapter 33. The message from Shun Vox's allies arrived, while Wei Ba was completing the suppression formation's final junction. It was not sent to Wei Ba directly. It was sent to the Outer Sect's administrative office as a formal request, under Shun Vox's personal seal, for immediate consultation with the Iron Spire head elder regarding the ongoing institutional threat posed by an outer disciple with anomalous cultivation characteristics. The language was careful, not accusatory, not aggressive, but specific enough that anyone reading it understood the request was a formal escalation above the Elder Council level. Shun Vox was going to the head elder. He had exhausted every administrative lever below that level, and he was going to the top of the institution. Wei Ba read the copy of the filing that Zhao Qingshan's intelligence contacts. And Zhao Qingshan did have intelligence contacts, a network that Wei Ba had been quietly cataloging for 2 months, had intercepted and passed along. He set it down. The formation was complete. His nascent soul breakthrough was ready to attempt, theoretically. But ready to attempt meant ready for a process that could kill him, and killing himself before managing Shun Vox's final escalation would be operationally wasteful. He needed 2 things to happen in the right order. Shun Vox's institutional threat addressed, then the breakthrough. He sent a message to Dao Rong. Shun Vox is going to the head elder. I need your assessment of what the head elder will authorize. Dao Rong's response was not what he expected. I have no read on the head elder's position, but I can give you something more useful. Are you aware that Shun Vox's current title is former elder, pending administrative review? He has no formal standing before the head elder. He would need a current elder to co-sign the consultation request. Wei Ba went back to the filing. He read it again. Dao Rong was correct. Shun Vox's seal was present, but the co-signing position was filled by a name he had not registered. Elder Crane Wing, Gold Core Stage 8, Outer Sect Academic Division. He ran a search on Elder Crane Wing through the administrative records. Crane Wing had co-signed 9 documents with Shun Vox in the past 2 years. All of them were in the Outer Sect's academic domain. All of them were administratively unremarkable. Until you noted that Crane Wing's cultivation record showed a standard assessment 6 months ago, and a follow-up assessment 2 months ago that had noted unexpected meridian irregularities. The follow-up assessment had been conducted by a specialist that Crane Wing had requested and paid for privately. The same specialist who had examined 3 of the cultivators Wei Ba had absorbed and provided testimony at the Elder Council hearing. Crane Wing was not Shun Vox's ideological ally. Crane Wing was someone who had connected Wei Ba's activities to cultivation damage and had a personal reason to act on that connection. Interesting, Wei Ba said to the empty room. He sent another message to Dao Rong. Do you know anything about an elder at Iron Spire named Crane Wing? Dao Rong's response was quick. Crane Wing's son was an outer disciple at Iron Spire 6 months before you arrived. No longer registered. No departure notation. Wei Ba was still for a long moment. He ran the Outer Sect's departure records for 6 months before his arrival. 1 outer disciple, Foundation Stage 5, departure notation reading voluntary withdrawal. The departure had been filed by Crane Wing's administrative authorization. He pulled the supplementary documentation that outer disciples were required to file on voluntary withdrawal. The entry was sparse, a single line. Cultivator chose to pursue independent study. No outstanding obligations. And below it, in the margin, a notation in different handwriting. The healer's assessment notation required for all departures. Medical basis for withdrawal. Cultivation recovery period recommended. He looked at the entry date. 3 months before his arrival. and the cultivation status at withdrawal. Foundation Stage 5, with a note that advancement progress had stalled after an incident involving unauthorized training zone access. One of the Outer Ring Dominion node incidents he was being blamed for had happened before he arrived. This was either a very significant coincidence or Crane Wing had connected the wrong cultivation damage to his activities. He sat with this for several minutes. Then he went to Elder Crane Wing's public consultation hours and waited outside the door until the current appointment finished. Crane Wing was a small man in the late range of cultivator middle age, with the specific bearing of an academic elder who had not been in serious combat in many years. He looked at Wei Ba with an expression that moved through recognition before arriving at something Wei Ba cataloged as controlled fear. "My son," Wei Ba said. Crane Wing was quiet for a moment. "How did you, the records?" Wei Ba sat down across from him. His name was Crane Pong. He withdrew 6 months before I arrived. The cultivation damage notation on his departure record predates my presence at this sect by 3 months. Crane Wing looked at his desk. His hands, Wei Ba noticed, were folded in the specific way of someone keeping them still through effort rather than ease. "Yes," Crane Wing said. "Who caused his damage?" "An inner disciple named Fun Jiao." A pause. She had access to a technique that, it was a restricted technique. It wasn't reported. The damage was attributed to a training accident. Wei Ba was quiet for a moment. Fun Jiao, the Gold Core Stage 3 inner disciple who had fled the southwestern courtyard during his confrontation with Zhao Qingshan's 4. "Then the wrong person has been brought to council hearings," he said. Crane Wing looked at him. "When Shin Vox brought me the case file, the pattern looked the same. The damage profiles resembled each other. They're not the same mechanism." Wei Ba stood. "My absorptions damage advancement potential. What happened to your son damaged the cultivation foundation stability, a different mechanism entirely." He paused. "I can provide the documentation distinguishing the two profiles, if you withdraw your co-signature from Shun Vox's consultation request." Crane Wing held the pause for a long moment. "If I withdraw, Shun Vox loses his formal standing before the head elder. The consultation request fails on procedural grounds." Wei Ba looked at him steadily. "I will also provide a formal accounting of who caused the damage to your son's cultivation, with evidence sufficient to support a case before the Elder Council." Crane Wing's hands unfolded. He looked at Wei Ba with an expression Wei Ba had seen before on people who were recalibrating something they had assumed was settled. "You're offering to help me," Crane Wing said. "I'm offering a transaction," Wei Ba said. "Both parties benefit. I don't have the vocabulary for the other kind." Crane Wing withdrew his co-signature the next morning. Chapter 34 Shin Vox had no formal standing before the head elder without Crane Wing's endorsement. But he had something more durable than institutional standing. The specific motivation of a man who had been right and had been obstructed from acting on it. He found another route. The cultivator arrived at Iron Spire's outer gate on the 4th day after Crane Wing's withdrawal. A nascent soul stage 1 named Lian Forge, traveling under the official credentials of the Pale Axis sect, which was an allied sect with a formal consultation agreement with Iron Spire. The consultation agreement entitled Pale Axis sect's emissaries to full access to Iron Spire's training facilities for purposes of technical observation and assessment. The agreement was old enough that it had been written before Iron Spire's current administrative practices, which meant it was technically broader than intended. Lian Forge requested access to observe outer sect training activities. The request was approved automatically through the administrative system before anyone connected it to Shun Vox's name. Wei Ba knew Lian Forge was on-site before Lian Forge reached the outer ring. The Dominion node network told him the ambient cultivation pressure in the northern approach corridor registered a nascent soul stage 1 signature moving through it, not weakened by the node's effect, which meant the signature was strong enough that the node's baseline suppression was insufficient. That was the threshold where Wei Ba's node stopped working as ambient advantages and started working simply as awareness indicators. He stood in his primary training courtyard and assessed the situation with the same methodical precision he applied to all resource calculations. Nascent Soul Stage 1. 3 full cultivation tiers above his current Gold Core Stage 9 status. The Conquest System's absorption limit was 1 tier above his current rank. He could absorb from Nascent Soul Stage 1 theoretically, but the attempt would be catastrophic. The energy differential was too large. The compression requirement would destroy him before the integration was complete. He could not absorb from Lian Forge. He had 3 available options: fight conventionally and lose, negotiate and fail to find common ground, or leave. He chose to leave. He left quickly, with efficiency and no visible urgency, taking Chu Fenru with him from the alchemical workshop and sending a message to the Vault Keeper's communication artifact that would reach Dao Ron within hours. He was out of Iron Spire's outer gate before Lien Forge reached the inner courtyard. Behind him, Shunvox's voice carried across the sect grounds at a volume calibrated for an audience. He ran. Weiba did not turn around. He kept walking. He heard, through the crowd of cultivators who had gathered at the commotion, whose reactions reached him through his extended cultivation sense, the specific murmur that followed a retreat by someone who had been building a reputation for advancing through force. The murmur carried a particular quality, not contempt, but recalibration. People who had been afraid of him were running a new calculation. Shunvox was using the retreat to make a point. The point was, the Conquest System stops working at a certain level. Above that level, he's nothing. It was not a wrong point. It was incomplete. Weiba walked for 3 hours before stopping at a way station in outside the sect's administrative territory boundary. He sat across from Chu Fenru in the inn's shared room and looked at the wall. He was 3 ranks above you, Chu Fenru said. She was cleaning her instruments with the careful attention of someone giving another person time to speak if they wanted to. There was nothing to do. I know. You're not the kind of person who retreats and doesn't come back, she said. So this is a temporary position. Yes. Do you have a plan? I'm building one. He looked at the wall for another moment. I need information about Lien Forge's assignment. Who authorized it? Who's paying for it? What the formal terms of his Pale Axis consultation request actually say. He paused. I need someone inside Iron Spire's administrative system to pull that documentation. Chu Fenru looked at him. You want Zhao Qingshan? Yes. You've been building leverage against Zhao Qingshan for months. You've been refusing to absorb from him specifically because he's more useful intact. She paused. And now you're going to ask him for something. I'm going to offer him something, Weiba said. There's a difference. She was quiet for a moment. Then, what's the offer? That's still under construction. He took out a blank document sheet and the writing instrument he kept in his inner robe. What do you know about what Zhao Qingshan wants? Chu Fenru looked at him with the expression she used when she was assessing whether something was worth the energy of explaining. She had, over 2 months of working with him, developed a calibrated sense of which observations he would actually process versus which he would file without using. He wants out from under Shunvox, she said. He's been running Shunvox's errands for 2 years because Shunvox has leverage on him. I don't know what the leverage is, but it's old. She paused. And he's proud. He would rather deal with you from a position of apparent equality than from a position of admitted weakness. Whatever you offer, frame it as a trade. Weiba wrote 2 lines on the document sheet. Then he sent a message. Zhao Qingshan's response arrived 6 hours later. It said, "What are you offering?" Weiba wrote back, "A conversation." He prepared the offer carefully, sitting in the way station, and while Chu Fenru read a cultivation theory document she'd been working on for 3 weeks, the inn's lantern burning low between them, the Conquest System's formation settled in his meridians, and his nascent soul breakthrough waiting 2 days behind him like a room he hadn't entered yet. He was going to walk back into Iron Spire through the front gate. He was going to do it with Zhao Qingshan's cooperation and the documentation that ended Lien Forge's visit. And he was going to do the nascent soul breakthrough before anyone else had the chance to send another Lien Forge. The preparation required precision. He had time to be precise. Chapter 35. Zhao Qingshan met him at the way station on the 2nd day. He arrived alone, which was either confidence or calculation, possibly both. He sat down across the table from Wei Ba with the bearing of someone who had decided that the fact of this meeting didn't represent a concession, and Wei Ba let him maintain that position without comment. You said a conversation, Zhao Qingshan said. I'm here for a conversation. I need Lien Forge's assignment documentation, Wei Ba said. Who authorized it? Who's paying for it? And what the formal terms of his consultation request say. Specifically whether the terms were filed correctly or whether there are procedural irregularities. Zhao Qingshan looked at him with the specific expression of someone recognizing that a request has already been structured to make refusal difficult. Why would I have access to Pale Axis Sect's consultation records? Because your intelligence contacts have access to Iron Spire's administrative filing system, and Pale Axis Sect's consultation request would have gone through Iron Spire's administrative system before it was approved. Weiba paused. You've been building that network for 2 years. I know it exists. You know I know it exists. I'm not asking how you got access. I'm asking if you'll use it. Zhao Qingshan was quiet for a moment. What are you offering in exchange? I won't absorb from you, Weiba said. Ever. Formally excluded. Zhao Qingshan looked at him. You've had 2 opportunities. You passed on both. Yes. This makes the exclusion formal and permanent. That's not enough. Weiba had anticipated this. He reached into his inner robe and produced a sealed document. This is the complete administrative evidence file on the tribute skimming from the 3 subordinate clans. The material I showed the Elder Council panel. The full file, including the backup documentation I didn't present at the hearing. He set it on the table. Xianxia has held leverage over you for 2 years. The leverage is specific. I identified what it was. This evidence file ends that leverage by making Xianxia's position in Iron Spire untenable regardless of what he holds over you. Zhao Qingshan did not reach for the file immediately. He looked at it with the expression of someone who had been handed something they wanted very much and were checking it for weight that wasn't visible. If the leverage ends because Xianxia is removed, he said carefully, that's not the same as the leverage ending because he no longer has the evidence. No, Wei Ba agreed. But if Xianxia is removed from his position and his standing in the sect is eliminated, the leverage becomes academically interesting rather than operationally threatening. A pause. He won't be in a position to use it. Zhao Qingshan picked up the file. He examined it for 2 minutes. Then he set it down. The consultation request, he said. Give me a day. You have until the morning bell. Zhao Qingshan stood, picked up the file, and paused. This is my final warning, he said, which in the current context had the quality of a man testing whether his signature phrase still functioned, checking if it had eroded into pure habit. Wei Ba looked at him. You say that every time we reach an agreement. Zhao Qingshan looked at him for a moment with something that wasn't quite amusement, wasn't quite offense, and then walked out into the evening. The documentation arrived at dawn. A full copy of Lian Forge's consultation request, with a covering note in Zhao Qingshan's handwriting that read, he was hired privately by Xianxia using funds drawn against the outer sect's emergency discretionary allocation. The consultation request lists technical assessment of advanced cultivation phenomena as the purpose. It was filed under Xianxia's former elder authorization rather than a current elder's, which requires a 20-day review period before access is granted. The access was approved in 2 days by a junior administrator Xianxia has managed for 6 years. Wei Ba read the note twice. Then he read the consultation request itself. The access had been approved in 2 days under a current elder authorization, a falsified current elder designation added to Xianxia's former elder credentials by the managed administrator. The falsification was discoverable by anyone who checked the current elder registry against the authorization code. This was not a gray area. This was a crime. He sent a message to Elder Chu Bao, the panel member who had been running calculations at every tribunal, the nascent Soul Stage 1 administrative authority whose position in the Elder Council gave him the standing to act. The message contained 3 attachments: Lian Forge's consultation request with the falsified authorization, the junior administrator's approval record with the discrepancy annotated, and the financial record showing the emergency discretionary allocation usage. He added a single line at the end. I'm returning to Iron Spire tomorrow morning. Then he slept for 6 hours and woke before the dawn bell, and sat with Chu Fenru over tea while the morning came in. 2 days, he said. Then the breakthrough. She looked at him over her cup. 2 days. If Chu Bao moves on the Lian Forge authorization, Xianxia loses his operational tool. I return, complete the breakthrough, and advance before the next escalation can be arranged. And if Chu Bao doesn't move? Wei Ba considered this. Then I come back anyway, and do it faster. She was quiet for a moment. You're not afraid of it, she said. The breakthrough. I've built the formation. Dao Rong confirmed the design. I have enough information. That's not what I asked. He looked at her. No, he said. I'm not afraid of it. She drank her tea. Good, she said. Fear would slow the compression, and the compression is the hard part. He filed this as the most useful thing anyone had said about the breakthrough. He finished his tea. The morning arrived. He prepared to walk back into Iron Spire. Chu Bao had already acted by the time he reached the outer gate. Lian Forge was gone. The junior administrator was in administrative detention, and Xianxia had been escorted from sect grounds pending a formal ethics review. Wei Ba walked through the gate with Chu Fenru beside him and did not look for where Xianxia had gone. He had 2 days before the breakthrough. He intended to use them efficiently. Chapter 36 The Elder Council's emergency session regarding Lian Forge's unauthorized visit ran for 3 hours, which was 1 hour longer than it needed to be because Elder Chu Bao was meticulous in the way that powerful administrators were meticulous, not thorough for thoroughness' sake, but thorough because incompleteness gave future opponents something to work with. The junior administrator who had falsified Xianxia's authorization credentials was dismissed and stripped of cultivation rank access for 2 years. Lian Forge's consultation authorization was formally voided, and a letter was sent to the Pale Axis Sect's administrative office regarding the misuse of inter-sect consultation agreements. And Xianxia, Elder Xianxia in the documentation, though the title would not survive this session, was brought before the full council for what Chu Bao called, in the session's opening statement, a comprehensive accountability review. Wei Ba attended as a witness. He sat in the side alcove reserved for non-panel parties and watched Xianxia stand before the council with the bearing of a man who had been right about the central thing and was being punished for the peripheral ones. Zhao Qingshan received acknowledgement in the session's record as the source of the initial documentation flagging the authorization irregularity. He accepted this with practiced modesty. Weiba did not watch his expression during the acknowledgement. He was watching the Elder Council's 3 uncommitted members, the ones who had been waiting to see which direction the institutional wind was blowing before choosing a position. All 3 voted to remove Xianxia's elder status. The vote was unanimous, which was the outcome when an institution had already reached a collective judgment and needed a formal occasion to express it. After the session, in the corridor outside the administrative hall, Xianxia found Weiba. He looked older than he had at the first tribunal. Not physically older, but older in the way that men who had been certain for decades looked after their certainty had been processed through institutional machinery and come out labeled inadmissible. He stopped in Weiba's path and held his ground. "You want a procedural argument," Xianxia said. "I want you to understand what you did not do. You did not prove me wrong." Weiba stopped. He looked at the man who had been trying to remove him from the sect for 3 months. "I know." Xianxia reached into his sleeve and produced a document. A single page, handwritten, with 15 names on it. Cultivators. Each one with a notation beside their name, rank, location, and a brief description of their cultivation status. 15 names Weiba had never requested and had never thought to collect. "These are the people whose cultivation I could document," Xianxia said. "There are others I couldn't verify. Others whose damage was internal and didn't produce measurable external markers." He held the document out. "I want you to take this." Weiba looked at the document. He looked at Xianxia's face. "Why?" he asked. "Because you're going to keep doing this. Nothing I did stopped you. Nothing the council did stopped you. And the only thing I can hope for now is that at some point you'll look at a number and it will mean something to you." He pushed the document forward. "Take it." Weiba took it. He stood with the document in his hand while Xianxia walked away down the corridor, out of Iron Spire, out of the administrative system that had been the mechanism of his entire attack. Weiba looked at the 15 names. Read each one. Noted the rank notations and the consequence descriptions. Then he folded the document once, exactly, and placed it in his inner robe beside his operational notes. He did not speak about it to anyone. He went back to his training courtyard and spent the afternoon on cultivation work, and in the background of every precision decision he made for the rest of that day, the list was present, not as a check on his actions, not as a moral accounting, but as data. The kind of data that accumulated meaning slowly, the way compression damage accumulated in meridians, quietly, and with compounding interest. Chapter 37, The Nascent Soul Breakthrough, came on a night when the sect was quiet. Weiba had chosen the timing deliberately, not the middle of the day, when an energy release of this magnitude would register across multiple elder-level cultivators simultaneously and produce immediate institutional response, but the 4th watch of the night, when the sect's active monitoring dropped to minimum and the elders who maintained ambient awareness were in their lightest sleep cycles. He had studied the monitoring pattern for 2 weeks. He knew the 4-hour window where the inner spire's passive detection was at minimum sensitivity. He sat in his primary Dominion node courtyard with the suppression formation active in his meridians. 16 junctions, all holding steady, each one containing a specific subset of the accumulated foreign cultivation signatures from his 37 gold core absorptions. Dao Rong's design had separated them into 6 groups by signature type and intensity. The 6 groups he would have to subdue in sequence, not simultaneously, which was a critical design choice. Simultaneous suppression would have required a consciousness capacity he wasn't certain he had. Sequential suppression gave him a chance. Chu Fenru had prepared the medical support, 12 compounds laid out in sequence order beside him, each one targeting a specific compression stress marker she had identified across months of monitoring. She sat at the courtyard wall, not beside him. The breakthrough required his full physical space, with her attention complete. "Ready?" she asked. "Yes." He closed his eyes. The gold core at the center of his dantian had been pressing against its ceiling for weeks, dense with compressed energy and accumulated foreign signatures. The breakthrough process began when he stopped suppressing that pressure and let it move. The first sensation was expansion, a physical sense of his dantian's walls dissolving as the compressed energy surged outward. His cultivated foundation, built from 37 absorptions and months of natural advancement, drove the expansion with more force than a standard gold core breakthrough would carry. The suppression formation held as the expansion began, each junction point sustaining its containment sequence exactly as designed. The first foreign signature group detonated against his consciousness 2 seconds in. It was not pain in the standard sense. It was the sensation of 6 distinct other wills, former practitioners, each one a personality compressed down to its essential fighting instinct, pressing against his consciousness simultaneously with the specific desperation of something trying to keep its own existence against annihilation. The first group was the weakest. For Gold Core Stage 2 absorptions, their combined mass pressing against his expanding soul with the force of 4 men trying to prevent a door from closing. He pressed the door. The compression required holding a single point of absolute will. Not strength, not technique, just an unbroken refusal to let the foreign consciousness maintain its own shape. Each of the 6 groups had a breaking point. Weiba had found each of his previous compressions breaking points through pain. This was all 6 at once, sequential, with each group's resistance triggering the next before the previous one was fully resolved. Group 3 was the hardest. It contained the 2 Gold Core Stage 8 cultivators from the Western Inner Corridor, the highest rank absorptions he'd completed, and their energy signatures had been in contact with each other during their time compressed in his dantian, which meant they had developed a form of resonance. They pressed back against his consciousness with a coordinated resistance that was unlike anything the previous groups had shown. He held the point for 31 seconds before the resonance broke. His soul expanded into the nascent soul structure with the final compression complete, and the foreign signatures collapsed inward, not destroyed, but subdued, integrated as vassal signatures within the new soul architecture in the way that Dao Rong's formation had designed. They existed now as strata within his foundation, their cultivation permanently part of his, their identity reduced to the echo that all absorbed cultivation left in him, memory without will. He opened his eyes. The courtyard was still dark. The fourth watch continued. He had been in the breakthrough for 43 minutes by Chu Fenru's timing. Done, he said. She crossed the courtyard and examined him with the rapid efficiency of someone who had been ready for a medical emergency for 43 minutes. She worked through 4 of the 12 compounds in sequence before pausing. You're all right, she said. The statement had the quality of someone confirming something they had not been certain of until this moment. Yes. The soul projection, try it. He extended his consciousness outward, through the nascent soul's new capabilities, past the boundaries of his physical body. His awareness expanded in a radius of approximately 30 meters. He could feel the courtyard walls, the training equipment, the specific chi signatures of 3 sleeping outer disciples in the building adjacent. He could navigate the space behind him without turning. He could sense Chu Fenru's exact position, her cultivation pressure, the specific rhythmic signature of her chi circulation. He pulled the awareness back. Tier 3 is active, he said. She looked at him for a moment. Subjugation, she said. You can feel everyone's rank. Within the node's range, yes. Anywhere my soul can project. That changes things. Most things, he agreed. She sat down beside him on the courtyard stone floor, which was unusual. She maintained professional distance as a practice. He registered this departure without commenting on it. The breakthrough felt like something from the inside, she said. What did it feel like? He thought about this for a moment. 6 fights, he said, with things that weren't people anymore, but remembered being people. She was quiet for a moment. Did they have a chance? No. I was designed for this specifically. That doesn't make it comfortable. No, he agreed. They sat in the fourth watch darkness for a few minutes, neither of them speaking, while the sect slept around them and Wei Ba's new soul settled into its expanded architecture. At dawn, as he had expected, a message arrived from the head elder's office requesting his immediate presence. Chapter 38. The head elder's name was Wan Jingjin, and he had been governing Iron Spire sect for 60 years through the specific method of elder who knew which battles to fight and which ones to redirect. He had the bearing of someone whose power was genuine and who no longer needed to display it, which Wei Ba registered as more dangerous than the cultivators who did need to display it. He received Wei Ba in his private study rather than a formal meeting room. The study had a window that faced the inner sect's cultivation gardens and a tea service that had been poured before Wei Ba arrived. Wei Ba sat down, noted both details, and accepted the tea. Wan Jingjin looked at him across the table with the expression of a man who had been monitoring a situation for 3 months and had arrived at several conclusions. You are an interesting problem, Wan Jingjin said. How would you like me to respond to that? A slight smile. Honestly, then I'm not a problem, Wei Ba said. I'm a resource you haven't decided what to do with yet. That's one framing. Wan Jingjin drank his tea. Here's mine. You have been advancing through absorption for 3 months. You have established territorial nodes across most of our outer ring and portions of our inner sect. You have defeated or outmaneuvered every institutional mechanism aimed at removing you. And you have just performed a nascent soul breakthrough that every cultivator above Gold Core in this sect felt at the fourth watch. He set down his cup. You are now the fourth most powerful cultivator in Iron Spire by rank. Within 6 months, at your advancement pace, you will be the most powerful cultivator in Iron Spire. Wei Ba waited. I could expel you now, Wang Jingjin continued. Formally, using emergency authority, bypassing the Elder Council. I have that power. I've reviewed the grounds, and they're sufficient. He looked at Wei Ba steadily. Or we can have a different conversation. I prefer the different conversation. So do I. Wang Jingjin refilled his own tea. I'm willing to extend Iron Spire's formal protection to you. Resources, institutional support, access to all restricted sections of the inner library. In exchange, you do not absorb from sect members above Gold Core Stage 4. You maintain your dominion nodes within the outer ring and inner sect first corridor only. A pause. And you stay? Wei Ba looked at the table for a moment. He was running the calculation. The inner library contained techniques and resources that would accelerate his advancement by months. The institutional protection would prevent another Lien Forge-level intervention for the period he needed to prepare his next move. Staying in Iron Spire was operationally useful for at least one more advancement cycle. I want full inner library access, Wei Ba said. Not restricted sections, full access. Wang Jingjin studied him. Full inner library access is extended only to Gold Core Stage 9 and above inner disciples. Your nascent Soul Stage 1 as of this morning. Then the rank requirement is not a barrier. A longer pause. Then, with the expression of a man filing something he found genuinely interesting. Full inner library access. Dominion node restriction to intersect first and second corridors. He held Wei Ba's gaze. No absorptions above Gold Core Stage 4. That restriction is non-negotiable. Agreed. Wei Ba walked out of the head elder's study with full inner library access. Dominion node rights through the inner sect's second corridor, and the understanding that Wang Jingjin was the most interesting opponent he had encountered since Duan Zhao. Not because he was powerful, which he was, but because he was careful in the way that Wei Ba himself was careful, without waste, without display, in complete service of an outcome he had already decided on. He filed the head elder under productive tension, someone to be managed rather than defeated. He went to the inner library that afternoon and began reading. Chapter 39 The power vacuum that Shun Vox's removal created in Iron Spire's intersect politics was visible within 3 days. 2 junior elders began lobbying for the open faction slot. 3 inner disciples realigned their training room affiliations, and the specific social gravity that had governed the outer ring's resource allocation shifted in ways that produced new friction along old fault lines. Zhao Qingshan moved into the vacuum with the speed of someone who had been waiting for exactly this configuration. He did not take a formal position. He was Gold Core Stage 1 with a nascent Soul Stage 1 now operating in the same sect, which made formal positioning a form of overreach. Instead, he leveraged what he had. His intelligence network, his 2-year knowledge of the sect's political geography, and the carefully maintained reputation of someone who had managed an unusually complicated relationship with Iron Spire's newest power and emerged intact from it. He became, without official title, a broker, someone who knew what people in the sect needed to know and had demonstrated that he knew how to get information without producing liability. Within a week of Shun Vox's departure, inner disciples had approached him for various forms of assistance. He approached Wei Ba on the 7th day. He arrived at Wei Ba's Dominion Node courtyard in the early afternoon and sat down across from him in the same stance he used when he wanted to appear at ease. Arms loose, posture open, not performing confidence, but arranging himself in the shape of it. I want to talk about a standing arrangement, Zhao Qingshan said. What kind of arrangement? You're advancing. You're going to leave Iron Spire within the year. Everyone knows it. When you do, you'll be moving into operational territory that requires intelligence you don't currently have the network to generate on your own. He looked at Wei Ba with the direct attention of someone who had thought about this for several days. I have that network. It's established, it's reliable, and it's positioned to expand as the sect politics settle. What do you want in exchange? Protection from the faction positioning happening right now, Zhao Qingshan said. 2 of the junior elders making moves for Shun Vox's slot know about my involvement in his removal. They'll move against me if they think they can. Having your association visible is a deterrent. Wei Ba looked at him for a moment. My association visible how? It doesn't need to be formal. It needs to be known. He paused. Let me attend your open training sessions for the next 3 weeks. Be seen arriving at your courtyard. That's enough. And in exchange I get access to your intelligence network. Ongoing access. With the mutual understanding that I run it independently, I decide what I tell you. You get the information, not the management of how I collect it. Wei Ba thought about this. The offer was structured carefully. Zhao Qingshan was not offering subordination. He was offering cooperation between two parties with separate operational purposes who happened to have complementary resources. This was not the structure Wei Ba usually worked in. He usually took what he needed. But Zhao Qingshan's intelligence network had already produced results, the Lian Forge documentation, the Crane Wing connection, and it would keep producing results precisely because Zhao Qingshan ran it with genuine skill. 3 weeks of visible association, Wei Ba said. In exchange, I receive access to your network's output on any matter I identify as operationally relevant, subject to my editorial discretion on sources and methods. Agreed. Zhao Qingshan held out his hand in the formal Cultivation World Seal of Agreement gesture, which involved both parties pressing their right palm together briefly and releasing a small pulse of qi to signify genuine intent. Wei Ba looked at the hand for a moment. Not an absorption window, Zhao Qingshan said. I know. Wei Ba pressed his palm against Zhao Qingshan's and let the pulse pass. This is my final warning, he added, using the phrase deliberately. Zhao Qingshan looked at him. I know. He means it less each time, he said. I know. He means it less each time. Chu Fenru said from the courtyard wall, where she had been observing the negotiation with the expression she used for things she found instructive. She looked at Wei Ba when he turned toward her. That was the fourth one. Yes, Wei Ba said. Zhao Qingshan left with the visible satisfaction of someone who had closed a deal they considered to be better than expected. Chu Fenru crossed the courtyard and sat down where Zhao Qingshan had been. He almost made you smile, she said. Observation. Is it wrong? Wei Ba picked up the inner library text he'd been reading before Zhao Qingshan arrived. He delivered documentation that neutralized Lian Forge, he said, within 6 hours of the request, with full detail and annotation. Whatever his motivations, he's good at what he does. He looked at the text without reading it. That's worth something. Chu Fenru looked at him for a moment with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to say something she'd been thinking about. You're acquiring people, she said. I'm acquiring operational assets. The difference is getting smaller. She stood. I'll note that as a trend. He returned to his reading. The trend she was noting was real. He was aware of it. He had no immediate analysis to offer about what it meant. 6 days later, the message arrived from the Regional Intelligence Network Zhao Qingshan's contacts maintained in the territory east of Iron Spire. 3 cities had been seized in 8 days by an organization that left no combat casualties. Only emptied cultivation material deposits and restructured administrative systems that now reported resource flows to an unidentified central authority. The head elder called a special session and showed the attending intersect cultivators the movement pattern on a regional map. This is someone who knows how to take territory without fighting, Wang Jingjin said. He looked at Wei Ba across the assembly. I've heard of only one system that operates this way. A pause. Have you? Wei Ba looked at the map. The 3 cities formed an arc across the eastern territory, each one spaced precisely far enough apart to avoid triggering a joint sect defensive response, close enough to operate as a coordinated logistics network. The efficiency was clean. The operational pattern was familiar in the way that a technique you'd watch someone perform looked familiar, not because you'd used it, but because you understood the principle. He had not developed an economic version of the Conquest System. He did not have the capability. Someone had been watching him and had. Send for more detail on the resource flow patterns, he said, and compare the movement timeline to the dates I gave Dao Rong my absorption records. The detail arrived 2 days later. The timeline matched. Dao Rong had sent the army. Chapter 40. The confirmation took the form of a message that arrived through the Vault Keeper's communication network 6 hours after Wei Ba reviewed the timeline correlation and signed, unmarked, in Dao Rong's abbreviated notation system. It read, the test is complete. The results were instructive. I believe we have things to discuss. Wei Ba read the message twice in the empty training courtyard, in the cold of the early morning, while the sect's ambient cultivation energy moved through his 15 dominion nodes in the quiet territorial awareness that had become part of his sensory baseline. He set the message down. Dao Rong had reverse-engineered the Conquest System from his absorption records. He had built a counterfeit version, not an absorption-based system, not a territorial system, but an economic one, a mechanism that took cities the way Wei Ba took cultivators, absorbing their resource flows rather than their cultivation energy, leaving them functionally diminished and administratively dependent. Conquest by ledger instead of by force. And then he had deployed it as a test. Wei Ba went to the head elder's private study. Wang Jingjin was awake at that hour. He was the kind of administrator who required less sleep than younger cultivators and used the gap to read. He looked up when Wei Ba entered and, seeing his expression, set down the text immediately. The Eastern Movement, Wei Ba said. It's not another Conquest System host. It's someone who studied my absorption records and built a parallel mechanism. He handed Wang Jingjin the timeline correlation and the decoded message. His name is Dao Rong. He's been in contact with me since Arc 3 of this sect's political situation. I provided him absorption records in exchange for the suppression formation design. He paused. I did not anticipate he would use them this way. Wang Jingjin read the documents with the focused efficiency of someone who processed information quickly. He set them down after 3 minutes. The Vault Keeper, he said. Yes. I have heard of him. A pause. He's been operating independently of every sect system for 20 years. No affiliation. No publicly known agenda. Wang Jingjin looked at the message again. He built a test to see how you would respond to a scaled version of your own approach. Yes. And the result was that I dismantled his economic infrastructure rather than copying it. Wei Ba looked at the regional map on the wall behind the head elder's desk. He found that result more interesting than the alternative. He wants to meet. What are you going to do? Wei Ba considered the question with more deliberateness than he usually applied to things that appeared to have clear answers. He did not like the fact that Dao Rong had acted without his knowledge using information Wei Ba had provided. He did not like that the absorption records, given for a specific limited purpose, had been used for independent research. He did not like being surprised. He also noted that the suppression formation had worked exactly as designed, that Dao Rong's information on the crane wing situation had been accurate and useful, and that a man who could reverse engineer the Conquest System from secondary documentation was the most intellectually formidable person he had encountered in this arc of his life. I'm going to decline the meeting, he said. For now, I want to see what he does with the 3 cities he's taken and whether he consolidates them or releases them. The answer will tell me whether this is a research operation or an operational one. Wang Jingjin looked at him with the expression that Wei Ba had come to associate with the head elder, finding something worth cataloging. You're treating him as a variable to observe rather than a threat to address. He's both. I manage threats by understanding them first. The head elder was quiet for a moment. He built an army that mirrors your system, he said. And you're curious about him. He built something new from my records, Wei Ba said. That requires either a specific kind of genius or access to theoretical frameworks I don't have. Either way, the information he's produced is worth more understood than eliminated. He walked out of the study with the message in his inner robe and the regional map's arc of 3 cities held in his mind like a shape he was still working out the implications of. Zhao Qingshan's report arrived that afternoon with a full breakdown of the 3 cities' resource flow restructuring. The efficiency was measurably higher than what Wei Ba's direct territorial approach had produced in the city he governed. The economic system Dao Rong had built absorbed 20% more resource yield per city per month than Wei Ba's tribute structure, with lower administrative friction and without requiring physical presence. Wei Ba read this report 3 times. Then he began thinking about how to take it apart. The answer required understanding it first. To understand it, he needed to be inside it. To be inside it, he needed Dao Rong to invite him. He went back to the communication network and sent a reply to the unsigned message. I haven't made up my mind about the meeting. Show me what you do with the 3 cities in the next 40 days. The reply came within an hour. Reasonable. I'll be in touch. Zhao Qingshan, reviewing the exchange through his intelligence contacts that evening, sent Wei Ba a brief note. You're negotiating with the person who used your information without authorization. Wei Ba wrote back. He produced something worth understanding. Withholding cooperation now is punitive. I don't spend energy on punishment. Zhao Qingshan's response was 3 words. My final warning. He did not mean it, and they both knew it. The 40 days began. Something larger than Iron Spire had entered the operational picture, and the picture was becoming, by degrees, the size of a continent. Chapter 41 Wei Ba left Iron Spire on the 40th day. He did not announce the departure. He reviewed the library materials he'd flagged for study, completed 3 inter-library research sessions on formation theory and soul projection enhancement, absorbed 4 more intersect cultivators through contested training encounters under the head elder's agreed terms, and advanced to nascent soul stage 3 before the 40-day window on Dao Rong's test closed. On the 40th morning, he walked out of the outer gate with Yushun, Chu Fenru, Ru Geng, and the intelligence relay artifacts through which Zhao Qingshan's network would continue providing operational information. He left 3 of his 15 Dominion nodes active, the ones embedded deep enough in the outer ring to be difficult to detect. Passive territory, maintained by the soul projection, he could now sustain at range. Iron Spire was not finished with. It was simply no longer the location where the work was. They traveled east, toward the first of the 3 cities Dao Rong's economic system had captured. Not to liberate it. Wei Ba had no framework for liberation, no interest in it as a principle, but to observe. Dao Rong's message had said, "Show me what you do with the 3 cities in the next 40 days." The 40 days were over. The first city was called Hollow Reed, a regional trading hub of approximately 40,000 inhabitants, 36 active cultivators serving administrative functions, and a resource processing industry that moved cultivation materials from the local mining territories northward to larger distribution centers. What Dao Rong's system had done to Hollow Reed? Nothing visible. The city looked the same. The streets were the same. The markets were the same. Except that when you examined the administrative records, xianxia's intelligence contact had managed to pull 3 months of comparative data. Every resource flow in the city now routed through a clearinghouse account that had been inserted into the processing chain. The city's resource output was unchanged. Its administrators were unchanged. Its residents were unchanged. But 20% of every transaction's value was quietly being redirected to that clearinghouse. The city didn't know it was conquered. Wei Ba stood at the edge of Hollow Reed's market district and looked at the streets and felt something that required a moment to categorize. Not admiration. Not envy. A specific response to seeing his own approach applied with better technical execution than his own, which was the response of someone who had always believed they were good at what they did, encountering evidence that they were not the best at it. "It's more efficient than your tribute system," Chu Fenru said beside him. "Yes. Does that bother you? It provides information." He watched a merchant complete a transaction at a spice stall. The merchant had no awareness that 2% of that transaction was now funding something he'd never consented to. His system is invisible. That's both its advantage and its limitation. What's the limitation? A system the territory doesn't know exists cannot compel the territory's loyalty. It can only extract from it. When the territory eventually discovers the extraction, and it will, there's no foundation of acknowledged relationship to manage the response. He turned away from the market. "My system is visible. People know they're paying tribute. They know what they're paying for. When someone challenges the tribute arrangement, they challenge a known structure, which is manageable." "You're describing legibility," Ru Gung said from behind them. He had been quieter than usual since they left Iron Spire. Not sullen, just processing something. "Your empire is legible. His is not." "Yes. He can scale faster." For a time, Wei Ba looked at the second city on his mental map. His system is a parasite. Mine is a government. Parasites kill their hosts eventually. Governments can grow. Ru Gung was quiet for a moment. "I've never heard you use the word government before." Wei Ba started walking. "I've been in the inner library." They moved to the second city, then the third. All 3 showed the same pattern. Surface intact, administrative structure untouched, resource flows silently redirected. Dao Rong had built a machine for taking without appearing to take. The message Wei Ba sent back through the communication network said, "I've seen your 3 cities. I understand the mechanism. I have a proposal." Dao Rong's response, "I thought you might. But first, the grand tournament of the 8 cities has been announced. You should look at who organized it." The announcement had gone through the regional administrative network 3 days before their departure from Iron Spire. Wei Ba had noted it and set it aside. He pulled it out now and read it again. The organizing body was a newly registered administrative foundation with an official-sounding name and, on closer examination, the fingerprints of an organizational structure that matched the same clearinghouse insertion pattern from Hollow Reed. Dao Rong had organized the grand tournament. Wei Ba looked at the announcement for a long time. Then he looked at the tournament's entry conditions, its prize structure, and most specifically at one rule buried in paragraph 4. The winner received dominion rights over the hosting city for 1 decade. Under tournament law, which was binding on all regional sects by a 200-year-old inter-sect agreement, those rights were legally enforceable. If Wei Ba won, he controlled the city by law. If he lost, Dao Rong controlled his entry fee and had produced a public demonstration of the limits of the Conquest System. And the entry conditions, abandonment of all Dominion nodes during the competition period. Wei Ba saw the shape of it clearly. He folded the announcement and said to Chu Fenru, "We're entering the tournament." "I know," she said. "I read it 3 minutes ago." Chapter 42. The grand tournament of the 8 cities was 31 days away. Wei Ba used the time. Dao Rong's economic system operated across 3 cities and was expanding to a 4th, a city called Silver Basin, positioned at the junction of 2 major cultivation material trade routes. The expansion required approximately 20 days to complete the administrative insertion. Wei Ba spent the first 8 days mapping the insertion mechanism in detail through Zhao Qingshan's network, then spent the next 12 dismantling the supply lines that fed Dao Rong's clearinghouse accounts. He did not attack the clearinghouse directly. He targeted the mechanism by which resources flowed into it. 3 regional courier networks, 1 processing station, and a specific banking intermediary in a mid-tier city that processed 60% of the clearinghouse's inbound transactions. He purchased the intermediary through a proxy buyer Yushin arranged. The price was manageable. The intermediary's owner was looking for an exit from a business that had become, over 3 months, much more politically complicated than expected. The purchase completed on day 11. On day 12, Daorong's clearinghouse receipts across all 3 cities dropped to 30% of previous baseline. On day 13, the message arrived: efficient. You didn't fight what you couldn't absorb. You found the soft point. A pause. I've adjusted. The 4th city is proceeding. Weiba, Silver Basin. Daorong, yes. The tournament's entry requirement strips my Dominion nodes for the competition period. Yes. You organized the tournament specifically to create those conditions. The tournament is legitimate, Daorong wrote back. I organized it, but I organized it in compliance with every procedural requirement of the inter-sect agreement. The rules are the standard rules. I simply added one mechanism to the existing framework, the Dominion Rights Prize, and adjusted one existing rule to require node abandonment during competition. The rule adjustment was within the organizing body's authority. A pause. Then, I did design the tournament structure with your system in mind. I'm not claiming otherwise. Weiba, you want me in the tournament. Daorong, I want to see what you do without your territorial advantages. I've seen what you do with them. I don't have a complete picture yet. Weiba, you're still running a test. Daorong, I'm always running a test. So are you. The difference is I acknowledge it. Weiba read the exchange twice. He found, in the specific mechanical acknowledgement of their mutual operational postures, something that functioned like the beginning of a working relationship. He did not know what to call this. He filed it under unusual. He registered for the tournament under his full name on the registration deadline's final day, which was the latest possible entry to prevent Daorong from adjusting the bracket structure with full information about his participation. 5 of the 8 city representatives voted immediately to ban him on grounds of non-standard cultivation. Tournament law required direct evidence of cheating for a mid-registration ban. There was no such evidence. The ban failed on procedural grounds. Daorong, who also sat on the organizing committee, cast the deciding vote to allow Weiba's entry. He's baiting me, Zhao Qingshan's intelligence note said, the day after the vote. He voted to include you so that if you win, the opposition knows he allowed it. He's positioning to benefit from either outcome. Yes, Weiba wrote back. He's also genuinely curious. Both things are true. Zhao Qingshan had registered separately 8 days before Weiba, with the explicit goal of reaching the semifinals. His intelligence contacts had provided him with full cultivation profiles on 23 of the 28 registered competitors. He was running, in parallel, his own operational strategy within the tournament framework, using information advantage the way Weiba used territorial advantage. Weiba noted this with something close to approval. He did not tell Zhao Qingshan. He spent the remaining 11 days before the tournament in systematic preparation. He reviewed every competitor's known fighting style through Zhao Qingshan's network. He worked on the one vulnerability the tournament exposed. Without Dominion nodes, his absorption window required physical contact sustained through 3 breaths in a watched environment where delays would be flagged. He needed to either absorb faster than judges could call it, which meant refining the window to under 2 breaths, which he attempted and found was physiologically beyond his current capacity, or win some matches without absorbing. He chose to win some matches without absorbing. This required building a combat approach that did not rely on the Conquest System as its primary mechanism. He had been absorbing for 6 months. What he had built in that time was a cultivation base assembled from 30-plus practitioners' physical training patterns, compressed into his body's muscle memory. He was, in pure combat terms, significantly more capable than his nascent Soul Stage 3 rank suggested. He needed to know exactly how capable. He arranged 6 practice matches with available competitors in the pre-tournament exhibition events. He won all 6 without using absorption. 3 of the wins required genuine effort. The other 3 did not. He noted the distribution and said nothing. On the morning of the tournament's first day, Chu Fenru found him going through his pre-match cultivation routine and sat down nearby. You look like someone checking equipment before a job, she said. I am. Most cultivators look nervous before a tournament. Most cultivators haven't been planning this specific match environment for 30 days. He completed the circuit. I'll absorb in 2 rounds. The rest I'll take cleanly. The pattern needs to look unremarkable. The 3-breath contact, she said. Judges will call it. In rounds where I absorb. Yes, I'll need a counter for that. She was quiet for a moment. Hold the contact past the absorption window, she said. Make it look like a restraint hold, not a feed. The judges know absorption requires contact. They're looking for the moment you pull away after taking. If you don't pull away, it reads as combat control, not absorption. Weibo looked at her. You've been thinking about my tactical problems, he said. You're my most interesting patient, she said. And I have opinions. She stood. Don't lose in the first round. I have a compound timing sequence plan for the first post-match window. He did not lose in the first round. Chapter 43. The tournament's first day processed 12 preliminary matches and produced the bracket for the main elimination rounds. Weibo moved through the preliminary without absorbing. For matches, for opponents ranging from Gold Core Stage 8 to Nascent Soul Stage 2, all defeated through accumulated physical advantage and pattern reading that consistently placed him 2 exchanges ahead of what his opponent expected. The crowd watching the preliminary developed, by the 4th match, a specific quality of attention, the kind that an audience applies when they're watching something that is winning in a way they can't fully explain. Weibo was Nascent Soul Stage 3. His opponents were at comparable ranks or slightly above. He should not have been dominating the exchange economy the way he was. The audience could see the dominance, but couldn't see the source. He watched Dao Rong in the officials section during his 4th match. Dao Rong watched the fight with his chin resting on one hand and the particular stillness of someone running an analysis they found interesting. After the preliminary, Zhao Qingshan found him at the competitor waiting area. 4 wins, no absorptions, crowd confused about how you're so far ahead, Zhao Qingshan said. He had his own 4 preliminary wins through a different method, using pre-acquired intelligence on opponents' weak points and exploiting them with clinical efficiency before they could establish a rhythm. You're treating the preliminary as a demonstration. I'm treating it as information collection, Weibo said. The demonstration is incidental. Dao Rong looked pleased after your 4th match. He looked interested. The difference matters. Zhao Qingshan's intelligence notes had, across the tournament's pre-registration period, produced full profiles on all 48 confirmed competitors. Weibo had reviewed them. The 3 cultivators he expected to be his most significant opponents were a Nascent Soul Stage for practitioner from the Northern Wind sect, a formation expert at Nascent Soul Stage 2, and Zhao Qingshan himself. The formation expert was the most dangerous. His tournament strategy, as Zhao Qingshan's network had identified, involved embedding defensive formations in the arena floor during his matches, a technique that was technically within tournament rules because it didn't harm opponents directly. It only altered the arena's environmental conditions. Against Weibo specifically, the formation would disrupt the chi flow between his system's absorption mechanism and his meridians, effectively canceling the absorption window. How did he know to prepare a counter specifically for the absorption mechanism? Weibo asked. Zhao Qingshan was quiet for a moment. I don't know. Dao Rong may have provided technical information to selected competitors. Weibo looked at the bracket. The formation expert, Iron Wrist Pang, was positioned to meet him in the quarterfinal if both advanced normally. Dao Rong organized the tournament to see what I do without my nodes, Weibo said. And he may have also arranged for a specific counter to the absorption mechanism to appear in the later rounds. That's comprehensive test design. It's also fair, Weibo said. He's not arranging for me to lose. He's arranging for every part of my system to be tested independently. A pause. He wants to know what's left when the system is stripped away. Zhao Qingshan looked at him. And what is left? Weibo stood. That's what we're going to find out. The elimination rounds began the next morning. He absorbed in the first 2, controlled, held contacts past the window as Chu Fenru had suggested, flagged by one judge who reviewed the footage and determined the contact duration was consistent with combat control rather than extraction. He advanced through 4 elimination rounds in 2 days without using absorption in the final 2, winning through the accumulated physical patterns. Iron Wrist Pang was in the quarterfinal, as projected. Chapter 44. The quarterfinal match against Iron Wrist Pang began at the 3rd morning bell, with the largest audience the tournament had accumulated. Iron Wrist Pang was Gold Core Stage 10, which was technically below Weibo's Nascent Soul Stage 3, but the rank differential was narrowed by Pang's 12 years of Gold Core refinement, which had produced a cultivation density that exceeded standard Nascent Soul in specific technical areas. His combat approach was defensive endurance. He never moved forward, never committed to aggression, and paced every match for the longest possible duration, betting that his opponent's attack efficiency would degrade before his defensive efficiency did. He had prepared for Weibo specifically. This was visible in the first 30 seconds. Instead of the standard single-ring combat area, he had requested the tournament's extended range formation, which gave both combatants approximately double the standard space. At extended range, the 3-breath contact window became logistically much harder to achieve. Weibo spent the first 2 minutes establishing that attacking Pang's defensive structure directly was inefficient. The man's positioning was good, his chi management was careful, and his experience at endurance combat meant he could read the early attack patterns that many cultivators used against defensive opponents. Every approach Wei Ba tried was absorbed and redirected. He switched to structural targeting on the 3rd minute. The absorptions over 6 months had included 3 cultivators with significant joint and tendon training focus, body tempering specialists whose physical conditioning was embedded in Wei Ba's accumulated muscle memory. He stopped attacking Pang's cultivation defense and started attacking his physical support structure, the specific joint mechanics that Pang's defensive stance required to maintain. Shoulders, wrists, the specific knee positioning that sustained his lateral movement. It required 8 minutes and produced a fractured right wrist for Pang, who held his defensive position until the fracture was complete before conceding. Wei Ba won. He did not absorb. In the competitor waiting area afterward, Chu Fenru reset his left shoulder, which had absorbed 2 direct impacts while he worked on Pang's support structure. He never gave you the window, she said. No, and the formation he was embedding in the arena floor was operational by the 2nd minute. I could feel the absorption mechanism disrupting. She worked on the shoulder with the efficient precision of someone who had done this often enough to think about other things simultaneously. You won without the system, she said. I won with what the system gave me, Wei Ba said. The absorbed techniques are mine now. They're part of my body. He was trying to counter the mechanism, not the results. Is there a difference? For him, yes. Wei Ba looked at his wrist, which was intact and functional. For the next match, I need to be at full mobility. How long? For the shoulder? 3 hours if I start now. Start now. She started. He sat still for the treatment and used the time to review the semifinal bracket. His semifinal opponent was Zhao Qingshan. He had considered this probability across the tournament's first rounds. Zhao Qingshan was smart enough to have reached the semifinal by fighting efficiently and conserving cultivation resources. He was also smart enough to have been preparing a specific countermeasure, not for the absorption mechanism, which he had arranged at the quarterfinal, but for Wei Ba's accumulated physical advantage. The message from Zhao Qingshan arrived 4 hours before the match. I purchased a technique specifically for this. I didn't bring my intelligence network's information about your combat patterns because you already know I have it, and you'd have prepared for that. I brought something you don't know I have. Wei Ba read this twice. Then he sent back, I'll be there. Chapter 45. Before the semifinals, Dao Rong sent a message. It read, I wanted to be present for the moment you realized you weren't going to absorb your way through this round. Wei Ba read the message in the competitor preparation area, where the ranked cultivators waited between matches in small alcoves separated by curtains. Chu Fenru was reviewing her compound sequence for the post-semifinal window. Yu Shun had positioned himself in the audience section, where he had clear sight lines to the competition area. Ru Geng was somewhere in the crowd. He had been attending matches without comment, which was unusual for him but not inexplicable. Wei Ba wrote back to Dao Rong. What do you mean? Dao Rong. Zhao Qingshan bought a Qi disruption technique from my material library. The technique targets the specific Qi pathway interface between the Conquest System's absorption window and the host's meridian network. While the technique is active, the window cannot process transfers. You can feel it open. Nothing comes through. Wei Ba looked at this message for a long moment. You sold it to him, he said. I provided it from my research archive. The sale was voluntary. He came looking for a specific counter, and I had one. A pause. I wanted to see you fight without the system. Not partially without it, completely. Wei Ba sat with this. He could manufacture anger at the interference, and it would be partially genuine. Dao Rong had provided a counter to his primary mechanism to one of his opponents, using knowledge derived from his own absorption records, without informing him. He also noted, Dao Rong had told him, in advance of the match. He had not simply arranged the counter and watched. Why are you telling me before the match? Wei Ba asked. Because knowing doesn't change the fact that you can't use the system during the technique's effect duration. The information gives you the chance to plan around it rather than adapt to it mid-fight, which is the less interesting outcome. Wei Ba folded the message away. He was going to fight Zhao Qingshan without the Conquest System available, against someone who knew his combat patterns as well as any opponent he'd faced, in a semifinal match with a tournament law prize on the outcome. What did he have? He had 6 months of absorbed physical techniques, compressed into his body's muscle memory, operating independently of the system. He had nascent soul stage 3 cultivation speed and soul projection awareness that no one in this tournament had accounted for. He had 12 years worth of combat experience, not his own, but borrowed from every cultivator he'd taken from, their fighting instincts layered into his body through the mechanism Dao Rong found so interesting. And he had been watching Zhao Qingshan fight for 3 months. The match began at the 5th bell. Zhao Qingshan activated the disruption technique immediately. It was a small artifact embedded in his cultivation robes, triggered by Qi Pulse, and it filled the arena with the specific resonance that Wei Ba could feel pressing against the absorption window from outside. The window was open. The transfer path was severed. He acknowledged this, filed it, and attacked. The first 12 exchanges were testing, both parties mapping each other's response patterns with the specific attention of people who knew each other well enough to be dangerous. Zhao Qingshan's technique base was good. His physical strength was Gold Core Stage 1. Against Wei Ba's nascent Soul Stage 3, the rank gap should have been decisive. What made it less decisive was that Zhao Qingshan had spent months studying Wei Ba's combat patterns and had identified the two things that all Wei Ba's absorb technique fighting had in common: forward pressure and joint targeting. He was moving laterally, refusing straight-line exchanges, denying the joint targeting approach by staying mobile. He had done his preparation. Wei Ba registered the adaptation in the 5th exchange and stopped forward pressure entirely. He fought the next 6 exchanges moving backward. This was not retreat, it was terrain control. Zhao Qingshan's lateral movement required Wei Ba to be a fixed point to be effective. When Wei Ba moved backward, Zhao Qingshan had to commit to forward movement, which disrupted his lateral mobility pattern and brought him into forward pressure range while he was in an unfamiliar orientation. The 14th exchange ended with Wei Ba inside Zhao Qingshan's preferred distance for the 3rd time in the match, and for the 3rd time, Zhao Qingshan activated a defensive Qi burst from close range. Wei Ba had cataloged this technique. He had been absorbing its force signature across the first 3 activations. On the 4th, instead of taking the impact, he moved into the burst vector rather than perpendicular to it, using the force to push him deeper into contact range. 3 breaths. The disruption technique filled the absorption window with nothing. He was close enough to absorb. He could not absorb. He held the position for 3 breaths and then stepped back cleanly. Zhao Qingshan pulled away with an expression Wei Ba had not seen on him before. Not frustration, not the controlled calculation of their previous matches. Something that might have been recognition. "You had the window," he said. "Yes." "You couldn't use it." "No." "How many times have you had it in this match?" Wei Ba looked at him. 4. Including now. Zhao Qingshan's expression moved through something. He launched the next exchange. They fought through the 15th, 16th, 17th exchange. Wei Ba was not winning cleanly. Without the system, without the joint targeting approach available against Zhao Qingshan's mobile style, the combat was genuinely close. He was ahead on accumulated impact damage. His body absorbed Qi strikes better than a standard nascent Soul Stage 1 should, and the technique layering was expressing itself in physical resilience that Zhao Qingshan hadn't fully accounted for. On the 22nd exchange, Wei Ba won. Not by absorption, by accumulated physical advantage, the layered resilience, the speed, the specific technical precision of 26 practitioners' fighting instincts compressed into one body. He helped Zhao Qingshan up from the arena floor. He had not done this before, after any victory, and the act registered in the audience with a murmur that had a different quality than the usual tournament crowd noise. "What was that?" Chu Fenru said when he returned to the preparation alcove. "He earned it," Wei Ba said. She looked at him for a moment. "You're evolving," she said. Then she turned to her compound preparations and did not elaborate. He did not ask her to. The final was set for the following morning. His opponent was Dao Rong's designated champion, a competitor who had appeared in the registration 2 weeks before the tournament began and whose cultivation profile Zhao Qingshan's network had been unable to fully assess. The profile gap was, Wei Ba now suspected, intentional. Chapter 46. The champion's name in the registration was Vaseborn Su, a cultivation name that was clearly a cover, built from the specific notational structure that formation practitioners used when they wanted to obscure technique lineage. Wei Ba had seen the same structure on 3 other competitors in the tournament whose styles were consistent with specialized training rather than sect cultivation. He spent the evening before the final reviewing everything his expanded soul projection could gather from across the tournament grounds. He extended his nascent soul's projection range to its full distance, approximately 50 meters in optimal conditions, and swept the competitor housing section for Vaseborn Su's Qi signature. What he found was not a Qi signature. It was a formation, a combat formation, embedded in Vaseborn Su's body itself. Not a technique the competitor was using, but a structure that had been built into the competitor's cultivation framework, overlaying their original cultivation base with a secondary system. The signature was intricate, deliberately complex, and produced a Qi emission pattern that looked like a cultivator from the outside, but operated from entirely different principles on the inside. He stood very still for a moment. A formation host. Dao Rong had not entered a cultivator in the tournament. He had entered a weapon. He went to Chu Fenru's room. She was awake. She looked at him when he entered and said, without greeting, "Tell me." He described what the projection had found: the formation structure overlay, the cultivation mimicry pattern, the specific defensive matrices he had identified in the exterior signature. She listened with her eyes focused on the middle distance, which was her thinking posture. Then, if you absorb from a formation rather than a cultivation base, the formation will try to run in reverse, he said. The formation is designed to accept qi input from one direction. If I provide qi input from the wrong direction, through the absorption window, the formation reverses the process. I'll be the one losing energy, not gaining it. How fast would that reversal run? I don't know. Faster than 3 breaths if the formation is well constructed, and Dao Rong constructs things well. She was quiet for a moment. So you can't absorb. Not through the standard window, no. Can you break the formation without absorbing? Possibly. The control sigil for a combat formation is typically embedded at a specific structural point. If I can find it and destroy it, the formation collapses. He paused. But I need to locate it first. In combat, against a formation that's specifically designed to deny me that kind of extended contact. Your soul projection, she said. Nascent soul stage 3. How fine is your projective resolution? He thought about this. The projection he developed over the past month had range, but limited focus resolution. He could sense chi signatures at 50 meters, but detailed internal structure required much closer range and sustained attention. At combat range, he said, I might be able to locate the control sigil during an exchange. Might. Probably. She looked at him. What happens if you absorb and the reversal runs before you release the contact? I lose cultivation energy. If the formation is strong enough, I lose enough to drop a stage or 2. That's survivable. In a tournament setting with a prize outcome and a specific external audience, potentially losing 2 cultivation stages is survivable, she said again. If you go into the match knowing the risk and accepting it. She met his eyes. What's the alternative? The alternative was winning without absorbing. He reviewed the assessment honestly. He had won the semifinal without absorbing, and the semifinal had been close. Against a formation host designed to deny his absorption, fighting clean, he might win or lose depending on the formation's combat capabilities. He didn't know what Dao Rong had built into its offensive systems. He needed more information. He went back to his soul projection. He spent 2 hours mapping the tournament grounds and locating Vaseborn Su's preparation room from the corridor outside. At a range of 4 meters, the projection could resolve the interior structure well enough to begin identifying the formation's component matrices. The control sigil was in the left collarbone. Not a standard placement. Formation practitioners usually embedded control sigils in accessible locations for maintenance. Embedding it in bone required the sigil to be permanent, which meant the formation could not be externally deactivated. The host would carry the formation structure until either the host's cultivation collapsed or the sigil was physically destroyed. He went back to Chu Fenru and told her. Collarbone, she said. Left. Internal structure. I can't reach it through standard combat exchange. I need sustained interior contact, which the formation's defenses will prevent. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, the Conquest System has a territorial component. Tier 2, territory, your dominion nodes. The nodes project influence onto physical space. I can't establish a node in a tournament arena. The entry requirement strips the nodes during competition. Not a node. A projection. The node capability, what does it actually do? He thought about this. Projects conquest authority onto a spatial claim. Forces any cultivation in the space to operate at reduced efficiency relative to mine. What if you project it inward instead of outward? Not onto a space, onto a body. Onto the formation host's internal space. Weiba looked at her. You're suggesting I use the territorial projection as an internal invasion rather than an external influence, he said. I'm suggesting that the mechanism exists and the formation doesn't know to defend against it because it was designed to counter absorption, not territorial invasion. She held his gaze. The control sigil wouldn't know what was happening until the territorial authority was already inside the formation structure. He thought through the implications for 3 full minutes. It was not a technique the Conquest System had offered. It was not something he had trained. It was an adaptation built from the intersection of 2 separate capabilities that had not been designed to work together. Dao Rong, he thought, would find this interesting. If it works, he said, it sets a precedent for what the system is capable of that goes beyond the absorption mechanism. Yes, she said. If it doesn't work, I lose control of the projection and potentially damage my own soul structure. Also yes. He looked at the wall for a moment. You have opinions about most of the decisions I make, he said. What's your opinion about this one? She looked at him with the expression she used when she had already formed a clear view and was deciding whether its source was relevant. You beat the iron wrist match by finding the structure's supporting joints, she said. You beat Zhao Qingshan by finding his lateral rhythm's collapse point. Both times you won by locating the specific mechanism that sustained the problem and removing it. She paused. This is the same approach. Find the sigil. Remove it. You're supporting the plan. I'm supporting the method. She stood. Get some sleep. The match is at the 7th bell. He slept for 4 hours. He woke before the 6th bell and spent 1 hour in focused soul projection work, not extending range, but narrowing resolution. By the time the 7th bell rang, he could resolve structural detail at close range with enough precision to find embedded formation sigils in living tissue. He walked to the arena. Chapter 47. Vaseborn Su stood at the far edge of the arena as Wei Ba entered, the formation host cultivation signature presenting as nascent soul stage 2, which was what the formation's mimicry layer produced, not necessarily the host's actual combat capability. The judges were in the standard positions around the arena's perimeter. Dao Rong was in the official section, his expression the same as it had been during every match Wei Ba had watched him observe, attentive, held, collecting. Wei Ba looked at the formation host and extended his soul projection to close range. The internal structure resolved as he'd mapped it the night before. Combat matrices in the upper and lower meridian pathways, defensive systems across the body's exterior spiritual surface, the control sigil embedded in the left collarbone at the precise midpoint of the clavicle's length. The match began. Wei Ba did not approach immediately. He moved laterally, reading the formation's response patterns to movement, how it tracked his position, how the defensive matrices adjusted to shifting threat angles, where its response time was slowest. The formation had been built for a specific combat environment. Its fastest response was in the central forward zone, which was where an absorption attempt would typically originate. Its slowest response was the lower left quadrant, which was structurally distant from the control sigil. 3 exchanges, 4 exchanges. The formation host's offensive capability was respectable. Dao Rong had built it for more than just defense. Wei Ba took 2 solid impacts across the first 5 exchanges, both in the defensive testing phase, both absorbed by his physical resilience without degrading his cultivation stability. On the 6th exchange, he reached for the absorption window as a deliberate test. The window opened and the formation's reversal mechanism activated within half a breath. Chu Fenru had been right. It was faster than 3 breaths. He felt the pull of his own cultivation energy toward the contact point and released immediately, absorbing no loss, confirming the counter mechanism's speed. He now had everything he needed. He moved to the lower left approach pattern. The formation host adjusted, but its response in this zone was slower by approximately 2 exchanges worth of reaction time. When Wei Ba reached close range with a grip to the opponent's left side, natural combat control at this range, nothing alarming to the judges, he projected. Not absorption, not a node. Something that had no name yet because it had never been used before. He pushed Conquest Authority inward, into the formation host's internal space, into the framework of the formation itself, treating it as territory to be claimed rather than energy to be taken. The formation recognized this as foreign presence immediately. Its defensive matrices activated, but they had been designed to prevent absorption, the specific chi signature of the Conquest System's extraction process. What they received instead was a territorial claim. Not an attempt to take, but an assertion of ownership over the space. The formation didn't have a countermeasure for ownership. It had a countermeasure for extraction. Wei Ba's territorial authority moved through the formation structure for 7 full seconds. He found the control sigil. He did not destroy it gently. He brought the full weight of nascent soul stage 3 Conquest Authority onto the sigil's structural point in a single compressed projection, the equivalent of dropping a building on a very small stone, and the sigil shattered. The formation collapsed. Not the host. The host was still standing, breathing, alive. The formation host was a person, and without the formation overlay they returned to their own cultivation, gold core stage 8, which was the actual person beneath the construction. They stared at Wei Ba with an expression of genuine confusion, the formation's disorientation still registering in their awareness. Wei Ba stepped back. Dao Rong stood up from the official section. He did not look alarmed. He looked as if he had been watching an experiment produce a result he had not anticipated and found the result more interesting than his original hypothesis. Unprecedented adaptation, he said, not loudly, but the arena was quiet enough to carry it. The match was ruled in Wei Ba's favor. Outside the arena afterward, Chu Fenru examined his soul projection structure with the focused attention she reserved for things that might have gone wrong. Intact, she said. The projection pathway didn't fracture. I was careful. The formation didn't break your soul when it tried to defend. It tried to process my authority as if I were absorbing. When it couldn't find an absorption signature to respond to, it defaulted to standard defensive protocols. He paused. It was looking for the wrong thing. Chu Fenru stood back and looked at him with the specific expression that had been developing over 3 months of working with him. Not admiration, which she was too pragmatic for, but a form of technical respect. You just taught yourself something outside the system's stated capabilities. Yes. Dao Rong is going to want to discuss this extensively. Yes. Weiba looked at the arena. And now we have a city to claim. Chapter 48. The tournament's Dominion Rights ceremony was brief and administrative. Tournament law required only formal documentation, a witness from each of the 8 city representatives, and the filing of the Dominion claim with the regional authorities' recording office. Wei Ba signed the documentation, accepted the city's administrative seal, and appointed Yu Shun as the city's interim administrator on the spot. The representative from Hollow Reed, the city closest to the one Wei Ba had just claimed, looked at Yu Shun's appointment with the expression of someone making a rapid assessment of their new neighbor. Wei Ba met the representative's gaze briefly. He did not speak to him. The city he had won was called Stone Mirror, a trade hub with 4 times Hollow Reed's administrative complexity and a cultivation community that had, by the tournament's end, fully observed what Wei Ba did to formation hosts. The cultivation community's initial response to their new governing authority was the specific mixture of caution and calculation that characterized people who had just watched something unusual and were working out the implications. He spent the first 3 days establishing tribute structure and identifying which existing administrators would stay and which would be replaced. He absorbed from 2 of the city's mid-rank cultivators who chose the resistant approach to the new governance structure. The rest adapted. Then Dao Rong sent a formal meeting request. He agreed to it. He had been waiting for it. He arranged the meeting in Stone Mirror's administrative center, in a room he controlled, and had spent 2 hours seeding with Dominion node projection. He was technically within his rights now. This was his city, and he met Dao Rong across the table, with Chu Fenru against the far wall and Yu Xin at the door. Dao Rong arrived alone, which was either trust or the specific confidence of someone who had been operating independently for 20 years and no longer thought about the question of backup. He sat down and looked at the room with the expression of a man noting its territorial characteristics and filing that assessment correctly. Tournament's over, Wei Ba said. Yes. Dao Rong folded his hands on the table. You want to know why I did it? You tested me to see what my system could do without territorial advantages. Then you provided a counter to my absorption to test what it could do without the mechanism. And then you provided a formation host to see what I'd do when the standard approach was completely denied. Wei Ba looked at him. You wanted to see whether there was anything underneath the system. Yes. And you found one thing you didn't anticipate. The territorial projection applied internally, Dao Rong said. The Tier 2 capability used as an internal space invasion rather than an external space claim. He paused. I have been studying the Conquest System's documented hosts for 40 years. Not one of them demonstrated that capability. I had assessed it as unavailable based on the mechanism's design. The mechanism doesn't offer it, Wei Ba said. I derived it from the intersection of 2 documented capabilities. Yes, that intersection requires a particular kind of thinking, not linear advancement from established principles, but synthesis between separate domains. Dao Rong looked at him steadily. That is not what the Conquest System's design profile expects of its hosts. Most hosts advance through force and absorption. You advance through those and through synthesis. What does that mean for your research? It means the system is more flexible than the historical record suggested. A pause, which changes my assessment of the Tier 7 transition. Wei Ba was still for a moment. Tell me what you know about Tier 7. Dao Rong reached into his sleeve and placed a document on the table, an ancient text section, reproduced from something that had clearly been only partially preserved. The text described 7 tiers of the Conquest System in sequential detail. Tiers 1 through 6 in complete notation. Tier 7 in a format that was partially illegible, with several key lines missing or damaged. Wei Ba read it. He memorized what was complete and noted precisely where the gaps appeared. When he was done, he looked up. 300 years ago, he said. A host reached Tier 5 and then disappeared. No death record. Host 40, Dao Rong said. Yes, I've been searching for what happened to him for 12 years. Have you found anything? Dao Rong was quiet for a moment that Wei Ba read as containing more information than it appeared to. Not yet, but I believe the answer is still alive somewhere in this cultivation world. Wei Ba filed this assessment and returned the text document to Dao Rong. The 3 cities you took, he said. Hollow Reed, the second, the third. Release them. Dao Rong raised an eyebrow. Why? Because they weren't earned in combat. Your economic system took them while they were unaware. You run a research operation, not an empire. Release them. A long pause. Then Dao Rong said, You're very certain about what I am. I'm stating what I've observed. I might be wrong. You're not wrong. Dao Rong stood. I'll release the 3 cities within 30 days. He paused at the room's exit. In exchange for ongoing access to your absorption records and the right to conduct documented research sessions with you, when both parties can spare the time. Weiba looked at him. The exchange was not balanced. 3 cities versus research access was not equivalent, which meant either Dao Rong valued the research access far more than the cities, or the cities had served their purpose and their continued operation was a liability. Agreed, Weiba said, on the condition that you inform me before deploying any information derived from my records against my operational interests. Define inform in advance. Enough time for me to prepare a response. A slight pause. Then, from Dao Rong, something that Weiba could not entirely categorize. That's the most reasonable request I've heard from a Conquest System host. He left. Chu Fenru, from the far wall. He's going to be very helpful and very dangerous. Yes, Weiba said. Is that concerning? He thought about this honestly. Not currently. Currently, it's the best arrangement available. He stood. Where's Ru Gong? He went to look at the city's eastern residential district an hour ago. He's been talking to people. Weiba walked to the window and looked out at Stone Mirror's market district, which was proceeding normally, as it had been doing for 20 years before he arrived, and would presumably continue doing in whatever form governance took here. One city, 100,000 people who now paid tribute to him, and had no particular reason to view the arrangement favorably. He was 31 days out of Iron Spire. He had a city and a legal claim and an arrangement with the most dangerous researcher he'd met. Somewhere outside the continent, according to ancient text, there was a Tier 7 trap waiting at the end of a path he was currently walking. He had already decided he was going to find out what was at the end of it. Chapter 49 Ru Gong's first governance report, which he produced without being asked, which was characteristic, was 17 pages long and covered the eastern residential district in detail Weiba had not requested and found useful despite himself. The district was home to 8,000 cultivators who were not attached to any major sect, which was a higher concentration of independent cultivators than any other district in Stone Mirror. They had their own informal governance structure, a rotating council of 3 senior practitioners who resolved disputes, managed resource access, and functioned as de facto administration for the district's cultivation development. The council had been watching Weiba's tribute collection with the specific wariness of a community that had been subject to 3 governance changes in 10 years and had learned to evaluate new authorities before committing to a posture. Ru Gong had spent 2 days in the district talking to practitioners, administrators, and ordinary residents. His report covered what they needed, what they feared, and, unusually, for a report that Weiba had not commissioned, what they considered a reasonable governance arrangement versus what they would resist. Weiba read the report once, quickly, and then read it again slowly. You went into the district specifically to gather this information, he said when Ru Gong appeared at the administrative center that evening. Yes. I didn't ask for it. No. Ru Gong sat down. I did it because I thought you'd need it, and because I know you well enough to know you would have gathered it yourself eventually, but eventually has costs. He paused. They're not going to resist the tribute structure as long as the district's cultivation resource allocation stays intact. They're afraid you're going to redirect the resource supply chains to the central administration the way the last 2 governors did. Weiba looked at the report. The resource supply chain concern was accurate. It was the most efficient thing to do, operationally, and he had in fact been planning it. If I redirect the supply chain, he said, the district loses cultivation efficiency for 3 to 6 months, while the independent cultivators adjust. About 300 of them will leave. The ones who stay will be compliant, but the kind of compliant that's waiting for a better option. Ru Gong paused. Or you could leave the supply chain intact and collect tribute from the district's cultivators as they currently operate, which is slightly lower yield per month, but stable. Weiba looked at the numbers. The difference over 12 months was approximately 4%. 4% was not operationally significant against the benefit of a stable district administration. Leave the supply chain intact, he said. Ru Gong looked at him. He did not speak for a moment. Then, the 3rd time I've brought you information and you've changed a plan. The information was useful. Yes. A pause. I'm not keeping score. I just notice. Weiba looked at the report. What do you want from this city? What do you mean? You're here. You're working. You're producing reports nobody asked you for, and you're not asking anything in return. What do you want? Ru Gong was quiet for a moment. I want to be somewhere that's trying to be something worth staying at. He looked at Wei Ba with the direct attention of someone who was being careful with their words. You're building something. I want to help it be worth the cost of building it. The cost including what you observed in Iron Spire. Including that? Yes. Wei Ba looked at the window. The city outside was quiet at this hour, the market district closed, the residential lights distributed across the hillside like a map of the 10,000 specific lives that were now operating under a governance structure that called itself a tribute empire and was run by a man who had started his cultivation career by absorbing a mining camp overseer. There will be more of this, he said. More cities, more administration, more decisions like the supply chain decision. He looked at Ru Gong. If you're staying, I need you to produce reports like this one for every district in Stone Mirror before the month is out. Understood. Ru Gong stood. And Wei Ba. A pause. The 17-page format. Is that too much? Wei Ba looked at the report on the table. He had read all 17 pages. No. Ru Gong left. Wei Ba returned to the administrative work. Outside, Stone Mirror's light stayed on until the third watch. Chapter 50. The Alliance envoys arrived on the 49th day. Wei Ba had been expecting them. The Continental Alliance's surveillance network had been tracking Stone Mirror's administrative transition since the tournament's end, and Zhao Qingshan's intelligence contacts had flagged 3 reconnaissance cultivators moving through the city's eastern approach over the previous week. The reconnaissance was routine for an organization the size of the Alliance encountering a new territorial claim. Observation first, then formal engagement. The formal engagement arrived as 4 envoys in Alliance administrative dress, carrying documentation with the Grand Marshal's seal. They requested a meeting. Wei Ba agreed to the meeting and scheduled it for the following afternoon in the Administrative Center's public reception room, not his private office, which would have suggested a negotiation between equals. The public reception room positioned the meeting within formal protocol while making its procedural nature visible to anyone in the administrative building. The lead envoy was a Gold Core Stage 6 cultivator named Subcommissioner Deng Pei, who had the bearing of someone who had delivered formal ultimatums before and had a practiced approach to the emotional management of the room. He presented the ultimatum in standard diplomatic notation. Stone Mirror's territorial claim was not recognized by the Continental Alliance under the provision that tournament dominion rights did not supersede existing Alliance territorial registration. The 3 cities Dao Rong had briefly absorbed were also noted as having been irregularly administered. Wei Ba was invited to dissolve his territorial claims, return Stone Mirror to Alliance administrative jurisdiction, and register himself with the Alliance as a classified unusual cultivator under the supervision framework that applied to practitioners with non-standard advancement mechanisms. It was, structurally, the same ultimatum that Shun Vox had spent 6 months constructing in stages at Iron Spire, delivered by a different institution with more formal authority. Wei Ba waited for the subcommissioner to finish. Then he said, "What is the Grand Marshal's name?" The subcommissioner blinked. Grand Marshal Deng Feia. His specific cultivation specialty. A pause. The subcommissioner looked at him with the expression of someone who had prepared for responses ranging from cooperative to hostile and had not prepared for a questionnaire. The Grand Marshal's approach is military command and formation tactics. Specifically, dispersal formation tactics, Wei Ba said. He fights with distributed forces rather than concentrated engagement, which means he doesn't present individual targets, but rather maintains collective momentum. He looked at the subcommissioner steadily. How many cultivators does the Grand Marshal currently command? The subcommissioner's composure held better than most people's would have. The Continental Alliance's military arm numbers approximately 50,000 active practitioners. Wei Ba was quiet for a moment. He looked at the document on the table, the unsigned ultimatum. Tell the Grand Marshal I'll need more cities, he said. He placed the document in front of the subcommissioner without signing it. He has my answer. The subcommissioner took the document and left. Chu Fenru, who had been in the room throughout, looked at Wei Ba after the envoy's footsteps faded. 50,000 cultivators. Yes. You have 1 city and approximately 300 cultivation-capable defenders. I have 1 city, 300 defenders, a tribute empire model, an established Dominion node network, and 15 months of operational experience that began in a mining camp. He stood. And I have intelligence on Deng Fei's specific tactical methodology, which is the most important asset in that list. She looked at him. You're not worried. I'm planning. Planning and worry operate in different parts of the architecture. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you told the envoy you need more cities. Yes. You said that to challenge them, not because you've identified which cities to take next. Both, he said. I need more cities because the Alliance's resource advantage requires it. And I said it the way I said it because it tells the Grand Marshal that I've already accepted a war outcome and am operating past it. He paused. Men who have accepted the worst-case scenario are harder to leverage than men who are still hoping to avoid it. She thought about this. You accepted the war outcome before the envoys arrived. 3 days ago. Why didn't you tell anyone? I'm telling you now. She held the pause for a moment. Then, what do you need me to do? Expand the alchemical supply chain for compressed pace advancement, he said. I need to be at Void Crossing before the Alliance makes its first move. I have 6 months, possibly 5. She began making notes immediately. He looked at the window. The war with the Continental Alliance had begun. Everything that followed would be the work of the next 5 months. He was already 3 steps ahead of the first move. Chapter 51, the second city, came through acquisition rather than force. Wei Ba had spent 6 days reviewing the regional geography through Zhao Qingshan's intelligence network after the Alliance envoy's departure, looking for the specific configuration that would maximize his territorial expansion while minimizing the response timeline from the Alliance. He needed cities that were either legally defensible as independent claims or far enough from Alliance administrative centers to create a logistical response delay. He found neither. He found instead a city called Crimson Gate, a major resource processing hub at the southern edge of the region whose administrator, a former sect elder named Shan Taekwon, had been managing a quietly deteriorating financial position for 8 months. Shan Taekwon owed significant debts to 2 separate Alliance-affiliated trading houses and had been attempting to renegotiate terms while maintaining public administrative stability. Wei Ba sent Yu Shun. Yu Shun had developed, over 14 months of administrative work, a specific skill set for official negotiations. Not the formal cultivator negotiations that Wei Ba conducted, but the practical kind. The conversations with city administrators and resource brokers that involved detailed financial analysis, mutual assurance language, and the specific art of making someone understand that the arrangement being offered was better than the alternative without making them feel that their agency had been removed. He arrived in Crimson Gate as Stone Mirror's administrative liaison, presented Shan Taekwon with a financial restructuring proposal that cleared the Alliance debt and installed Stone Mirror as the primary creditor in its place, and explained the tribute structure with a clarity that left nothing ambiguous. Shan Taekwon agreed in 4 hours. 2 weeks after the subcommissioner had carried Wei Ba's and signed ultimatum back to the Alliance, Wei Ba controlled 2 cities through 2 entirely different mechanisms: force through tournament law for Stone Mirror, financial leverage for Crimson Gate. The Alliance's administrative response to Stone Mirror had been predicated on challenging the tournament law basis. Crimson Gate had no tournament basis to challenge. It was a voluntary administrative merger. The Alliance sent a legal challenge to the merger's validity. Zhao Qingshan's intelligence contact at the regional authority's legal archive confirmed the challenge would take approximately 40 days to process under standard review procedures. 40 days. Wei Ba turned to his cultivation advancement. Shu Fenru's expanded supply chain had produced a compound sequence that accelerated the compression recovery cycle by 18% without increasing the structural toll. He had been at nascent soul stage 3 through the tournament and the first 2 weeks of Stone Mirror's governance. He absorbed systematically through his now-established absorption approach, targeted, criteria-compliant, productive, and advanced to nascent soul stage 5 over the following 3 weeks. At nascent soul stage 5, the soul projection range extended to approximately 120 meters. He used this range to establish dominion nodes throughout Stone Mirror and Crimson Gate, not in the Iron Spire pattern of individual training zones, but as a network. Linked nodes, placed at specific geometric intervals that allowed their territorial influence to combine. The combined network produced a zone of approximately 40% cultivation enhancement for Wei Ba and 40% degradation for opposing cultivators anywhere within its coverage area. The coverage area was both cities and the territory between them. His empire had a defensive perimeter now, even if it didn't look like one. He was reviewing the network's configuration on the 22nd day after the Alliance challenge's filing when a message arrived from Dao Rong. It read, Host 40. I found him. He's alive. He's not exactly what I expected. Wei Ba stared at the message for several seconds. A host who had reached Tier 5 and survived for 300 years. The ancient text had said he disappeared. No death record. Dao Rong had found him. He wrote back. Where? Dao Rong. He found me. He's been watching the situation since you took the tournament city. He says he has information the system won't provide, and you should hear it before you reach Tier 5. A pause, then. He also says he recognized the territorial projection technique from the tournament and wants to know how you developed it. Wei Ba, when can he be here? Dao Rong, he's already here. He walked through your Dominion node network this morning as if it wasn't present. He's waiting in your city's central garden. Wei Ba had been monitoring the Dominion node network for the past 3 hours. No anomalous signatures. No unregistered presences. He went to the central garden. Chapter 52. The man in the central garden was sitting on a stone bench at the garden's far edge, watching the ornamental cultivation pool with an expression that Wei Ba could not read from 30 meters. He was thin in the way that people who have not needed to eat for a long time were thin, not malnourished, but reduced to something more essential than flesh alone. His cultivation signature was not absent. Wei Ba's soul projection found it immediately, but it was unlike anything he had encountered in months of sensing other practitioners. It was not a standard cultivation pattern. It was the signature of something that had been frozen and was very slowly, over 3 centuries, beginning to move again. He sat down on the bench across from the man and looked at him directly. "Host 40, he said. The man looked up. His eyes were the same color as Wei Ba's. He had the same bone structure in the cheekbones and jaw that Wei Ba's reflection showed, not identical, but unmistakably from the same source architecture. The Conquest System had apparently been selecting for a specific physical profile across its host activations. "Wei Ba," the man said. His voice was quiet in the way that voices were quiet when they hadn't been used often in recent decades. "I've been watching your progress since Iron Spire. You're the first host I've observed in person since I stopped being one." "You're not host 40, Wei Ba said. You're the Hollow Monarch." The man looked at him with something that might have been surprise, then something that might have been acknowledgement. "Who told you that name?" "The ancient records. The texts on the Conquest System describe a host who reached Tier 5 300 years ago and then vanished. No death record." Wei Ba looked at him steadily. "They call you the Hollow Monarch in the Formation Research Archive that Dao Rong accessed. I haven't heard that name in a long time." The Hollow Monarch looked at the cultivation pool. "I didn't choose it. It was given." "What happened at Tier 5? The Hollow Monarch was quiet for a long moment. He folded his hands in his lap with the careful deliberateness of someone who had learned to manage physical sensation as a way of managing internal ones. "I performed an incomplete absorption," he said. "There was a cultivator I reached the Tier 5 threshold by absorbing, and I could not complete the compression. Not because the technique failed, because I knew what he had been and I couldn't end it." He paused. The energy froze. Neither absorbed nor rejected. The system couldn't advance. My cultivation couldn't collapse. I became this. He gestured at himself with the slight movement of someone indicating something they find difficult to describe. "Undying," Wei Ba said. "Undying is not the same as alive." The Hollow Monarch's voice had the specific flatness of someone who had made peace with a distinction over a very long time. "I can feel the world. I can observe it. I can walk through it." He looked at Wei Ba. "I cannot touch it in any meaningful sense. I cannot advance. I cannot receive. I cannot be received." A pause. "In 300 years, Dao Rong is the first person who looked at me and asked a question rather than running." "What did he ask?" "He asked why I'd stopped. I told him. He spent 3 days doing computational analysis of the frozen energy structure and then asked if I wanted it resolved." The Hollow Monarch's eyes stayed on Wei Ba. "He sent me to you." Wei Ba thought through the implications methodically. A 300-year-old cultivation base, frozen at Tier 5, with the energy of every practitioner host 40 had ever absorbed compressed inside it. If the Hollow Monarch could be absorbed, if Wei Ba could take the entire structure and complete the Dominion compression that had failed 3 centuries ago, the advancement potential was beyond calculation. "If I absorb you," he said, "you get my cultivation base," the Hollow Monarch said. "You get the accumulated absorptions of a Tier 5 host across 40 years of active operation. You also get 437 individual consciousness fragments, every practitioner I ever absorbed. All of them, released into your compression process simultaneously." A pause. "I couldn't manage 437 plus my own. My will broke under the weight of it." "How do you know mine won't?" The Hollow Monarch looked at him. He looked for long enough that it felt like an examination. "I don't," he said. "But you fought Zhao Qingshan without the system. You adapted your territorial capability into an internal projection under combat conditions. You've been managing double compression loads that Dao Rong estimated would break the meridian architecture of a standard host 2 months earlier than they actually did." He paused. "You're not standard. That's the only evidence I have." Wei Ba looked at the cultivation pool. The ornamental fish moved through the water in the patterns they had been moving through for years before he arrived, and would presumably continue to move through after whatever came next. "What do you want?" he asked. "If I absorb you, what do you get?" The Hollow Monarch was quiet for a long time. "Release," he said. Wei Ba sat with this for a moment. "I'll need 2 weeks to prepare," he said. "The Dominion compression framework has to be larger than anything I've built before, and I need Dao Rong's technical support on the architecture." The Hollow Monarch looked at him with an expression that contained, Wei Ba thought, 300 years of patience wearing thin in the best possible direction. 2 weeks, he said. I'll stay. Chapter 53 The Continental Alliance's legal challenge to Crimson Gate's merger was rejected on procedural grounds after 38 days, 2 days ahead of schedule, which suggested the regional authorities' legal review process was under some form of political pressure. Weiba had anticipated this. He had spent the 38 days preparing for the rejection by building the administrative and defensive infrastructure that would make Crimson Gate's resistance to Alliance military action expensive enough to be operationally discouraging. The Dominion node network now covered both cities. Yushun had trained and equipped 300 city guard cultivators with access to the node network's territorial enhancement. Chu Fenru had established medicinal supply stations at the 4 most defensible positions in Stone Mirror's outer wall zone. He had also absorbed from 6 nascent Soul Stage 1 and 2 cultivators who had arrived at Crimson Gate on the Alliance's reconnaissance network's later waves, operatives who had, to their credit, been more careful than the initial wave, but had not expected the Dominion node network to extend that far. He was at nascent Soul Stage 7. The Hollow Monarch preparations were proceeding. Dao Rong had sent detailed technical notes on the multi-matrix compression framework required to manage 437 simultaneous consciousness suppressions, and Wei Ba had spent 3 evenings a week in conversation with both Dao Rong and the Hollow Monarch, building the architecture in his meridians layer by layer. The framework was going to be the largest structure he had ever constructed internally, larger than the original suppression formation, larger than the Dominion node network combined. He would need to be at nascent Soul Stage 9 before the framework was ready to test. Ru Gung appeared in the administrative center on the 41st day with a different expression than usual. The Alliance has put a formal military readiness notice on the regional board, he said. Deng Feihe's name is on it. Wei Ba looked at the document Ru Gung placed on the table. It was not an ultimatum. It was an internal readiness notification, which meant it had been obtained through Zhao Qingshan's network rather than through official channels. The notification named Stone Mirror and Crimson Gate as active threat assessment zones under the Alliance's military doctrine. He's preparing a campaign, Wei Ba said. Yes. How long before he moves? Wei Ba reviewed the logistics. Deng Feihe's dispersal formation tactics required specific supply staging. Distributed cultivators needed to be positioned ahead of any engagement to prevent the formation from collapsing under sustained pressure. The supply staging for a 50,000 cultivator deployment would take 60 to 90 days from the readiness notification. 90 days at the most, he said. 60 if he's aggressive about the staging. Ru Gung sat down. What do? We build faster than he can stage. Wei Ba looked at the regional map on the wall. And we choose the ground before he does. He spent the following 12 days taking 2 more cities, both through the financial leverage model Yushun had developed for Crimson Gate. 1 city accepted in 3 days. The other accepted in 7, after a targeted absorption of 2 of its most resistant administrative cultivators persuaded the remainder that the tribute arrangement was preferable to the management difficulties of an adversarial relationship. For cities, 300,000 people under tribute governance. A Dominion node network covering a territory that was beginning to look, on a regional map, like the skeleton of something larger. Zhao Qingshan's intelligence note arrived the same evening. The Alliance's coalition is forming. I counted 8 sect representatives at a private summit 3 days ago. They were discussing the Stone Mirror problem by name. Wei Ba read the note and set it aside. The Hollow Monarch absorption, he said to Chu Fenru that night. We're on a tighter timeline. She looked at the framework documentation on the table. The framework isn't complete. It's 70% complete. The Conquest System's operational record for partially complete frameworks at critical junctions is entirely unknown, she said. Because you're the first host in 300 years to attempt this. She looked at him with the specific directness she used when she was not going to yield on a technical point. I need the remaining 30% built into the framework before you attempt this. Not because of protocol, because the 30% I haven't finished covers the containment matrices for the highest energy absorptions in the Hollow Monarch space. How long? 8 days if I help you construct the framework directly rather than consulting. She paused. Can I do that? He looked at her. She had been examining his cultivation structure for months. She knew the meridian architecture better than anyone except possibly himself. Yes, he said. She pulled the framework documentation toward her and began reviewing the incomplete matrices immediately. 8 days, she said, without looking up. 8 days, he agreed. He sent a message to the Hollow Monarch. 12 days from now. We'll be ready. The Hollow Monarch's response was one line. I've been ready for 300 years. Chapter 54 The Alliance's legal challenge counterfiling arrived on the 52nd day. A more aggressive document than the first, naming Wei Ba specifically and requesting a criminal designation for territorial predation, under the inter-sect governance provisions. The criminal designation, if applied, would have allowed alliance member sects to treat him as a rogue practitioner and engage without formal declaration of war. The regional authorities' review process would take another 30 to 40 days. Wei Ba read the filing, set it aside, and returned to cultivation framework construction. He had made a decision on prioritization. The Hollow Monarch absorption was the most operationally significant event available to him before the Alliance's military deployment, and every day spent on administrative responses to legal challenges was a day not spent on advancement. He delegated the legal response to Yushan. Yushan had become, over 14 months, precisely the kind of administrator that Wei Ba had seen in him in Duanzhou City. Someone who understood institutional mechanisms, who could navigate administrative processes without needing direction on each step, and who had developed the specific loyalty of someone who had started following from compulsion and had arrived at something more genuine through the process of doing good work. Handle the criminal designation challenge, Wei Ba told him. Full procedural response. The argument is straightforward. The territorial predation provision applies to non-consensual territory seizure. Both Stone Mirror and Crimson Gate were acquired through processes the regional authority already validated. Yushan nodded. The other two cities? Same argument. Document everything. And if the regional authority rules against us anyway? Wei Ba looked at him. By the time that ruling comes down, the situation will have changed enough that the ruling will no longer be the relevant question. Yushan nodded again, with the expression of someone who had been working with Wei Ba long enough to understand that the situation will have changed was the most specific answer he was going to get, and was probably accurate. He went back to the framework construction. Chu Fenru's direct assistance had accelerated the process significantly. She had a cultivator's practical understanding of meridian architecture combined with an alchemist's theoretical background in energy structure. The combination produced a framework contribution quality that was, Wei Ba acknowledged, better than what he would have built alone. By day 6 of 8, the framework was 92% complete. He sat with her in the construction sessions without speaking much. The work didn't require conversation. She embedded matrix junctions in his meridian pathways with the careful precision she brought to everything she found technically important, and he held the cultivation pressure stable while she worked, and the framework grew layer by layer. On the 7th night, during a break in the session, she said, "The Hollow Monarch. When you absorb him." "Yes." "He'll be gone." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "He's been alive for 300 years because something prevented his dissolution. He wanted that prevented. He wanted it prevented until he found someone who could complete the absorption. Then he asked me to do it." Wei Ba looked at the wall. "He made that choice clearly." "I know." A pause. "I'm noting that you understand the weight of it." He looked at her. "I went to see the people I damaged at Iron Spire," he said. "I went because you and Ru Gung made me understand why the information mattered." He paused. "That's the version of weight I can carry. I understand the consequence. I accept the consequence. I don't stop because of it." She held his gaze for a moment. Then she returned to the framework construction without speaking. The session ended 3 hours later, with the framework at 98%. The remaining 2% would be complete in the morning. In 4 days, the Hollow Monarch would be absorbed. In 90 days, the Alliance would move. In the time between those two events, Wei Ba intended to advance to Void Crossing. He sat in the empty room after Chu Fenru left and looked at the wall and thought about the Hollow Monarch's expression when he'd said 300 years. He had not thought very much about patience before. He had thought about timing. The difference, he was beginning to suspect, was significant. Chapter 55 Dao Rong arrived 2 days before the absorption. He came with a document Wei Ba had not expected. Not research notes, not technical specifications, but a complete accounting of the Conquest System's 42 prior host records, assembled from 40 years of research. Biographies, essentially, compressed to 1 page each, covering each host's activation, their advancement through the tiers they reached, and what the historical record showed of their ends. Wei Ba read all 42 over 2 hours. The pattern was consistent. Most hosts had advanced through the first 3 tiers through force and absorption, following the system's built-in progression. Most had managed the tier advancement process correctly, the compression, the territorial capability, the soul projection. Most had survived to at least Tier 4. At Tier 5, 18 had died in the advancement attempt. 12 had survived to Tier 5, and then died in combat within the following year. 11 had reached Tier 6 and activated the edict in circumstances the record described as desperate, and in every case, the activation had been the end of the record. No later entries. 41 hosts. 0 surviving past Tier 6. Host 40, the Hollow Monarch, was the exception. He was the only host who had deliberately stopped the system's progression and survived, at the cost of 3 centuries of suspended existence. You've been building this for 40 years, Wei Ba said to Dao Rong. The record, yes. The research, the theoretical framework for understanding what the system actually is. He paused. I started because a friend reached Tier 4 and then disappeared. I wanted to understand why. Wei Ba looked at him. Which host number was your friend? 39. A pause. She activated the edict in a battle and disappeared from the historical record within 30 seconds of the activation. I've never found a body. Wei Ba set the document down. What do you believe happened to her? Dao Rong was quiet for a long moment. His expression was the most unguarded Wei Ba had seen on him. I believe the edict trap consumed her. The same mechanism that's waiting for you at Tier 6. He looked at Wei Ba steadily. This is why I tested you. And this is why I am telling you everything I know. A pause. I have 40 years of research on this system, and I have been waiting for a host who might be capable of the thing Host 40 was not. I need you to understand the full picture before you make the decisions ahead. Tell me the full picture. Dao Rong placed the second document on the table. It was the ancient text section on Tier 7. The complete version, not the damaged fragments Wei Ba had read at the tournament, but a reconstructed complete text that Dao Rong had spent 12 years assembling from 7 partial copies preserved in different archives across the continent. Wei Ba read it carefully. Tier 7, Sovereignty. The system's final tier transforms the host into a realm anchor, a cultivator whose conquest authority extends to the foundational laws of a full cultivation realm. The activation of Tier 7 does not advance the host's power. It completes the host's purpose. The realm's territorial claim is registered, the host's cultivation base is locked into the realm anchor configuration, and the host becomes. The text used a term that Dao Rong had translated from an archaic script, the key in the lock. Below that passage, a note in the text's margin, in a different hand. The lock was made for someone else. Wei Ba read the margin note twice. Then he read the full Tier 7 section once more. The Origin Emperor, he said. Dao Rong nodded slowly. A heaven sovereign, by my best reconstruction, who died, or ascended beyond this realm, approximately 10,000 years ago. Before dying, they built a mechanism to maintain their claim on this realm posthumously. The Conquest System activates hosts capable enough to build territorial empires and advance through 7 tiers. At Tier 7, the host's empire becomes the dead heaven sovereign's throne. The host becomes the key that holds the lock closed, or rather, the key that opens it when the right entity arrives to use it. What entity? The heaven sovereign's successor, by the theoretical framework. Whatever they designated as the inheritor of their realm claim. Dao Rong paused. I don't know what that entity is. I don't know when it arrives. I know that every host who reached Tier 6 chose or was forced to activate the edict before reaching Tier 7, and that every such activation produced the host's disappearance. Wei Ba was quiet for a long time. The system is a trap, he said. Yes. For the hosts. Yes. And the trap has been running for 10,000 years. Yes. Dao Rong met his gaze. I am telling you this because you are the 43rd activation, and I believe you are the first host who might be capable of reaching Tier 7 and refusing the trap. He paused. The question is whether there is a version of Tier 7 in which you survive. Wei Ba looked at the text. The margin note. The lock made for someone else. Shenlihua, he said. Dao Rong looked at him sharply. What do you know about Shenlihua? Seed 2. Wei Ba said, half to himself. The woman on the rooftop. The Mountain Bone sect. He looked at Dao Rong. She has been watching me for 17 years. Dao Rong stared at him. How do you know that? Because she was there when I made my first public conquest. And she is still there. Every time I find the edge of what the system has prepared for me, she has been there first. He paused. She knows something about the Tier 7 transition that you don't. And she has been waiting for me to be capable of hearing it. He stood. After the Hollow Monarch absorption, he said, I need to find Shenlihua. Dao Rong looked at him for a long moment. Then, quietly, I'll help. Chapter 56. Dao Rong left the 42 host records on the table in the room with the particular quiet of a man who understood when further explanation would only reduce the value of what had already been said. Wei Ba remained where he was. The final page lay open under his hand. Host 41. Activated Tier 6 in the Western Marches during a 5-sect containment war, issued a conquest edict under encirclement conditions, disappeared from all historical records within 1 day. No body recovered. No territorial residue. No surviving witnesses above foundation willing to provide sworn testimony. 41 variations on the same ending. Advance. Conquer. Refuse less. Reach the threshold where the system stopped behaving like a path and started behaving like a mouth. The room around him had gone dark by the time he noticed. Evening had settled over stone mirror and layered red-gold bands through the high lattice windows, lighting the cultivation chamber like a place meant for contemplation rather than the mechanical disassembly of predatory systems. He had no use for contemplation as ritual. He did have use for accurate reading. The ancient text Dao Rong had translated sat to his left, weighted open by 3 iron seals. Wei Ba turned past the Tier 5 sections they had already reconstructed and the Tier 6 operational fragments describing edict projection, emergency coercion thresholds, and the administrative language of desperate men pretending the last tool available to them had been part of the plan all along. Then he found the Tier 7 section. The script quality degraded immediately. Not from age alone. The damage had pattern. Someone had cut, burned, or otherwise disrupted this portion of the text with purpose, leaving the beginning and end of the section intact, while turning key lines into ash-fringed absences. He read anyway. Tier 7, Sovereignty. The host's dominion expands from territory to realm claim. Successful advancement registers the host as a realm anchor, capable of claiming the full cultivation realm as a dominion node. Upon registration, the host's cultivation base is fixed into the anchor arrangement and the next line broke in the middle. Sever all ties. Then damage again. The remainder resumed 3 lines lower. Stability of claim requires singularity of command. Realm may not be anchored through divided possession. Host must. Another break. Wei Ba read the fragments 3 times. Then a 4th. He did not like damaged instructions and systems that killed people for misreading them. He liked even less instructions that used administrative language to conceal cost. Sever all ties was imprecise in the way trap language often was. It could mean emotional ties, organizational ties, vassal links, external dependencies, or it could mean what such texts sometimes preferred when speaking politely about violence. Everyone around the host becomes expendable during the transition. He memorized the section, not because Dao Rong had been dishonest. Dao Rong had been more honest than the system deserved, but because information whose operational significance was still unclear was more useful when held privately until its placement within the larger mechanism became obvious. He closed the text and sat back. The Conquest System had remained quiet through the reading. It often did that around information that threatened to reveal its underlying purpose. The silence was not neutral. It was a form of withholding. Wei Ba had been dealing with withholding since childhood. He spoke into the quiet room anyway. You want me at Tier 7. The interface appeared after a pause long enough to qualify as insolence. Tier 7 remains unavailable. Advancement prerequisites unmet. Not an answer. You want me there. Tier progression is a function of host capability, territorial control, and successful application of conquest principles. Still not an answer. He stood and walked once around the chamber, not from agitation, but to let his body move while his mind sorted structure from noise. The system needed hosts who could build territorial empires. Tier 5 provided army function. Tier 6 provided edict function. Tier 7 converted the host into a realm anchor. The lock was made for someone else. That note, written in a different hand in the margin of a 10,000-year-old text, was more valuable than most complete manuals. It meant at least one prior reader had seen the mechanism clearly enough to name it. It also meant at least one prior reader had not been able to stop it. Wei Ba stopped at the window and looked down over Stone Mirror. The city had changed faster than he expected. Not morally. He had not acquired it through benevolence. He had acquired it through tournament law, intimidation, and a regional authority too bureaucratically cautious to stop him before the paperwork validated his violence. But possession created incentives. Tribute had stabilized the defense corps because he paid them on time and punished theft from supply channels without caring which banner the thief once served. The Eastern market, which had spent years being squeezed by 3 overlapping sect levies, now paid 1 tax with 1 published rate. Sectless cultivators had begun arriving because Stone Mirror's rules were harsh but legible, and people preferred predictable domination to ornamental chaos. He did not feel pride about this. Pride was a poor analytical tool. He did note that governance produced resources, recruitment, and strategic depth more efficiently than repeated small wars. That mattered because the Continental Alliance would move on him soon. The legal challenge over Crimson Gate was not serious in itself. Legal challenges were reconnaissance with seals attached. The real issue was that the Alliance had now seen the tournament acquisition, the administrative merger, the linked Dominion node network, and his rate of advancement. Men who believed control of a region was their natural condition tolerated many things. They did not tolerate pattern. He turned back to the table and reopened the Tier 7 section. Sever all ties. He could read that line in one of 2 ways. Either the text described a requirement he would eventually have to outmaneuver, or it described a psychological profile the original mechanism expected from its successful host. A man sufficiently isolated that turning him into a lock would produce no external resistance worth calculating. If the latter, then the system had made a mistake in him. He was still usable, still acquisitive, still willing to build dominion through force. But he was no longer operating alone. That was not sentiment. It was structure. Chu Fenru's frameworks had improved his survival rate. Yushin's administration had accelerated territorial conversion. Zhao Qingshan's intelligence had turned uncertainty into timelines. Ru Geng's interventions kept public legitimacy from collapsing into pure fear. Dao Rong's research was the difference between walking blind into Tier 6 and arriving with a knife already in his hand. The system, he thought, would count those as ties. Interesting. He extinguished the lamp with 2 fingers and called for Zhao Qingshan. When the intelligence chief arrived, half-shadowed and expressionless as ever, Wei Ba pointed to stone mirror on the wall map and then to the ring of alliance-held cities around it. I want acquisition options, he said. Not war plans. Every city within 30 days response time that can be taken through debt, law, marriage, faction split, sect grievance, supply leverage, or administrative panic. Zhao Qingshan took one look at the map and understood. You want a second city before the alliance finishes deciding whether you're containable. Yes. That will reduce the response window. Only if I take the wrong city. Zhao inclined his head. How soon? Weiba looked once more at the damaged line in the text. Immediately, he said. If the system wants singularity, I'll give it complexity first. Chapter 57 Chu Fenru found out before sunrise. That was not because Wei Ba announced the plan. It was because Stone Mirror's logistical apparatus had learned to move in patterns, and Chu Fenru was one of the few people in his orbit who could read a pattern from secondary consequences alone. He was in the secondary cultivation hall reviewing 3 acquisition profiles Zhao Qingshan's people had delivered overnight when she entered carrying a tray with 2 cups and the expression of someone already irritated by information she had not yet heard confirmed. She set 1 cup down at his elbow. You're preparing external logistics. Weiba did not look up. Yes. For what? A second city. The silence that followed was not shock. Chu Fenru did not waste time on emotional reactions before technical clarification. She pulled a chair across from him, sat, and read the top sheet upside down from where she was. Red Ledge, Riverfold, and Black Reed, she said. These are not speculative surveys. These are acquisition profiles. She lifted her eyes to his. You have a city. Why do you need another one right now? He set the first profile aside. Because the Continental Alliance has been watching this tournament. They will move on me within 60 days. I need to be inside the perimeter of what they consider containable, or I need to be outside it entirely. She took a sip from her cup and considered. And one more city changes that. Not one more city. The manner of the acquisition changes it. He tapped the Red Ledge document. If they can classify me as a tournament irregularity, they send legal containment. If they have to classify me as a territorial actor with multiple administrative methods, they lose procedural clarity. Procedures create delay. Delay is worth cities. That is the kind of sentence that sounds persuasive because the parts all belong to the same language. Chu Fenru leaned back. Now say the version meant for someone who does not find bureaucracy spiritually nourishing. He obliged. If I stay at one city, they can surround me. If I take the right second city, the map becomes inconvenient. Better. She reached for the 3 profiles without waiting for permission and spread them into a line. Red Ledge, mining city, sect oversight weak, military garrison loyal to payroll rather than doctrine. Riverfold, trade nexus, administratively rich, 2 rival tax houses in quiet conflict. Black Reed, small but strategically placed canal city that controlled movement of processed spirit or into the southern corridor. Chu read each in turn, her fingers stopping longest over Black Reed. No, she said. Why? Because you like it. That was true enough to annoy him. Black Reed was the cleanest strategic acquisition on paper. Small enough to destabilize quickly. Important enough to matter once taken. Situated at a transport hinge whose loss would inconvenience 3 alliance-aligned sect supply chains at once. He would have chosen it first, which meant she was right to say no. The route is too obvious, she continued. If you can see it immediately, so can anyone whose job depends on assuming the worst about you. He said nothing. She moved her finger to Riverfold. This is the one they expect you to ignore because it doesn't look like conquest. Too urban. Too administrative. Too dependent on accountants instead of fighters. Administrative cities take longer to digest. Yes, but if you digest one, you stop looking like a sect menace and start looking like a governing problem. That changes who gets assigned to contain you. She looked at him steadily. Who do you prefer to fight in 60 days? Cultivators? Or regional clerks? He took that seriously because Chu Fenru never asked ornamental questions. Clerks, he said after a moment. Of course. Clerks can be bribed, embarrassed, delayed, or drowned in documentation. Cultivators require bodies. He almost smiled. You have become useful in very specific ways. That was always the goal. She slid the Riverfold document toward him. But usefulness does not answer the other part of the question, which is, why now? Her tone remained level. Not strategically, structurally. You are 2 days from absorbing a 300-year accumulation held in unstable suspension by a host who only exists because he failed to finish what the system demanded. Dao Rong is still reconstructing Tier 6. You have not yet identified what sever all ties means in the Tier 7 text. And your answer to all of that uncertainty is to initiate a second territorial expansion. Wei Ba met her gaze without irritation because irritation would have implied she had spoken beyond her competence. She had not. My answer, he said, is not expansion. It is environment control. The Hollow Monarch absorption advances me. The Alliance response narrows my options. If I advance without altering the environment first, I reach the next threshold inside a map my enemies already understand. Chu tapped the Riverfold file once. So you alter the map before you alter yourself. Yes. That is more coherent than your first answer. I am not required to provide my best answer first. No, but I am going to continue extracting it. That, too, was true. She read the Riverfold profile in full, then said, if you take this city, you cannot do it through open conquest. Its defensive mechanisms are legal and financial, not martial, which means the acquisition depends on Yushan, not you. Yes. And if it depends on Yushan, then he needs time, room, and a clear scope of authority. She set the file down. Do not send him in with half a plan and an implied threat attached to his spine. He works better when the terms are legible. I know. Good. She gathered the other 2 profiles into a stack and returned them to him. Then if you're going to do this, do it precisely. Not because I think taking a second city before the Hollow Monarch absorption is safe. It isn't. But because imprecise expansion right now would be stupidity disguised as boldness. And I dislike when you confuse those two. He held out his hand. She passed him the Riverfold file. You'll help structure the acquisition package, he said. It was not a request. She did not treat it as one. Yes, she said. And when this produces 2 simultaneous crises, you will remember that I warned you before the second one started. He looked down at the profile and then back at her. Do you think the city's gates will hold me? Chu Fenru took her cup, rose, and answered in the driest tone available to her. No, which is why I prefer not to make you use them. Chapter 58 Ru Gung chose noon. Not evening, when discussions became strategic by instinct. Not early morning, when Wei Ba's first response to interruption tended toward impatience, sharpened by cultivation. Noon, during open administrative review, when Stone Mirror's Eastern Hall was crowded with quartermasters, tax clerks, defense officers, and the first wave of sectless cultivators petitioning for residency under Wei Ba's published terms. The timing was deliberate. Ru Gung had learned over the last year that if he wanted to influence Wei Ba's decision-making, he had to do it either in technical language or in circumstances that made refusal visibly costly. He entered with Yushan. That made the purpose of the conversation clear before either of them spoke. Wei Ba finished reading the final tax roll in front of him, signed it, handed it back to the clerk, and then looked at the 2 men as the hall continued working around them. You came together, he said. That means one of you wants something, and the other wants it measured. Yushan exhaled through his nose. I continue to dislike when your rhetorical questions are accurate. Ru Gung ignored the remark and stepped closer to the desk. You're preparing to take another city. Yes. Before the Alliance responds to the first one. Yes. Ru Gung held his gaze. I'm not here to tell you not to. That got more of Wei Ba's attention than opposition would have. He set down the brush. Then say the version you came to say. Ru Gung did. Govern the one you have. The words landed oddly in this hall because they were already partially true. Stone Mirror was being governed. That was the point. Tribute collection had stabilized. Guard rotations were regular. Sect predation on outer market cultivators had dropped because Wei Ba's punishments were faster and less corrupt than the prior systems. Supply caravans were arriving on published schedules. The city had become, by practical measures, better ruled. Ru Gung knew that. He was not making a moral appeal. He was making a strategic one. Show it can work, he said. Not for us. For the region. For the people watching and trying to decide what story to tell about you. Right now they can still say you're a violent exception who happened to win a tournament. If Stone Mirror functions under your rule for long enough that people begin comparing it favorably to sect governance, the narrative changes. Yushan took over cleanly, as Wei Ba expected he would. You've already seen it in the residency petitions, he said. People are coming because they think your system is harsh but predictable. That matters. If you give Stone Mirror time to develop a reputation for actual stability, future acquisitions become easier. Cities will start calculating what incorporation into your structure would mean before you approach them. Weiba listened without interruption. That, more than any nod or polite reply, told both men they still had a chance to affect the outcome. Rugung continued. 50 days. Why 50? Because the legal challenge over Crimson Gate will still be moving. Because Stone Mirror's first full tax cycle under your rules closes in 42. Because public memory needs repetition before it becomes belief. Because anything shorter and it looks staged. Rugung's jaw tightened. Because I am not asking you to become righteous. I'm asking you to let proof accumulate. The hall around them went quieter by degrees. Not because anyone had formally stopped working. Because people recognized when rulers were being argued with and developed a professional interest in surviving the answer. Weiba leaned back slightly in his chair and let the silence lengthen until it started doing useful work. Rugung did not flinch. Yushin did not look away. Good. Cowardice was boring in administrators. If I wait 50 days, Weiba said at last, the Alliance uses those same 50 days to map my perimeter, identify weak points, and decide whether I should be contained by law or force. They'll do that anyway, Yushin said. What changes in 50 days is what they have to explain to everyone else while they do it. And what do they explain? Rugung answered. That they are moving against the one city in the region where tax burdens dropped, road safety improved, sectless cultivators stopped vanishing, and defense spending appears on the public ledger instead of in an elder's nephew's third estate account. That was a better answer than Weiba expected. He looked out over the hall. There were 3 quartermaster officers from the old city regime now working under his rates because they discovered competence was rewarded more reliably here than flattery had been under their previous administrator. There were 6 petitioners waiting for residency review. There was an old smith from the Western Ward who had personally filed a request for permission to expand his workshop because Stone Mirror's guard contracts had become stable enough to justify investment. The city was, in fact, producing evidence. He had observed that as efficiency. Rugung was asking him to observe it as leverage. That was not the same thing. Interesting. You want 50 days, he said. Yes. And if I take another city on day 51? Rugung's expression did not change. Then you do it having built something first. Yushin added, and if Riverfold is still the right target on day 51, it will be a better target then. Their tax house conflict isn't going anywhere. Weiba drummed once on the arm of the chair. He did not like delay when the strategic logic pointed toward expansion. He liked, even less, giving other people the experience of moving his timeline by argument. But he was not a child protecting pride from revision. 50 days of visible governance could alter the region's narrative, complicate alliance legal positioning, improve future acquisitions, and let the hollow monarch absorption settle before concurrent territorial escalation. The costs were real. The gains were also real. He looked back at Rugung. You ask as if this city matters to you. Rugung answered without ornament. It does. Why? Because if your system can only conquer, it stays local. If it can govern, it changes the realm. There it was. Not morality. Scale. Weiba nodded once. 50 days, he said. No one in the hall moved. So he added the part that mattered. During those 50 days, Stone Mirror becomes demonstration, not refuge. You shun full administrative authority over public ledgers, guard expenditure reports, residency review standards, and outer market regulation. Publish what the previous regime hid. Publish what this regime collects. Rugung, you will inspect every public claim we make about the city's improvement and challenge the ones that don't survive scrutiny. Rugung blinked once. You want me to challenge your own administration. If the city is proof, weak proof is a liability. Yushin's mouth moved by a fraction. You are making my next 50 days intolerable. Your next 50 days were already going to be intolerable. I'm clarifying the purpose. That got a low laugh from somewhere in the clerk rose, quickly strangled into silence. Weiba stood. 50 days, he repeated. Then I take another city if the map still requires it. Rugung bowed his head once, not submissively, but in acknowledgement of a negotiated outcome that had cost both sides something real. That is enough. Weiba looked at him steadily. No, he said. It is useful. Then he turned back to the waiting hall and called for the next petitioner. Chapter 59. The first 10 days taught Weiba that governance was more repetitive than conquest and therefore easier to underestimate. A city did not fall once and remain obedient out of respect for the event. It required maintenance. Rates had to be collected. Roads had to be secured. Quartermasters had to be prevented from quietly becoming a second caste of thieves once they learned the first caste had been removed. Defensive towers required repair schedules rather than speeches. Residency petitions multiplied faster than cultivation duels because stability attracted people more reliably than victory did. Weibo watched the process with detached interest. That did not mean disinterest. Detached interest was how he handled anything that might be useful enough to scale. Stone Mirror's first full tax cycle under his rule closed on day 12. Yu Shun delivered the figures in the Western Review chamber with a ledger stack under one arm and an expression that suggested he had developed new species of contempt for prior administrators. The city's published rate produced lower total extraction from residents and higher net usable revenue, he said, placing the primary ledger on the table. Mostly because the previous regime stole through 8 channels and called 3 of them emergency maintenance. Ru Geng, seated opposite with his own notes, added, the public posting of expenditures changed merchant behavior within one cycle. They're reinvesting instead of hiding inventory. Weibo read the figures. Lower burden, higher revenue, better compliance. He had seen similar patterns before in miniature. Tribute systems worked best when the payer believed the amount was fixed and the punishment for cheating was worse than the burden of honesty. Stone Mirror was larger than the prior examples, but the principle held. Guard reports, he said. Yushin slid over a second document. Street violence down 31%. Sect-affiliated predation complaints down 60%. Transit robbery on the Eastern Road has not occurred once since Xianxia's people hanged the canal gang's 3 surviving lieutenants from the toll arch. Ru Geng winced. You continue to report those details as if they help the case for civilization. Yushin did not blink. They help the case for outcomes. Weibo looked from one man to the other and filed away the exchange. That was part of what Ru Geng had asked for, proof accumulating in public, not merely force applied effectively in private. By day 20, sectless cultivators from 3 neighboring districts were arriving at Stone Mirror specifically to register under Weibo's published residency rules. They came suspicious, armed, and ready to leave if the city's reputation proved to be a trap. Instead, they found clear tribute rates, work assignments that matched ability, public adjudication of disputes, and training allotments distributed by measurable contribution rather than elder preference. One of them, a bone-tempering woman from the southern villages with a scar running from ear to collarbone, stood in front of the review desk and said to Yu Shun, not quietly enough, "This is worse than sect rule in exactly the ways I expected and better in exactly the ways I didn't." Yu Shun looked up from the form. "That is the most accurate summary anyone has submitted this week." Word spread. The city changed faster after that because reputation did what fear alone could not. It created voluntary movement. Outer disciples abandoned 2 nearby sect-affiliated compounds and resettled under Stone Mirror's labor militia framework. Merchants rerouted caravans through the eastern gate because published tariffs made profit calculation possible. A blacksmith consortium from Riverfold, the same Riverfold Weibo intended eventually to take, sent a quiet inquiry asking whether Stone Mirror would honor off-ledger spirits deal contracts if their own city administration continued failing to pay on schedule. He read that inquiry twice and handed it to Zhao Qingshan. Do not answer yet. Because if Riverfold's artisans are looking outward before we have even approached them, the city is ripening on its own. Zhao Qingshan nodded once. Observation only. Yes. On day 27, Ru Geng walked the Western market without escort and listened to people complain. That was his preferred investigative method. He asked questions in the tone of a man genuinely willing to be corrected, which made people say more than they meant to. He returned that evening with 3 pages of issues. Guard sergeants overusing public punishments in the lower ward, residency clerks favoring applicants from productive trades over displaced farmers, and an emerging class divide between early registrants and new arrivals who had not yet secured cultivation work. Weibo read the report and then looked at Yushan. Fix it. Yushan did not defend the failures. Another useful trait. The guard issue is simple. 2 sergeants lose rank publicly and the rest recalibrate. The residency issue requires quota adjustment. The labor divide, he frowned. That one is structural. Then restructure it. Into what? Weibo considered. New arrivals without work became instability. Instability in a growing city became faction recruitment. Faction recruitment inside Stone Mirror became a security problem or, if managed correctly, a labor reservoir. Frontier reclamation, he said. The abandoned outer terraces north of the city. Assign new arrivals in rotating crews with cultivation allotments tied to output and guaranteed residency conversion after 90 days. Ru Geng looked at him sharply. You're turning unused labor into land recovery. Yes, that might actually work. Weibo did not answer. He was looking out the chamber's open screen toward the northern terraces, where the old city walls had once ended and disused farmland lay in narrow broken steps against the hills. The city was becoming better, not because he cared about civic virtue, because competence compounded. He noted that with the same attention he gave cultivation gains, the detached quality of his observation remained. He still measured most things by whether they increased dominion, revenue, military readiness, or options. But the experiment Ru Geng had asked for was producing a result neither of them had fully articulated at the start. People stayed where rule made sense. That, he thought, was more dangerous to the alliance than conquest. On day 43, the first external comparison report arrived. Zhao Qingshan placed it on the table without comment. It contained copied market rates, migration figures, and 2 sworn merchant statements from neighboring cities, all saying variations of the same thing. Stone Mirror under Wei Ba's rule was more predictable, less corrupt, and materially safer than 3 alliance-administered alternatives. Wei Ba read the report and set it aside. Interesting, he said. Ru Geng, who had been present for the reading, gave him an incredulous look. Interesting. Yes. You have spent 43 days turning a conquered tournament city into the most functional administrative zone in the district, and your response is interesting. Wei Ba looked at him levelly. It is an experiment producing useful data. I do not improve the analysis by pretending surprise more loudly. Ru Geng stared for a moment. Then, against his own visible preference, he laughed. There are moments when talking to you feels like trying to teach a blade what weather is. And yet you continue. Yes, Ru Geng said. I do. The 50th day arrived with clean ledgers, repaired roads, a larger militia, full granaries, and a city that had become genuinely more stable under a man who still thought of stability as a category of leverage before anything else. Wei Ba stood on Stone Mirror's western wall at sunset and looked over the territory he had not expanded for 50 days. He did not feel virtue. He did feel confirmation. Governance worked. That made the next move larger than acquisition alone. At dusk, a rider came through the south gate bearing the seal of the Continental Alliance. Zhao Qingshan met him first, searched him, found no poison array, and escorted him upward with 7 guards and no courtesy beyond efficiency. Wei Ba remained on the wall until the envoy reached him. Then he turned. The man bowed in the precise, offended manner of someone carrying authority on behalf of a body that still had not decided how much anger protocol allowed. Message from the Grand Marshal, the envoy said. Wei Ba held out his hand. Give it, the envoy did. Chapter 60. The ultimatum was written on thick alliance parchment with 4 seals impressed into the lower edge and enough formal language to make its threat look like an administrative inconvenience rather than what it was. Wei Ba read it once. Then again. The terms were direct in the way institutions became direct only when they had already spent 2 months failing to make indirection solve the problem. By authority of the Continental Alliance's Regional Security Charter, Wei Ba of Stone Mirror is ordered to dissolve all territorial claims acquired through tournament irregularity, administrative coercion, or non-sanctioned cultivation pressure, to surrender Stone Mirror and Crimson Gate to interim supervisory governance, and to present himself at Iron Spire within 15 days for registration as an unusual cultivator under Alliance observation. Failure to comply would authorize classification review at the Continental Threat level. The final line interested him most. Continental Threat Level Review pending Grand Marshal determination of military sufficiency. Military sufficiency. They were still counting. Good. The envoy watched him read with the expression of a man trying to determine whether he was looking at a future memory he would someday cite to explain why the region had changed. Wei Ba folded the document once and handed it to Zhao Qingshan without taking his eyes off the envoy. Who drafted it? The envoy hesitated for 1 beat too long. The office of the Grand Marshal. Which hand? The man swallowed. Legal revision by Deputy Commissioner Han. Strategic language by the Marshal's adjutant. That fit the structure. Han handled administrative traps. The adjutant inserted military ambiguity where the Marshal wanted room to escalate without committing to a number too early. Wei Ba stepped closer. The western wall was wide enough for 6 men to walk abreast, but the envoy still had the good sense to notice how little room existed between himself and a drop of 200 feet. You came through the city, Wei Ba said. Yes. You saw the roads. Yes. You saw the markets. Yes. You saw whose banners the militia wear. The envoy's jaw tightened. Yes. Then when you return, speak carefully. If the Alliance wants to classify me, it should at least use words accurate enough to survive repetition. The envoy tried formality first. My duty is delivery, not commentary. No, Wei Ba said. Your duty is observation plus survival. Delivery was the easy portion. The man's face went pale in the dignified way minor officials preferred when afraid in front of hostile power. Ru Geng arrived on the wall then, with Yu Shun half a step behind him, as if the city itself had decided the answer to the ultimatum should be witnessed by every principal currently contending inside Weiba's rule. Ru Geng took one look at the alliance seal in Zhao Qingshan's hand and said, "So they've chosen supervision language." "Yes." Yushin's expression went flat. "They want to drag you back into a category they can regulate." "Yes." The envoy clearly disliked how quickly the two men beside Weiba read the document's strategic premise. That, too, was useful information. Ru Geng folded his arms. "What are you going to do?" Weiba did not answer immediately. He looked past the envoy, over stone mirrors evening markets, over the repaired outer roads, over the militia towers where torches were being lit in exact sequence under a schedule Yushin had built and 3 former thieves were now enforcing with earnest professionalism. He thought of Crimson Gate's ledgers, Riverfold's blacksmith inquiry, the Hollow Monarch waiting 300 years to be absorbed, Dao Rong's records of 42 failed hosts, and the Tier 7 line damage precisely where the mechanism's true demand began. The Alliance wanted him returned to Iron Spire as a registered unusual cultivator. Contained, studied, procedurally translated. That would have worked against a man whose power depended only on combat. It would not work against a man whose last 50 days had proved that cities could become stronger by falling under his rule. He turned back to the envoy. "How many cultivators does the Grand Marshal command?" The question landed exactly as intended. Not curiosity. Measurement. The envoy heard it, and knew he heard it. 50,000 under direct banner, he said after too brief a pause to suggest invention. With 6 sect reserve contingents and 32 affiliated city militias under emergency call. Ru Geng's breath changed. Yushin said nothing. Zhao Qingshan, standing at Wei Ba's right shoulder, had already begun recalculating lines of movement, supply depth, and response delay from the number alone. Wei Ba nodded once. "Good." The envoy blinked. "Good. Yes. You understand that this is an ultimatum. I understand that the Grand Marshal believes 50,000 is a persuasive figure." The man's composure slipped. "It is a persuasive figure." Wei Ba looked at Stone Mirror, then passed it toward the darkening roads beyond which other cities sat under weak administrators, unstable debt structures, competing sect pressures, and alliance assumptions that the region remained fundamentally governable through old methods. He had waited 50 days. The experiment had concluded. Results: governance produced legitimacy. Legitimacy produced migration. Migration produced resources. Resources produced military depth. Administrative clarity made conquest cheaper later than it had been earlier. The Alliance had given him the answer to the next question without realizing they were doing it. 50,000 cultivators meant they were preparing for perimeter containment, not annihilation. They still believed this was a regional problem. Regional problems could be solved by increasing the number of cities that stopped feeling regional. He looked back at the envoy. "Tell the Grand Marshal," he said, "that if he intends to supervise me, he'll need more cities." The wall went silent. Ru Geng closed his eyes once. Yushin exhaled like a man whose next 6 months had just become much worse and therefore, somehow, clearer. Zhao Qingshan smiled without showing teeth. The envoy stared. "More cities." "Yes. That is your answer to the Continental Alliance." "No," Wei Ba said. "It is my answer to their numbers." Then he turned away, which was dismissal in its purest form. Zhao Qingshan. Riverfold first. Open the artisan channels. Yushin. Draft acquisition terms that look reasonable enough to insult them. Ru Geng. If you want the next city to survive long enough to become proof, you'll start planning before you finish objecting. Ru Geng said, "I object now." "Good. Begin after." The envoy was escorted off the wall with his dignity mostly intact and his understanding significantly damaged. Wei Ba remained at the parapet after the others left, looking west where the next city waited inside debt, habit, and bad administration. Below him, stone mirrors' torches lit the streets in ordered lines. Behind him, the Alliance had made its move. Ahead of him, the map was about to become less manageable. That was, he thought, the correct answer to supervision. Chapter 61 War began as arithmetic before it became blood. Wei Ba spent the morning after the envoy's departure in Stone Mirror's Western Strategy Hall with 4 maps, 3 ledger stacks, 1 weather report, and enough contradiction in the room to be useful. Yushin arrived first because he had slept least and intended to turn that into administrative superiority. He placed the city's current guard roles on the table without greeting. "Stone Mirror Militia," he said. 3,100 trained to presentable standard. Another 1,200 fit for wall duty, road patrol, or reserve labor rotation. Crimson Gate can contribute 2,000 more if we strip their escort routes to the legal minimum. Wei Ba took the first document. "Do it." "I expected that answer." Yushin set a second ledger down. It remains a poor answer if the southern or routes collapse, because we overcommit personnel. Then prevent collapse. Yushin's mouth flattened. As ever, your trust in implementation is a kind of violence. Ru Geng entered behind him carrying rolled maps and the expression of a man who had agreed to remain in a conversation longer than conscience recommended. Two younger cultivators followed at a respectful distance and took positions by the side table. They wore no sect insignia. One had the weathered face of a former mountain disciple. The other carried a repaired righteous court sword with its old crest filed off the guard. Weiba looked at them once. Yours. Ru Geng nodded. Defectors. Not to you. He added before Wei Ba could decline the distinction. To the sects that were using famine law and forced service to keep outer disciples from leaving. They heard what happened in Stone Mirror. They came because they wanted something they could live under without pretending it was virtuous. Yushin gave the new arrivals a sidelong glance. That is a better recruitment slogan than most sects manage. Ru Geng ignored him. They're not an army, he said to Wei Ba. They're disciplined, angry, and ideologically difficult. Which means if you place them under the wrong command structure, they'll fracture. Then I'll place them under the correct one. That was not bravado. It was logistics. Chu Fenru arrived while the righteous defectors were still arranging themselves along the wall. She carried 2 alchemical cases and a written requisition list so offensive in scale that Yushin visibly aged upon seeing it. No, he said before she reached the table. That is not how requisitions work, she replied. You want enough compression stabilizers to support 3 major absorptions, 8 lesser ones, mobile field surgery, poison counter packets for 200 cultivators, and transport-grade pain suppressants on a war footing. You tap the list with 2 fingers. We do not possess this inventory. You possess the ingredients in 3 warehouses and 1 underreported tax seizure ledger, Chu Fenru said. The fact that they are not yet a coherent inventory is a problem for your profession, not mine. Zhao Qingshan drifted in last, which was to say he had likely been in the room before everyone else, and only decided to become visible when information had ripened enough to deserve placement. The Grand Marshal's 50,000 is the clean number, he said without introduction. The useful number is 22. Weiba looked up. Explain. Zhao laid out 6 small black markers across the eastern map. 22,000 direct mobilization cultivators within 15 days. The rest require reserve call, sect negotiation, militia convoy, or regional assembly. Deng Feihe will not wait for all 50,000. He'll move his advanced structure first and turn the larger count into psychological pressure. That fit the ultimatum's language. Military sufficiency pending. Not certainty. Not full deployment. A commander deciding how much force a problem deserved before wasting prestige on excess. Ru Geng unrolled his own map beside Zhao's intelligence placements. He has to move through one of 3 corridors if he wants heavy supply intact. North Plateau, River Route, or the eastern stepped road through old relay depots. Chu Fenru set down one of her cases with a hard click. If he wants cultivation-grade sustainment, he needs the eastern route. The relay depots there store refinement salts, compression oils, and bone-strengthening mineral stock. Without those, his higher-stage troops start losing operational tempo in under 3 weeks. Yushin rubbed his face once. Good. We are now discussing war through the medium of exhausted quartermasters, which means the morning is progressing correctly. Weiba stood over the table and looked at what he actually possessed. 1 city taken by tournament law. 1 city acquired through debt leverage. Yushin's guard force, trained and increasingly loyal through the practical reliability of being well used. Ru Geng's network of righteous defectors, who remained suspicious of Wei Ba and therefore trustworthy in the specific way principled men became when they had chosen to stay near someone they did not admire. Chu Fenru's alchemical chain, the only reason his cultivation model had not already consumed him. Zhao Qingshan's intelligence lattice, built from thieves, informants, resentful clerks, and enemy officers with private debts. None of them were an army. Good. Armies were visible. Visible things could be counted, surrounded, and frightened. What he had was more irritating than an army. It was capability without central form. We do not match his numbers, he said. Ru Geng looked at him carefully. I assumed even you knew that. Knowing it and saying it aloud are different operations. Yushin folded his arms. And the operation after that. Weiba put 1 finger on the eastern stepped road. We collapse his supply chain at 2 points before he reaches Stone Mirror. Zhao's eyes sharpened. 2. 1 strike tells him where to reinforce. 2 make him choose what to save. Chu Fenru leaned over the map. The eastern cultivation material depot at Black Cleft and the low relay station 3 days behind it. Yes. If Black Cleft goes, Zhao said slowly, already running the consequences. The reserve caravans have to reroute through the old canal road. That puts them inside Crimson Gate's observation lattice. And if the low relay station goes at the same time, Yushin added, the reroute arrives hungry. Rugung stared at the table. This is not defense. Weiba looked at him. No. It's theft. Yes. On a regional war scale. Yes. Rugung's jaw shifted the way it did when he was deciding whether moral objection would improve the outcome or merely satisfy his own need to register discomfort. He chose the better option. Then my people are not raiders, he said. They're route breakers and civilian separators. If depots fall and refugees spill outward, we pull them clear before your soldiers confuse panic for enemy movement. Weiba nodded once. Do that. It cost him nothing to assign mercy if the operational value was high enough. It cost him more to notice that the assignment had begun to come to him, without calculation taking quite as long as it once had. Interesting. Zhao placed a final marker over Black Cleft and said, there's another issue. Say it. 3 of the independent city-states between us and the Alliance have already taken payment. They'll serve as flanking positions once the advance begins. They won't announce until orders activate. You swore softly. Which 3? Zhao named them. Weiba filed the names away. Bought cities. That made them cities with a price, not cities with principles. Easier in the long term. Harder in the week ahead. He looked around the room. War begins before the Grand Marshal reaches our walls, he said. Black Cleft first. Low relay second. Refugees separated from supply lines. No proclamation. No challenge banners. We take what improves us and ruin what improves him. Chu Fenru closed one case and slid it toward him. Then drink this now. If you're planning field absorption under war conditions, I want your meridians prepared before you start pretending pain is beneath strategic notice. Weiba took the vial. You speak as if it isn't. I speak as if pretending is not the same as immunity. Yushin glanced at the maps, the requisitions, the black markers, and the righteous defectors waiting by the wall. So this is the plan. Weiba drank the preparation draft in one swallow. It tasted of iron bark, spirit ash, and Chu Fenru's professional contempt. No, he said. This is the first pressure point. Then he turned to Zhao Qingshan. Assemble the extraction team. Chapter 62 Black Cleft stored war in neat rows. The depot sat in a ravine 3 days east of the main stepped road, built into stone that had been carved flat by hands old enough to have forgotten the first banner under which they served. From above it resembled a small fortified monastery. From within it held exactly what Chu Fenru said it would. Refinement salts packed in sealed iron jars, bone-tempering mineral cakes stacked in waxed crates, compression oils in ceramic casks, wound paste compounds, ration concentrates, marching elixirs, and the kind of cultivation materials armies consumed faster than they ever admitted in public. Weiba watched the depot for 4 hours before he moved. Observation first. That had become one of the useful disciplines forced on him by the scale of what he now handled. In earlier arcs, conquest began with pressure and sharpened through escalation. Against a regional army, pressure started as data. Black Cleft's outer patrol rotated every 90 breaths. The eastern wall had 3 visible guard towers and 1 concealed formation post masked behind a shrine facade. Laborers moved in pairs. Quartermasters moved in groups of 4. 2 Gold Corps supervisors controlled the ravine mouth, while 1 nascent soul officer circulated along the inner stores with a discipline Zhao Qingshan described as actual military competence, regrettably. Weiba lay flat against cold rock and watched the nascent soul officer pause twice at the same junction. Not by habit, by concern. That meant the depot already knew it was vulnerable. Good. Worried men repeated checks. Repetition created timing. Below him, Zhao Qingshan crouched in a cleft of shadow that should not have fit a full-grown cultivator and whispered without turning his head. Your expression means you've found something irritating. The officer at the inner stores. He walks clean. Yes. He worries in patterns. Zhao's mouth moved by 1 fraction. That is the kind of sentence people following you should learn to fear. Rugung's route breakers were already in position farther downslope. They had come stripped of sect colors, armed for speed rather than dueling, tasked with separating civilian laborers and cart hands from combat lines once the raid began. Yushin's chosen guard detachment waited on the west ridge with grapnels, wagon harness rigs, and enough discipline to carry loot under formation pressure without dissolving into triumph. Chu Fenru herself had refused to remain behind, which Weiba found irritating until he remembered the operation involved identifying which alchemical stocks to steal and which to destroy. She had put it more bluntly on the approach. If you let soldiers choose which compounds matter, they'll take the brightest jars and leave the useful ones. He had no argument against that. Midnight dropped over the ravine in slow layers. Torchlight narrowed. The inner officer completed his third doubled inspection of the same junction. Wei Ba moved. He did not go first because leaders ought to. He went first because the first breach required 3 breaths of silence and 1 body capable of killing the concealed formation post before it warned the ravine. Mira was not in this story, so he did it himself. 1 descent, 2 handholds, 1 controlled drop to the shrine ledge. The concealed post's warder saw motion and opened his mouth. Wei Ba's hand was already on his throat. The man hit the stone without a sound and died with his chi still trying to reach an alarm array that never lit. Wei Ba crushed the array housing under 1 heel. Signal 1. The West Ridge team descended. 3 heartbeats later the ravine changed from depot to target. Yushin's guards hit the wagon yard first, not the walls. Harnesses cut. Animal teams turned loose. Supply carts seized before drivers could scatter them into fire. Rugung's route breakers moved through the labor rows shouting clear instructions in voices trained to sound like command rather than panic. Drop the crate and move left. If you are not carrying a weapon, run to the white marker. You have 10 breaths before the soldiers decide for you. People obeyed because fear preferred sharp choices. Wei Ba dropped into the inner stores and met the worrying nascent soul officer at the exact junction he had been checking all evening. The man turned with no confusion at all. Good. That made him worth the time. Wei Ba, the officer said. I assumed if we were hit, you'd come for the heart. And yet you stayed. Someone had to count what mattered. No wasted dialogue. Better. The officer's weapon was a segmented spear built for confined defense. He opened with no warning, thrusting not at Wei Ba's chest, but at the left shoulder where Dominion compression scarring made his movement fractionally less fluid under sudden torque. That, too, was worth noting. Wei Ba let the thrust pass by less than an inch, caught the second segment with 1 hand, and drove his knee into the man's front leg. Bone cracked. The officer rolled through it instead of collapsing and reversed the segmented shaft in a short brutal arc meant to force distance. Professional. Not heroic. Professional was worse. Wei Ba gave ground once, letting the officer believe spacing existed, then slammed conquest pressure through the depot floor into the local stone. The half-formed Dominion response did not create a node, too far from his territory, but it did produce 1 instant of ownership pressure in a radius small enough to distort footing. The officer's next step landed wrong. That was enough. Wei Ba closed, broke the spear's center link with both hands, and drove the jagged shaft back under the man's ribs. The officer spat blood, tried to reach the wall gong anyway, and almost made Wei Ba admire him. Almost. He put 1 hand to the man's chest. 3 breaths. The absorption struck hard. Nascent soul stage 2. Clean military foundation. No sect ornament. No corruption from vanity techniques. The kind of cultivation base built by repetition, obedience, and resource depth. Useful. Pain followed at once, threading hot wire through the old compression scars in his meridians. Not enough to slow him yet. Enough to promise later interest. Wei Ba let the body fall and opened the inner store doors. Chu Fenru entered in a blur of practical fury. Not those, she said, kicking aside 3 lacquered cases. Those are prestige tonics. Worthless in active campaign. She pointed with 2 fingers. Take all refinement salts. Take the marrow cakes. Burn the marching elixirs after piercing the casks. If they survive intact, they can salvage dilution stock. Yushin appeared at the door with 2 guards and 1 bleeding brow. Outer wall secure for maybe 4 minutes. Then you have 3, Chu said without looking at him. The depot became triage by theft. Useful stocks loaded first. Precision destruction second. Decorative scarcity compounds left where they sat because armies died from missing fundamentals, not from a shortage of expensive ceremony. Wei Ba moved through the inner store like a man taking inventory of someone else's assumptions. The Alliance believed war strength traveled only through banners and command counts. It traveled through salt, oil, transport rhythm, and the hidden certainty that 1 more depot always existed 3 days behind the current one. He intended to introduce doubt into that certainty. The first fire started in the marching elixir vault. The second in the ration concentrate yard after use guards punctured the storage drums and soaked the stacks before lighting them. By the time the ravine garrison rallied into anything resembling coordinated defense, Black Cleft's useful stocks were already in motion west, and its resupply schedule was burning through the night in a smell of metal, herbs, and bad forecasts. Zhao Qingshan met Wei Ba at the ravine mouth as the team withdrew. He held up 3 sealed document satchels. Quartermaster ledgers, he said, and 1 packet marked flank activation. Wei Ba took the satchels. Read while moving. He did. 3 of the independent city-states between Stone Mirror and the Alliance Advance Corridor had already been bought. Payment schedules, troop staging rights, quiet gate access clauses, and contingency language authorizing flanking deployment under emergency coalition review. So, the region was smaller than it had looked yesterday. Good. Smaller regions broke faster. Behind them, Black Clef's fire climbed high enough to rewrite the night's horizon. Ahead of them, the Alliance's timeline had just lost 60 days. He expected Deng Feihe to respond by accelerating. That was correct. Chapter 63 Grand Marshal Deng Feihe advanced like a man who believed time belonged to him until proven otherwise. The report reached Stone Mirror at dawn on the 4th day after Black Cleft burned. Zhao Qingshan delivered it personally, which meant the contents either mattered enough to require precise transmission or amused him enough to want live observation of Wei Ba's reaction. He split his column into 5 moving sections, Zhao said, placing small iron tokens over the eastern map. No central supply train. No single command wagon. Every section carries independent refinement stock for 12 days and enough relay signals to recombine within 6 hours if attacked. Wei Ba looked at the formation. Distributed force. Distributed supply. Distributed command authority. An army built to deny him a throat to cut. He adjusted correctly, Wei Ba said. Annoyingly so, Zhao replied. He also sent a message. The scroll was unsealed. That was the first interesting choice. Direct communication before formal engagement meant Deng Feihe preferred classification to theater. He wanted to know what kind of enemy he was moving against and was secure enough in his own authority not to need ceremonial distance. Wei Ba read the message. Stone Mirror's governor. Burn another depot, and I will treat every road between your city and the eastern marches as a war front. If you want negotiation, present yourself at the dry span crossing by dusk tomorrow. Come with fewer than 50. And signed in the body. Sealed with the Grand Marshal's command mark anyway. Ru Gong, who had entered midway through the reading, said, You are going. Yes. With fewer than 50. Yes. Why? Wei Ba folded the scroll. Because men who can count armies cleanly are more dangerous than men who rely on anger. I want to see him before he finishes arranging the region around his assumptions. Yu Shun, standing by the side table with the expression of a man whose profession had become war through administrative overachievement, said, And if this is bait? Then he learns I came. That answer irritated everyone present, which was one mark in its favor. Dry Span Crossing lay east of the stepped road where the old river narrowed between 2 slate shelves and forced caravans through a stone bridge wide enough for 3 wagons or 1 disciplined killing formation. A place designed by terrain to produce negotiations that could become battles without requiring much rearrangement. Deng Feihe had chosen the location because he respected structure. That alone made him rarer than most regional commanders. Wei Ba took 8. Zhao Qingshan for observation and contingency. Yu Shun because practical loyalty counted more than ceremonial attendance. Ru Gong because his presence altered the moral reading of any scene merely by existing in it. For guards chosen for steadiness rather than brilliance. Shu Fenru because she refused to be excluded from situations likely to create new kinds of damage and because, as she put it on the ride out, if you're going to meet the only competent commander on the continent, I want to see whether his logistics are as offensive as his timing. Dry Span was already occupied when they arrived. Deng Feihe had not built a camp. He had arranged a moving perimeter into temporary stillness. That was the first thing Wei Ba noticed. No clustered command tents. No noble banners overstated for morale. No officer not advertising a throat worth cutting. Soldiers stood in distributed intervals along both ridges with formation flags angled differently enough to allow immediate recombination. Cultivators moved in paired circuits rather than fixed posts. Supply animals were split into 3 small groups, each guarded by people who also clearly knew how to die without panicking. Dispersal formation. Not just a battle tactic. A worldview. Deng Feihe stood in the center of it wearing dark field armor with the Alliance crest reduced to a single brass pin at the collar. He was older than Wei Ba expected, broad-shouldered without heaviness, his hair bound high and without ornament. Gold core? No. Nascent soul? Perhaps. But his individual signature mattered less than the structure around him. That was the real revelation. He did not command the formation. He was the point around which it had learned to exist. Wei Ba, Deng Feihe said as the 2 groups stopped 20 paces apart. His voice carried cleanly over the bridge and the river below. You came. You invited me. I expected you to consider it an insult. It was one. Deng's mouth moved by a fraction that might have been approval. Good. No posturing then. Better. Wei Ba stepped onto the center of the bridge and looked at the formations on both ridges. You deploy as if you're marching against plague, not a city. I deploy against systems, Deng said. Men are easier. Ru Gong's breath changed beside him. Zhao Qingshan went still in the way he did when information surpassed entertainment value and became dangerous. Wei Ba held Deng's gaze. Then I'll give you terms before we waste each other's time. Do. 6 cities, Wei Ba said. Neutrality from the alliance for 90 days. You tell your reserve contingents this region has become an administrative problem rather than a military one. In 90 days, if I have not expanded beyond those 6, you call it containment and go home. Yushin looked at him once, sharply, because the number had not been discussed aloud beforehand. Good. Surprise had value when negotiating with men who respected calculation. Deng Feihe did not even pretend to consider the offer. No. You reject quickly. Your model compounds through acquisition. Every city left under your rule strengthens the next taking. If I grant you 6, I buy you 12 later. Deng's expression did not shift. I am not here to slow your appetite. I am here to define the limit before the continent pays for my hesitation. That answer was clean enough to be useful, not corrupt, not ideological theater, not a hidden bargain dressed in public language. Deng Feihe actually believed what he was saying. That made him dangerous in a way venal men never were. Then your terms, Wei Ba said. Submit to study, Deng replied. Not humiliation, not execution. Study. Your system violates too many foundational assumptions to be handled by ordinary sect law, but that does not mean it must be destroyed if its mechanics can be understood and bounded. Come to Iron Spire under military supervision. Let my people examine the Conquest System properly. Help us determine whether it can exist without consuming the continent's cultivation base. He sounded reasonable. That was the sharpest thing about him. Reasonable men with armies were harder to kill in the imagination before anyone made the practical attempt. Wei Ba looked over the ridgelines again. No single target. No proud young master eager to duel. No isolated commander worth a 3-breath absorption risk. The whole formation was the weapon. The whole army was one structure diffused through many bodies. Deng Feihe had built himself into an operational idea rather than a glittering cultivator ego. An army of one, made from thousands. Wei Ba found, to his own interest, that this was the first man in months he wanted to kill for structural reasons rather than immediate utility. If I refuse, he said, we continue. And if you lose 50,000 to continue, then I was wrong and the continent learns a painful truth. Ru Geng spoke then for the first time. You would spend them. Deng turned his head. I would spend myself first if it produced the correct limit. There was no boast in it. That, more than anything else, made Ru Geng go quiet. Wei Ba looked back at Deng. Yes, he thought. You are the most dangerous person I have met. Not because you are strongest. Because you have already priced your own death into the campaign and found it acceptable. Interesting. Also inconvenient. He stepped back off the center line. Then we continue, he said. The Grand Marshal inclined his head once. Around him the distributed formation shifted without seeming to move. Every ridge soldier adjusting angle by fractions. Every paired circuit altering route just enough that Wei Ba could feel the structure closing again around invisible calculations. No throat. No central heart. No single man worth reaching for. The confrontation ended without battle. That made it worse. As Wei Ba turned away, Deng said, burning depots will not save you if you mistake inconvenience for strategy. Wei Ba answered without facing him. And studying me will not save you if you mistake restraint for controllability. Then he crossed dry span and left the Grand Marshal alive because, for the moment, that was the only accurate move. Chapter 64 Dao Rong arrived before sunrise on the day after dry span with none of his usual scholar's patience. That was how Wei Ba knew the information was either ancient, operationally catastrophic, or both. The vault keeper entered Stone Mirror's upper chamber still wearing road dust, placed 2 wrapped tablets on the table, and said without preamble, your territorial expansion has triggered external attention. Yu Shun, who had been halfway through a supply review and despised interruption unless he caused it himself, said, from whom? Not whom, Dao Rong replied. What category? Wei Ba motioned once. Explain. Dao Rong unwrapped the first tablet. The script on it was not sect standard, not imperial, not archive courthand. It resembled the oldest strata of the Conquest text, but cleaner, as if copied by people who expected their records to be read 10,000 years later and had built the language accordingly. These are boundary records, Dao Rong said. I acquired them 13 years ago from a collapsed repository under the Western Sink caverns and could not fully interpret them until the Tournament City claim changed the resonance patterns in your Dominion nodes. Ru Geng frowned. Boundary. Cultivation realms do not remain stable by accident, Dao Rong said. They are monitored. Pressures accumulate at the edges, ascensions, failed realm claims, ancient systems trying to expand beyond their designed scope. Most of this is corrected long before ordinary cultivators notice. The entities responsible in these records are called boundary watchers. Chu Fenru, who had been leaning against the window frame with her arms folded, said, "Entities." Yes. Meaning not sect elders in fancy robes. Meaning not anything our regional authorities would know how to tax. That improved no one's mood. Dao Rong turned the tablet, so the morning light struck the center lines. The records identify threshold events that attract watcher attention. One is mass realm rupture. One is failed heaven sovereign ascent. One is the activation of territorial systems capable of anchoring more than one city under a single will. He looked directly at Wei Ba. Your tournament city was the threshold event. Not because you took Stone Mirror. Because Stone Mirror was the first point at which the Conquest System's territorial logic became visible at the realm boundary. The room went still. Wei Ba thought back through the last 20 chapters. Iron Spire. The tournament. Stone Mirror as legal conquest. Crimson Gate as administrative merger. The linked node network. The damaged Tier 7 text describing a realm anchor. He had assumed the system's higher function remained a continental problem. Wrong scale. Useful correction. So I have not just been building power, he said. Dao Rong nodded. You've been ringing an old bell. Yushin muttered something impolite about bells, archives, and people who delayed saying catastrophic things until after cities were already involved. Ru Gung took a slower path. If these watchers have noticed, he said, what do they do? Observe first, Dao Rong said. Intervene only if the threshold continues toward boundary destabilization. Chu Fenru lifted a brow. And in the technical language of old records, what qualifies as destabilization? Dao Rong did not answer immediately. Realm-level territorial claim. Failed anchor transition. External breach conditions. Any system that begins rewriting how local cultivation law distributes ownership of energy flow. Wei Ba looked at the tablet again. The Conquest System was not merely consuming cultivators. It was escalating toward realm mechanics. The Grand Marshal thought he was containing a continental warlord. The system, perhaps from the beginning, had been trying to build something large enough to be noticed by entities beyond the continent. That reframed everything. His tournament city had not just been a clever exploitation of local law. It had been the first moment an ancient mechanism crossed a threshold old enough that the realm itself kept watch for it. Interesting. Also expensive. Dao Rong unwrapped the second tablet. This one held no text. It held a mark. A simple ring crossed by one vertical line. This appeared on the western outer wall of the neutral repository 3 nights ago, Dao Rong said. No one entered. No formations triggered. The mark was simply there in the morning. Zhao Qingshan, who until then had remained in the back of the room listening with the polite stillness of a man cataloging future blackmail value, stepped forward. A message. Yes. From the Watchers. Yes. Ru Gung said. What does it mean? Dao Rong looked at Wei Ba. It means they are not merely aware. They have sent a representative. Yushin set down his ledger slowly. To Stone Mirror. Yes. Chu Fenru's voice turned dry. Do they demand tribute, offer assistance, or describe the end of the world in carefully measured terms? Unknown, Dao Rong said. The repository received only one sentence, spoken to the outer gate by something wearing the shape of a cultivator. He paused. The sentence was, "We are watching." Wei Ba felt no fear at that. Fear was for unclear threats. This was clearer than most. He had triggered an ancient alarm, and the entity arriving in response did not consider its own message threatening enough to decorate. Good. Simple things often carried more information than theatrical ones. When he asked, Dao Rong's answer came without comfort. It says it will meet you at noon. Chapter 65. The Boundary Watcher representative arrived exactly at noon and did not use the gate. Stone Mirror's outer guards saw the figure first standing on the western approach road where no one had reported movement. One blink later, it stood at the inner market square. Not faster than sight. More as if distance had failed to remain relevant between observations. By the time Wei Ba reached the central platform above the market, the city's defensive lines had already arranged themselves by instinct and training. Yushin's guards in triple ring pattern, archers on the tiled roofs. Xiao Qingshan's hidden blades stationed where retreat routes would matter. Ru Gung's defectors holding the civilian crowd back without inflaming it into panic. Chu Fenru on the upper gallery with a case of compounds she would deny were poisons unless paperwork forced precision. The representative looked like a cultivator because the world apparently required some concession to audience expectations. Tall, gray-robed, neither male nor female by any visible emphasis. Their face possessed the kind of forgettable precision that made memory slide off rather than fail to form. The robe had no sect marks, no dust, no travel wear, and no sign of being woven from any textile stone mirrors merchants would have recognized as costly enough to comment on. More interesting than appearance was absence. Wei Ba's nascent soul perception reached for the figure and found structure, posture, motion, attention. It found no cultivation signature. Not hidden, not sealed, not suppressed. Absent in the specific way mountain weather was absent from a ledger column. The representative occupied space, but not through any energy system his senses had been built to parse. That was enough reason to test. He descended from the platform before anyone could object, stopped 3 paces from the figure, and said, "You came." The representative inclined their head. Observation continues. Their voice sounded ordinary until a listener tried to remember its exact pitch, at which point the memory developed seams. Weiba had no interest in being impressed by anomalies. He stepped in. The representative did not react when he seized their robe at the sternum and drove conquest pressure through the contact point, forcing the absorption window open by reflex and will together. 3 breaths. The window formed. Nothing came through. No cultivation base. No foreign chi. No spiritual resistance. No reverse signature. The system responded not with failure, but with a blank interval so complete it felt insulting. Absorption target incompatible. Wei Ba released the robe. Useful. The representative smoothed the cloth with one hand, not out of offense, but with the abstract tidiness of someone acknowledging that mortals often required tactile confirmation when encountering new categories. Experimental, they said. Yes. Result. Not a cultivator. Not in any conventional sense. The square remained silent around them. Yushin's guards did not lower weapons. Ru Geng's hand remained on the hilt of his sword. Chu Fenru, from the gallery, had shifted 2 fingers inside the alchemical case and was 1 twitch away from turning the afternoon poisonous. Wei Ba kept his eyes on the representative. "Why are you here?" "To observe threshold management." "My threshold?" "This activation." Dao Rong, standing half a step behind Wei Ba, said quietly, "Use clearer nouns." The representative looked at him once. "You are not wrong," they said. Then they returned their attention to Wei Ba. "You are the 43rd activation of this system. The previous 42 are archived. We would prefer you avoid becoming a statistic." There were several ways to answer that. Threat. Dismissal. Question. Wei Ba chose the one that would produce the most information. "Where are the previous 42? For the first time, the representative smiled. It was not a comforting expression. It looked like a human face approximating amusement for archival efficiency rather than because the concept held internal warmth. "Archive," they said. "Location. Variable." Useful answer. 40 is particularly instructive. That landed cleanly enough that Dao Rong actually inhaled. The Hollow Monarch. So the Boundary Watchers knew him, expected him, had perhaps been watching his half-alive suspension for 300 years as one more unresolved entry in a system not yet done causing trouble. Wei Ba said, "You watched him and did nothing." Correction. We watched. He did not destabilize the boundary sufficiently to require intervention. Ru Geng spoke from the ring behind him. "You measure people by structural inconvenience." The representative turned their head. "No. We measure systems by escalation potential. People are often how systems disguise themselves from local authorities." That answer was good enough to irritate Wei Ba for reasons unrelated to tone. Because it contained accuracy. The Conquest System had indeed been disguising itself as individual ambition, sect conflict, and regional war. Only now, with territorial expansion and Tier 7 fragments in play, had its scale become clear enough to trigger entities beyond the continent. He looked at the representative and asked the next useful question. "If I continue?" "You will." "If I continue," Wei Ba repeated, "what happens?" "Observation continues. Then classification. Then, if threshold conditions worsen, intervention. By you. By the watching structure through whichever instrument is appropriate." Zhao Qingshan's voice drifted from somewhere in the left side roofs. That is the kind of sentence people use when they want fear to do half the work. The representative did not look toward him. Fear is an inefficient archive tool. Wei Ba considered the figure standing in his market square with no cultivation signature, no urgency, and no apparent interest in bluff. That made them less dangerous in one immediate sense and more dangerous in every strategic one. Not an enemy today. Not an ally. Not a negotiator in the usual regional fashion. An observer from outside the scale his continent liked to pretend was the whole world. "Interesting," he said. "What would you prefer I do?" "Refuse Tier 7. Direct at last." Because realm anchors alter boundary stress distributions in ways your local records do not understand. The representative paused. Because your system was not designed for host preservation. Because the archived outcomes are poor. That matched too much of what he already knew to dismiss. Good. Verification from beyond the continent had value even when it came in a shape he disliked. And if I refuse, he said, what do I become? That is a better question. The representative's unreadable almost smile returned. Alive, perhaps. The square held still around them. Wei Ba looked at the representative's empty not empty eyes, at the guards waiting on rooftops, at the city his rule had already changed beyond convenient reclassification, at Dao Rong's rigid attention, at Ru Geng's visible unease, at Chu Fenru's poised annoyance, and at the far larger machinery now visible at the edges of everything he had built. 43rd activation. Previous 42 archived. Number 40 particularly instructive. He would need to speak to the Hollow Monarch again. He would also need to continue. Refusal as immediate strategy was impossible. The alliance still marched. Deng Fei has still counted. The map still required taking. But the terms had changed. The representative inclined their head one final time. Observation continues, they said. Then they were standing at the market edge. Then the western road. Then absent in the way distance sometimes becomes after a person has been precise enough to make it feel optional. The city exhaled. Yushin finally lowered his hand. I dislike noon meetings. Chu Fenru snapped her case shut above the square. That is because noon is where the universe keeps placing your education. Wei Ba turned back toward the upper platform. Dao Rong. Yes. Prepare everything you have on host 40. Dao Rong's face changed by 1 hard degree. Immediately. Yes. The boundary watcher had not threatened him. That made the warning more valuable. It also made the next move clearer. If number 40 was instructive, then the Hollow Monarch was no longer merely a future absorption target. He was a lesson waiting 300 years to be asked the right question. Chapter 66, Zhao Qingshan arranged the meeting in a burial yard. Wei Ba approved the choice immediately. It was not dramatic. That would have counted against it. The yard sat on a low rise north of Stone Mirror's outer terraces, where old sectless families had been interring their dead long before the city's walls mattered enough to be named in regional law. White stone markers rose in narrow rows through winter-browned grass. 3 wind-bent pines leaned over the slope. The place possessed no active formation value, no administrative significance, and no plausible reason for Alliance scouts to assign it special attention. It also made it difficult for a man to pretend he had come to posture. Elder Shin Vox waited at the far end of the yard beside a marker too weathered to read. He wore no sect robes now, just plain dark cloth and a travel cloak patched carefully enough that the repair itself suggested old discipline. His cultivation presence had thinned since Wei Ba last saw him in any formal capacity. Not broken. Stripped. The difference mattered. Shin Vox remained dangerous because ideas remained dangerous even when their owner lost institutional power. Zhao Qingshan stopped 10 paces short and said, You wanted the damaged text. He wanted something uglier than payment. He looked at Shin Vox. You have the room. This is my final warning, and it is not final. He melted back toward the trees after delivering that line, which was the closest thing Zhao ever came to admitting he found emotional confrontations interesting enough to watch from concealment rather than from the center. Wei Ba stood opposite Shin Vox and waited. The older man looked at him without the old sect elder's certainty. That, too, mattered. Humiliation had not made him weak. It had made him more exact. You look stronger, Shin Vox said. You look less protected. True. No courtesies then. Better. You asked for the damaged section, Shin Vox said. I asked for something in return. Wei Ba gave the smallest nod. State it cleanly. Shin Vox's gaze sharpened by 1 hard degree. 2 of the cultivators whose foundations you permanently damaged were my students. Ru Geng had insisted on being present for this conversation. He stood several paces to Wei Ba's left, not intervening, not announcing his moral utility, simply remaining there in the maddeningly steady way he had developed since joining Stone Mirror's administration. Yushin stood on the right, 1 hand on his sword hilt, less for violence than for patience. Shin Vox went on. You remember them. It was not phrased as a question because Shin Vox knew the answer mattered less than the refusal to lie. Wei Ba remembered. Arc 2 had produced many bodies and more calculations than he cared to revisit at length. But some injuries stayed distinct because they were not efficient in the long term. 2 junior disciples, caught in the aftermath of a forced absorption chain during the sect struggle, had survived with shattered advancement paths. Alive, mobile, cultivation intact enough for function and broken enough never to rise beyond their current stage. At the time he had classified them under collateral persistence. Useful phrase. Accurate enough to keep moving. Shin Vox said, one was named Lin Taisu. The other, He Ren. They were 19 and 21. Talented. Disciplined. Not your enemies in any way that justified permanent ruin. Ru Geng's breath changed. Yushin's posture did not. Wei Ba answered without softness because softness would have been theater here and Shun Vox would have deserved to despise it. I remember them. Shun Vox waited. And there were several ways to handle the moment. Dismiss it. Useless. Argue wartime necessity. Accurate, but narrow. Refuse the frame entirely. Also useless. The old elder had offered information Wei Ba needed in exchange not for coin, territory, or safety, but for a public statement that would constrain Wei Ba's preferred narrative of his own efficiency. Interesting. Also irritating. You want acknowledgement, Wei Ba said. I want facts spoken without euphemism. Shun Vox's voice stayed level, but the strain beneath it had old age and grief in equal proportion. Not repentance. I no longer expect moral clarity from you as a spontaneous event. I want the region to hear you say that power taken under your rule has cost you do not get to categorize into invisibility. Rugung looked at Wei Ba then, not pleading, not pressuring, watching. That was worse. Wei Ba did not enjoy audiences for internal revision. He said, where? For the first time, Shun Vox's expression shifted. The Eastern Drill Square in Stone Mirror. Public review hour. Guard, clerks, petitioners. The kind of crowd that will carry the line farther than sect rumor. Yushin muttered. So that's why you wanted the square cleared this afternoon. Rugung answered before Shun Vox could. Because private accountability is often just elite housekeeping. Wei Ba looked at the younger man once. You say things like that as if you enjoy making structures harder. I enjoy making them honest enough to survive scrutiny. Which was one reason Wei Ba continued not killing him. The Eastern Drill Square filled quickly once word spread that Wei Ba had called an unscheduled public statement in the middle of war preparation. Stone Mirror's people had learned that when he interrupted process without explanation, either someone died, something changed, or an administrator lost rank in a way educational to onlookers. This time none of those guesses fit cleanly. Wei Ba stood on the low stone platform above the square with Yushun on one side, Rugung on the other, Shun Vox behind him, and more civilians, guards, resident cultivators, and clerks watching than the city's formal review sessions usually drew. He preferred command through consequence to command through speech. That did not mean speech lacked uses. He let the square settle. Then he said, in the sect conflict that preceded Stone Mirror's acquisition, 2 cultivators were permanently damaged by my actions. The square changed in one breath. Attention sharpened. Not panic. Not noise. The specific stillness that came when rulers stepped unexpectedly toward a fact no one had demanded from them in public because no one believed such facts would be given. Wei Ba continued. Their names are Lin Taisu and He Ren. They were not strategic equals. They were not commanders. Their cultivation foundations were broken in the course of my campaign. They remain alive. They will not advance further because of that damage. No apology. No self-exoneration. No rhetorical softening. Just the shape of the truth, left standing. Shun Vox closed his eyes once. Rugung did not look at Wei Ba. He looked at the crowd instead, measuring what the words were doing there. Wei Ba finished. Stone Mirror's records will include their names in the conflict ledger. If either remains within the region, they are to be granted treatment access and living support under city provision if they request it. Not as charity. As accounting. Now noise started. Low, uncertain, immediate. Not outrage. Something harder to classify. A city under forced order hearing its ruler acknowledge a cost in language that did not hide behind victory. Wei Ba stepped down from the platform before anyone could turn the event into discussion theater. Shun Vox followed him out through the side passage without speaking until they reached the burial yard road again. Then, quietly. That was not what I expected. Expectation is rarely my problem. Shun Vox almost laughed. It came out as a breath he did not want to dignify as amusement. No, he said. I suppose it isn't. He drew a folded strip of thin treated paper from inside his sleeve and held it out. Then you have earned the text. Wei Ba took it. The old elder did not release his grip immediately. I am not helping you because I approve of your system, Shun Vox said. I am helping you because I now believe the trap above you is older and more dangerous than the man beneath it. Do not mistake one for the other. Wei Ba met his eyes. I won't. That was the closest they would come to accord. Shun Vox let go. Chapter 67 Wei Ba read the restored line 3 times before he allowed anyone else in the room. He did it alone in the upper chamber of Stone Mirror's west tower with the shutters closed and the lamp turned low enough that the treated paper glowed pale against the grain of the table. Shun Vox's script was compact, exact, and irritatingly legible. The missing section had not been long. That made it worse. Tier 7 transition requires severance of all sworn vassalage links before claim stabilization. The Conquest System does not permit divided ascent. Host must stand alone at the apex or the system will tear itself apart. There it was. Not metaphor. Not philosophy. Mechanism. Wei Ba sat very still and let the consequences arrange themselves. Yu Shin's subjugation link. The most obvious, but not only his. Every formal loyalty bond the Conquest System had registered across his rise counted. Forced oaths, direct vassal chains, inherited command signatures, distributed energy shares through Tier 5's army function. The system did not merely prefer isolation. It required it at the final threshold. Not because loneliness was noble, because singularity of claims stabilized the lock. The damaged Tier 7 text and the Boundary Watcher's warning now fit together too cleanly to ignore. Realm Anchor. Sever all ties. Host preservation poor. Archived outcomes. The system wanted a final host stripped of every binding relation that might complicate conversion from sovereign into instrument. He thought immediately of Yu Shin. That was annoying. Not because the man had become irreplaceable. No one was irreplaceable. It was annoying because his first reaction had not been abstract structural review. It had been specific. What happens to Yu Shin if the oath is severed by force at Tier 7? The answer was not in the text, which meant the answer was likely expensive. He sent for Dao Rong, Yu Shin, Chu Fenru, and Ru Gong. Zhao Qingshan arrived uninvited 6 breaths later, which meant he had either never left the hall outside or had a relationship with walls no one else in Stone Mirror found comforting. Wei Ba did not object. Information liked witnesses who understood how to misbehave around it. He laid Shin Vox's line on the table. Dao Rong read it first and shut his eyes. Of course. You sound annoyed at the universe specifically, Chu Fenru said. I am. It continues rewarding my best work with confirmation that the worst interpretation was the accurate one. Yu Shin read next. His face did not change until the second line. Then it changed very little, which was how one knew the impact had landed. All sworn vassalage links, he said. Yes, Wei Ba replied. Ru Gong took the paper from him and read slower than the others. Not because the words were harder, but because he always let damaging things arrive at full meaning before responding. The Conquest System demands its host stand alone at the apex, he said quietly. So the final reward for building an empire is to sever the empire's loyalty structure. Not the empire, Dao Rong said. The sworn cultivation links, which may amount to the same thing if enough of the structure depends on them. Zhao Qingshan, leaning in the corner like a man prepared to watch 3 different futures and profit from the least stable one, said, operationally, how many? Wei Ba answered. Yu Shin direct. 9 secondary command links through the Stone Mirror militia captains. 12 in Crimson Gate's Integrated Officer Corps. 64 low-grade support signatures through the Distributed Army function if the system is counting every energy-sharing designation. Yu Shin folded the paper once and set it back down with far too much care. And if the links sever cleanly? Chu Fenru answered before Dao Rong could. Best case. Severe cultivation backlash for anyone whose core adapted to receiving Wei Ba's distributed energy. Identity destabilization in the lower grade cases for a few days. Command integrity collapse across the military structure. That is best case. Worst. No one rushed to that one. Wei Ba looked at Dao Rong. Say it. The Vault Keeper exhaled slowly. Worst case, the system does not interpret severance as disconnection. It interprets it as excision. He touched the line once. Tear itself apart could mean the host. It could mean the linked network. It could mean both if the transition is forced while the oath structure still bears active load. Ru Gong set his hands flat on the table. So to reach Tier 7, you have to destroy the thing you built to survive getting there. Wei Ba said, perhaps. Ru Gong's head snapped up. Perhaps. Yes. This is not a perhaps question. It is until the mechanics are fully reconstructed. That answer would once have ended the exchange. It did not anymore. Ru Gong stepped closer. No, not this time. His voice stayed low, which made it cut better. You don't get to classify people into provisional categories while the system lines up a knife for their throats. If Yu Shin's oath is part of the price, then that is not a later problem. Yu Shin, to his credit, spoke without looking away from the document. I'm in the room. You can stop arguing over me as if I were a shipment route. Chu Fenru said, no, this is one of the times when being treated like a shipment route is preferable to the alternatives. That almost earned a laugh. Almost. Wei Ba looked at Yu Shin directly. The former guard captain held the stare without deference. That, too, had changed over time. The oath remained. The man inside it no longer behaved like someone whose loyalty could be described solely by compulsion. Interesting. Inconvenient. Your position, Wei Ba said. Yu's mouth moved by a fraction. On whether I prefer not to be severed by an ancient trap mechanism. Yes. I prefer not to be. He paused. I also prefer not to discover during a final battle that the man whose rule I have spent 2 years professionalizing reaches a threshold by accidentally turning me inside out. Useful answer. Not emotional. Structural. Ru Gung muttered. You've been working with him too long. You did not look over. And yet here we all are. Wei Ba took the paper back. The line had changed the board. That was all. Not cause for paralysis. Cause for revision. Good. He said. Tier 7 is no longer an advancement target. It is a mechanism to be disassembled before use. Dao Rong nodded at once. Yes. Chu Fenru crossed her arms. That was already my recommendation, though I had phrased it in more offensive language. Ru Gung looked from the text to Wei Ba. And you shun. Wei Ba answered without ceremony. No severance event occurs while I still need this army coherent. Yu Shin stared at him for one beat. That is the least comforting reassurance available in the language. It remains accurate. Zhao Qingshan spoke from the corner. One more item. Wei Ba turned. Say it. Shin Vox included something oral with the document. Zhao pushed off the wall. He said the woman who destroyed the original text section is the same woman who has been setting your path. The room changed. Dao Rong went still. Ru Gung frowned. Chu Fenru's eyes sharpened with immediate hostility toward abstractions. Yu Shin said, Who? Wei Ba already knew. He said the name anyway. Shun Lihua. Chapter 68. Wei Ba spent 2 days looking for Shun Lihua, in all the places someone like her should have left a trace. That meant nowhere obvious. He did not announce the search. He did not tell Ru Gung, Yu Shun, Dao Rong, or Chu Fenru what line of inquiry had replaced Riverfold's immediate acquisition priority. He adjusted schedules, redirected Zhao Qingshan's least visible people, reviewed old records from Iron Spire, cross-referenced the first rooftop sighting from 17 years ago against sect transit logs, dormant guest registries, and unreconciled burial receipts from 3 provinces. Nothing. Or rather, too much of the wrong kind of something. Absences aligned. Witness memories blurred at the same edges. Administrative marks existed without corresponding signatures. Travel records folded around a single recurring spacing pattern as if someone had been careful for decades to leave the same degree of inconsistency wherever she passed. Enough to confirm she had been there later to the right mind and never enough to identify where she would go next. That irritated him more than disappearance would have. A vanishing enemy was a simple category. A woman who wanted to be found only after a specific threshold had been crossed was a designer. On the second evening, Zhao Qingshan entered Wei Ba's chamber without knocking because in his profession doors had always been a statement rather than a barrier. Your invisible woman enjoys pedagogy, Zhao said. Wei Ba looked up from the spread of marked records. Explain. Zhao placed a single envelope on the table. No seal. No name. No cultivation trace. Wei Ba had already swept the chamber twice for insertion routes. The envelope had not been there 3 breaths earlier. Interesting. Also annoying. Anyone see delivery? No. Zhao's tone remained dry. Which is my final warning, and I am beginning to resent how much material you keep providing for that line. Wei Ba picked up the envelope. The paper was ordinary. That made it worse. People who could ignore wards and drop letters inside defended chambers should have the decency to indulge in some exotic craftsmanship so others could at least admire the problem aesthetically. He opened it. 3 lines. You are on schedule. The trap has 12 chambers. You have passed through 7. No signature. No threat. No demand. Just the kind of message someone sent when they were less interested in frightening a target than in confirming the target had finally become capable of understanding where they stood. Wei Ba read the note twice. Then he held it over the lamp flame and let it burn to black at the edges before dropping it into the brazier. Zhao watched the ash fold in on itself. No archive. No. That's unlike you. No, it isn't. Zhao considered that, and, infuriatingly, found no immediate flaw. The letter's value did not lie in possession. It lay in timing. 7 chambers. The phrase aligned too well with the Tier 7 architecture to ignore. Not 7 tiers. 7 chambers. Which meant Shin Lihua did not think in the same structural vocabulary as Dao Rong or the ancient texts. She had a different model of the trap. One built from internal stages, perhaps, or decision points rather than cultivation labels. 12 total. He had passed through 7 already. That meant the path ahead had shrunk rather than widened. Fewer unknown chambers remaining than completed ones behind him. Useful. Also dangerous in the way all countdowns were dangerous when delivered by someone who had been building them around a person rather than merely observing one. You know what this changes? Zhao said. Yes. He did. Riverfold's acquisition schedule moved back. The Hollow Monarch interview moved forward. Boundary Watcher data gained priority over administrative expansion. Most importantly, he would no longer assume that any apparent opportunity in the coming months existed for its own strategic merit alone. Shin Lihua had just confirmed the map itself had layers. That meant the next 3 moves required revision before he made even one. Zhao leaned one shoulder against the wall. Do you intend to tell the others? Weiba looked at the brazier where the last fragment of the note curled inward and disappeared. No, because you don't trust them with it. Because until I know what the letter changes in operational terms, telling them creates reactions before it creates options. Those are not mutually exclusive explanations. True, he did not bother denying it. Instead, he crossed to the wall map and began removing markers. One from Riverfold's Artisan District. One from the Southern Diversion Route. Two from a planned low-visibility courier chain that now looked too convenient in retrospect. Zhao watched the rearrangement in silence until it became clear this was no minor adjustment. 3 moves, he said. Yes. Large ones. Yes. You think she anticipated them? Weiba did not answer because the answer was too obvious to need sound. The first move changed Riverfold from immediate target to monitored asset. The second shifted the Eastern Defensive Reserve back 2 ridges so Deng Feihe's likely probing assault would run farther into Dominion coverage before meeting meaningful resistance. The third was less visible and therefore more important. He reassigned the Hollow Monarch meeting site from the Northern Garden compound to the old quarry shrine outside Crimson Gate, a place with 5 exit routes and no stable geometry anyone could conveniently design around without announcing foreknowledge. That one, more than the others, felt correct. Shenlihua had said he was on schedule. Then he would stop moving according to any schedule visible from outside his own skull. Later that night, Ru Gung found him in the strategy hall still adjusting markers and said, "You look like someone who lost an argument with a ghost." Wei Ba answered, "Ghosts leave simpler records." Ru Gung frowned. What changed? Wei Ba considered lying. Not because lying would have been difficult. Because omission remained more efficient unless the truth improved another person's function. It would not improve Ru Gung's function yet. It would only increase his need to intervene in a pattern not fully visible. My next 3 moves, Wei Ba said, will not be the ones I planned yesterday. Ru Gung stared at him, hearing the shape of what was missing and disliking it on principle. You call that an answer? No, I call it the amount you need. Ru Gung's mouth thinned. One day this habit of yours is going to make someone who stays. Wei Ba moved the final marker and said without looking up, then I'll make it worth their staying before that day arrives. Ru Gung stood silent for a long moment. When he left, he closed the door more gently than the conversation warranted. Wei Ba remained alone with the revised map, the burned letters ash, and the unwelcome certainty that Shenlihua had not merely noticed his path. She had been counting chambers while he thought he was counting cities. Chapter 69. Deng Feihe attacked at dawn with 3 columns and no waste. Stone Mirror's eastern watchfires flashed the first signal while the sky still held night in its lower seams. 1 long, 2 short, 1 long. Outer ridge movement. Multiple formation signatures. No central mass. Wei Ba was already awake. Of course he was. Men who wanted cities badly enough to force history into account did not sleep deeply when the Grand Marshal of a continent was advancing on their perimeter. He reached the east wall before the second signal completed. The world below the terraces had become war in distributed lines. 3 alliance columns advanced through the morning mist, not as conventional formations, but as layered swarms of coordinated units separated by deliberate gaps. No single command point. No single elite spear. No bright arrogant core worth cutting out. Deng Feihe had taken the logic of dry span and extended it across miles. Dispersal formation everywhere. To fight him, Wei Ba would have to fight a system that refused to offer him the kind of victory his power preferred. Good. That meant this battle might actually teach something. Yu Shen came up beside him, fastening the last clasp on his field armor. East column 60 breaths out from first node radius. South column slower. North trying the old terrace path we left open on purpose. Good. Ru Gung arrived with his own contingent at his back. Defectors, righteous survivors, disciplined strays from dead sects who now answered to him, because someone had to organize conscience if it meant to remain tactically relevant. The eastern approach is mine, he said. Wei Ba looked at him. You are not a wall. No, I'm a holding action with standards. That was, unfortunately, a competent description. Wei Ba had made the decision the night before to give Ru Gung the eastern defense node. First time. Critical position. Real risk. Not because trust had become a virtue he suddenly enjoyed performing, but because Stone Mirror could no longer function if every decisive line required his direct body. Governance had already taught him that. War was about to confirm it. Hold until the second bell, Wei Ba said. And if they press before that, then hold sooner. Ru Gung exhaled through his nose. Your motivational language remains criminally underdeveloped. And yet you continue. Ru Gung's answer came sharp and unwillingly fond. Yes, I do. Wei Ba stepped onto the eastern node platform. Stone Mirror's Dominion network had changed over the past 50 days from scattered territorial advantages into a linked defensive engine. The primary node beneath the east wall fed 3 secondary plates under the terraces, 1 hidden pressure seam in the old drainage tunnels, and a reserve line extending toward the ridge where Ru Gung's people would make first contact. He drove his palm against the central plate and let conquest pressure run down through every linked line. The territory answered, not as sentiment, not as loyalty, as ownership made structural. Every alliance cultivator crossing into node radius would feel it at once. Drag on chi flow, heavier limbs, narrower spiritual circulation, a sense of the ground preferring someone else's steps. The first eastern units hit the perimeter and staggered just enough for Ru Gung's people to take the ridge without dying for it. Arrows, short blade work. 2 formation discs shattered under disciplined pressure from cultivators who had spent too much of their lives pretending righteousness and survival belonged to different professions. Wei Ba watched the exchange through nascent soul projection and noted the important thing immediately. Deng Fei's column commanders did not commit. They tested. It happened in the aftermath space, the brief, ugly interval after first contact when men surviving a line mistake completion for safety. A reserve alliance unit that had never fully committed hit the eastern ravine path from behind and cut off Ru Gung's retreat while his people were still reforming. Wei Ba turned at once. But Yu Shun was already looking east with the expression of a man watching an outcome become personally inconvenient. Too far for the main line, he said. Close enough for a capture team. Exactly. Not slaughter. Not battlefield accident. Deng Fei had learned from Dryspan too. He had identified Ru Gung as structurally valuable because Wei Ba had trusted him with a critical position. By the time Stone Mirror's eastern reserve reached the ravine, the line was blood, loose stone, and absence. Ru Gung was gone. Chapter 70 The Alliance sent no ransom terms. That was how Wei Ba knew Deng Fei understood him at least as well as he understood the Grand Marshal. Hostages worked only when the opposing side believed negotiation preserved more value than immediate violence. A formal demand would have told Wei Ba where Ru Gung was, how many people guarded him, and what the alliance thought he might plausibly concede. Deng Fei offered none of that. He took the more useful route. He let the absence sit. Wei Ba stood in the eastern ravine after the battle and looked at the marks left in dust and blood. Ru Gung's sword drag line ended near a heel pivot. 3 other bodies had gone down around him, then been removed in haste. No corpse. No saturation stain large enough to suggest immediate execution. The rear guard had taken him alive because he mattered as analysis, not barter. Good. Alive meant retrievable. You are not negotiating, Yushin said. It was not a question. They stood together over the ravine floor while Stone Mirror's healers cleared survivors, and Zhao Qingshan's intelligence runners spread outward to trace the retreat line. No, Wei Ba said. Good. I wanted to hear you say it before I started planning for the correct version. Xu Fenru arrived with a field satchel and went directly to Wei Ba's right arm without greeting, checking meridian response where he had overdriven the eastern node under battle load. You absorbed no one during the main engagement. No suitable target. That is a phrase I now dislike on military principle. Zhao Qingshan came down the ravine path in a controlled slide and landed beside them with a strip of marked cloth in one hand. Forward camp, 6 miles east. Temporary. Light perimeter. They expected pursuit, but not immediate penetration. He held up the cloth. Alliance command marking. This came from a reserve handler's sleeve. 2 gold core escorts. 1 nascent soul quarter captain. Rotating support. They are moving by dispersed packets, but the camp itself is still building. Wei Ba took the cloth. Gold core escorts. Nascent soul quarter captain. Temporary geometry. Good. Targets at last. We go tonight, he said. Ru Gung had once accused him of categorizing people too quickly into utility. Perhaps. But the opposite error, letting attachment arrive in language before it could be acted on, wasted time he did not possess. He did not need to decide what Ru Gung meant beyond resource, brother, political counterweight, or unwelcome conscience. He needed him back before the alliance converted living leverage into future structure. Yu Shun was already arranging the necessary pieces aloud. 2 Dominion node projections. Mobile anchors, not fixed plates. We can carry the pressure field in sequence if we strip them from the north and south reserve lines. He looked at Wei Ba. That leaves the outer roads exposed for 6 hours. Acceptable. For you, yes. For me, it means 3 nights of paperwork and 1 riot if the merchants notice. Wei Ba started up the ravine. Prevent both. Your faith in administration continues to be abusive. Chu Fenru caught his sleeve before he reached the ridge. No heroic stupidity. If you intend to rapid absorb under camp conditions, you're taking these first. She held up 3 vials. Compression primers, meridian coolant, and a nerve-sealed draft. The third one is ugly. Useful. Yes. Which is why you'll hate it. He took all 3. The extraction team was smaller than the Black Cleft raid. Wei Ba, Yu Shun. 2 guards capable of carrying the mobile projection plates without collapsing under the strain. Zhao Qingshan for route and perimeter intelligence until the final breach point. Chu Fenru was not invited. She arrived anyway as far as the staging ridge, watched them mount, and said, "If you return with 4 new absorptions and 1 brother-shaped corpse, I'll poison your tea for a month." Wei Ba looked at her. "You assume too little of me." "No," she said. "I assume exactly enough." The forward camp had been built in a dry basin behind 3 low shale rises where the eastern road split into 2 lesser transport lines. Smart placement, hidden from casual aerial observation, fast to abandon, easy to defend in distributed layers because the perimeter could be made to look thinner than it was while support packets remained close enough to converge. Deng Fei's war thinking sat over every visible choice. Wei Ba left Zhao at the outer ridge because intelligence men were more useful alive than brave at the wrong distance. Then he and Yu Shin advanced with the 2 mobile projection carriers through the basin shadows until they reached the perimeter seam. Yu murmured, "Projection 1 ready." Wei Ba touched the plate. The portable Dominion field bloomed outward in a narrow moving radius, less powerful than a fixed city node and still enough to make the ground within it answer him first. Good. Camp sentries felt the drag a breath too late. Yu's first strike took the left post through the throat. One of the projection carriers anchored the plate in the dust. Wei Ba was already through the seam before the body hit ground. The quarter captain came fast. Nascent Soul Stage 1, spear specialist, field-trained, no waste in movement. Better than most. Still not enough. The man opened with a dispersal pulse meant to break formation support and separate Wei Ba from the projection radius. Wei Ba let the first wave slide past his shoulder, stepped deeper into the mobile territory, and slammed conquest pressure straight through the captain's stance rather than his chest. The ground under the man's leading foot answered first. His balance broke. Yu's blade cut the spear shaft short. Wei Ba caught the captain by the front of the armor and drove him headfirst into the supply cart wheel hard enough to crack wood and thought together. 3 breaths. Absorption. Nascent soul pressure hit like raw iron poured through a narrow mold. Cleaner than depot stock. Dirtier than dueling absorption because the man had been fighting in field rhythm with half his channels still tuned to dispersed command calls. The energy bit down hard as Wei Ba forced it inward. Pain later. Movement now. Ru Gung, he said. You listened for 1 beat, then pointed. Center tent. No, left behind it. They shifted the valuable prisoner off the obvious axis. Of course they had. Deng Fei trained competent subordinates. They cut through 2 gold core escorts in the prisoner lane. First one fell to Yu Shun after overcommitting to the projection carrier and leaving his flank open. Second one tried to retreat and call alarm instead of commit to the duel. Better instinct. Not enough time. Wei Ba broke his sternum with 1 palm and absorbed him where he fell. The second gold core base driving fresh needles through already stressed meridians. The third came inside the prison ring itself. Ru Gung was bound to a steel post with suppression hooks through his shoulders and wrists, conscious because men like Deng Fei preferred their captives able to understand the professionalism being done to them. Blood tracked one side of his face. He looked up when Wei Ba entered and managed, despite the situation, to sound annoyed first. You didn't negotiate. Negotiating would have wasted the night. One of the remaining camp guards lunged from Ru Gung's blind side. Wei Ba killed him before the blade finished clearing the man's own ribs. Third gold core. Absorption struck hot enough to blur his sight for half a breath. Ru Gung stared at the body, then at Wei Ba. That answer was not what I meant. I know. You severed the first restraint hook and said, if the brothers' reconciliation can occur while moving, I support that sequence. Camp alarms were sounding properly now. Not panic. Recombination. Deng Fei's officers were doing exactly what he trained them to do. Converge without central collapse, seal flanks, deny a clean withdrawal path. Wei Ba cut the second and third hooks himself. Ru Gung nearly fell forward. You caught him with 1 arm and swore under his breath at the weight of righteous cultivators who insisted on remaining skeletal for philosophical reasons. Projection 2, Wei Ba ordered. The second carrier slammed the mobile plate into the dirt outside the prison lane. Dominion pressure rolled outward in a fresh circle just as the converging alliance packets entered range. Their steps dragged. Chi flow narrowed. The camp's clean geometry warped 1 instant toward ownership. Enough. Not for victory. For extraction. Wei Ba took the last suppression chain in 1 hand and ripped it free of the post. Ru Gong inhaled sharply through his teeth as circulation returned under half-healed injury and active poison. Chu Fenru would be offended by his condition later. Useful. Can you move? Wei Ba said. Ru Gong, because he remained himself even here, answered. Do I look decorative? Currently, yes. That drew the breath that would have been laughter if either of them had time for it. They broke west through the camp edge with Yu Shun carrying half of Ru Gong's weight and Wei Ba driving the mobile field ahead like a wedge. 3 rapid absorptions and 1 nascent soul pull had turned his meridians into wire under a forge hammer. Every movement threatened backlash. He kept moving anyway because motion under collapse remained one of the few disciplines the Conquest System had rewarded honestly. At the west ridge line, he stopped once and looked back. Deng Feihe stood at the far side of the basin in dark field armor, too far to intercept and close enough to have watched the entire extraction. He had not pursued personally. Interesting. Perhaps because he wanted to see whether Wei Ba would spend himself for one captured man. Now he had his answer. You saw the same figure and said quietly, he's letting us go. No, Wei Ba replied. He's learning. They cleared the basin and rode hard for Stone Mirror under a moon thin enough to cut with. Ru Gong lost consciousness halfway through the return. Wei Ba nearly did the same twice and stayed upright through spite, structure, and the certainty that collapsing before Chu Fenru had cataloged the night's damage would create the wrong kind of administrative precedent. They reached the east gate before dawn. Stone Mirror's doors opened. As the first light touched the walls, 6 miles behind them, Deng Feihe watched the dust of their withdrawal and said to no one in particular, and therefore to the officers nearest him. He went in for his brother. One adjutant answered cautiously, strategic asset retrieval. Deng Feihe did not look away from the western road. No, he said. That is the first thing he's done that wasn't calculated. He was wrong, Wei Ba thought later, but not by enough to be comfortable. Chapter 71. Chu Fenru made Wei Ba take his shirt off before she started insulting him. That was how he knew the damage was serious. Ordinarily, she preferred to begin with the insult and let the anatomy confirm it afterward. This time she pushed him down onto the low recovery platform in Stone Mirror's West Infirmary, lit 3 blue spirit lamps, and started tracing the meridian lines across his chest and ribs with 2 fingers dipped in cold silver tonic before saying anything at all. Ru Gong lay on the next platform with one shoulder wrapped in suppression burn salve and enough bandages to make him look temporarily virtuous by force. Yu Shin stood at the door reviewing casualty reports because he handled discomfort by becoming more administrative than usual. Zhao Qingshan had been barred from the room for making a comment about how infirmaries attracted truths people would otherwise file badly. Wei Ba endured the examination without complaint because complaint never altered diagnosis. Chu Fenru finished the 3rd tracing line, sat back on her heels, and said, this was idiotic. There it was. Specificity, Wei Ba said. 4 rapid absorptions in one night. One of them nascent soul, 3 of them gold core, all under active projection load and mobile territory strain. She tapped one line just below his sternum. The tonic flashed pale red. Your meridians are no longer recovering back to baseline. They are healing to a worse shape. Ru Gong, despite pain, found space for commentary. That's an ugly sentence. Yes, Chu said, which is why I'm saying it before he decides to admire his own persistence and make it worse out of habit. Wei Ba turned his head slightly toward Ru Gong. The younger man was awake now in the dull, battered way of people who had been used as leverage and then retrieved too quickly for the body to decide whether outrage or gratitude deserved priority. You didn't negotiate, Ru Gong said. Not accusation. Not surprise. Just the line that had been waiting since the prison lane. Wei Ba answered him with the same clean economy he had used in the basin. Negotiating would have told them you matter to me. Silence followed. Not empty silence. The kind that develops edges when the people inside it already know the next line and dislike it for different reasons. Ru Gong looked up at the ceiling for one breath, then back at Wei Ba. You still came. You're a resource. That would once have ended the exchange. It did not now. Ru Gong's mouth moved, not with humor exactly, but with the recognition that if he laughed too early the wrong thing might become easier. I know that's not entirely what that was. Wei Ba did not confirm or deny. Confirmation would have been a concession. Denial would have been inaccurate. He had no use for either under current conditions. Instead, he looked back at Chu Fenru. Compression toll. She stared at him. That is your transition. Yes. You rescue your half-brother from a forward camp. Absorb enough power in one night to make any sane conquest host spend 2 days foaming into a wall, and your conversational pivot is toll assessment. Yes. Ru Gong closed his eyes once. There are moments when speaking to you feels like surviving an avalanche by discovering the snow has accounting standards. Yu Shun, from the doorway, said without looking up from the casualty board. That is one of his better qualities. Chu Fenru gave you a look sharp enough to count as medicinal. No, she said. One of his better qualities is that when I tell him a body part is nearing operational failure, he tends to treat the information as real instead of as an insult to his identity. She pressed 2 fingers harder into the red flashing meridian line. Pain shot from Wei Ba's chest into both shoulders and down the old compression scars along his arms. He did not move. The point of her work was not gentleness. The toll, she said, is this. Your meridians are degrading faster than repeated absorption is reinforcing them. Up to now, you've been surviving on the system's tendency to use new conquest energy to patch over old structural tearing. That patching is slowing. Wei Ba listened. Meaning that if you continue at this rate, you hit a hard ceiling at nascent soul stage 6. Maybe earlier if you do another night like the last one. She lifted her hand. The tonic line along his chest held red for a full breath before fading. At that point, your body stops interpreting conquest input as reinforcement and starts interpreting it as fracture. Rugung opened one eye. That sounds close to death, phrased rudely. Yes, Chu said. Because that's what it is. Wei Ba sat up. She shoved him back down with one flat palm and enough offended professionalism that even he allowed it. Not finished. Then finish. Chu did. The Boundary Watcher's warning matters more now. Tier 7 remains a trap. But your immediate problem is lower and pettier. If you keep solving military pressure with rapid battlefield absorption, you won't live long enough to make the trap relevant. She rose and crossed to the side table, where 6 vials waited in descending degrees of ugliness. So we changed fronts. Wei Ba had already arrived at that conclusion, which he appreciated because it meant her thinking was still aligned properly. Yes. Yushin finally looked up from his board. Good. Because the Alliance's direct campaign is not where they're weakest anymore. He crossed the room and set the board at the foot of the platform. Black Clef's loss is biting. Their eastern formations are slower. Wound turnover is up, and 2 reserve officers filed formal supply grievance reports against Deng Feihe's quartermaster office in the last 4 days. He pointed to 3 short lines of notes. But they still have enough stored stock to continue active pressure for another 3 weeks if no second disruption hits. Rugung pushed himself higher on one elbow and regretted it instantly. So you hit a second depot. No, Wei Ba said. All 3 of them looked at him. Depots are military thinking. Deng Feihe expects military thinking now. He looked at Yushun's casualty figures, then at Chu Fenru's still open diagnostic notes, then finally at Rugung. If I cannot spend my body freely on the battlefield, I spend his army somewhere it can't defend with formations. Chu Fenru's eyes narrowed with immediate recognition. Materials. Yes. Yushin caught up a breath later. The medicinal chain. Yes. Rugung, slower only because he was bleeding through 2 bandages and half a philosophy, said, the refinery city. Wei Ba nodded. Stone Mirror held roads. Crimson Gate held ore. But the Alliance's field longevity depended on a refinery city east of the lower canal basins that processed the majority of their medicinal ingredients into usable compounds before those compounds ever became depots, rations, or war pacing. You did not have to conquer a refinery to own its consequences. You only had to own the hands that decided who got paid. Chu Fenru put 3 vials in his hand with enough force to make the glass click against his skin. Then here's your toll management plan. She pointed to each in turn. Morning meridian coolant. Midday suppressor. Night reinforcement draft. You miss any one of them. I'll let the next compression teach you why routine is not bourgeois decadence. Wei Ba closed his fingers around the vials. You continue to phrase care as extortion. No, I phrase care as something you can recognize. That was not a line he was interested in examining at the moment. So he rose despite her visible disapproval and looked at Yushan. Send for Zhao Qingshan. Rugung settled back into the platform with a wince. I assume this means I don't get rest. Wei Ba answered him without looking away from the door. No, it means you recover quickly enough to become useful in a different direction. Rugung shut his eyes again. I should have asked the Alliance to keep me longer if this was the alternative. Yushan, unexpectedly, said, no, you shouldn't have. The room went quiet for 1 beat too long. You looked back down at the casualty board as if he had not spoken. Interesting, Wei Ba thought. Then Zhao Qingshan entered, and the war moved from blood to ledger. Chapter 72. The refinery city was called Red Basin. It smelled, according to Zhao Qingshan's first report, like ground copper, wet roots, lamp oil, and the kind of wealth that never appeared in public ceremony because it spent its entire life one stage before becoming visible. That made it ideal. Red Basin did not produce the Alliance's medicinal compounds in the obvious sense. It processed raw spirit herbs, mineral catalysts, marrow salts, and stabilizing binders into the intermediate materials from which battlefield tonics, breakthrough supports, wound pastes, and compression aids were later made. 70% of the alliance's medicinal chain passed through its refiners. The city itself remained technically independent because no one wanted to absorb the administrative cost of governing workers who handled volatile mixtures for a living and tended to develop political opinions when underpaid. Independent cities were often just neglected mechanisms. Neglected mechanisms could be bought. Wei Ba sat with Zhao Qingshan, Chu Fenru, and Yu Shun around a narrower table than the war map required, which suited the conversation better. This was not conquest in the theatrical sense. This was accounting designed to make armies discover that courage dissolved when salves and refinement binders stopped arriving on time. Zhao laid out the city's structure. 3 merchant houses control most of the refinery contracts. House Xian handles herb intake. House Myung finances processing advances. House J controls outbound shipping licenses. Publicly, they compete. Practically, they spend most of their time pretending not to share the same debt pool. Chu Fenru took the House Myung sheet first and read it with the same attention other people reserved for enemy technique manuals. Their advance ratios are unsustainable. Meaning, you said. Meaning they've been financing alliance purchase volume by assuming the next 2 harvest seasons remain stable and every contracted city continues paying within expected delay windows. Which is what people do when their ledgers are built by men who think weather is rude fiction. She looked up. If one party with enough liquid reserve quietly buys the merchant guild's adjudication votes, Myung's leverage collapses first. Yushin frowned. We don't have enough liquid reserve. Wei Ba said. Crimson Gate does. You looked at him flatly. Crimson Gate has enough liquid reserve if we want the next 2 months to become my personal humiliation. Will it remain controlled humiliation? Yes. Then spend it. That answer landed exactly where it should. Not pleasant. Still usable. Zhao Qingshan slid over a second document. Direct purchase won't be enough. The Merchant Guild has 9 voting seats, but only 4 can be bought openly before the city administration notices. To take the guild, we need 3 bought, 2 blackmailed, 1 ideologically offended, and 1 convinced this is somehow an act of civic preservation. Ru Gong, who had refused bed rest in favor of limping into strategic sessions with the stubbornness of a man who disliked letting other people's wars progress without moral commentary, said from the side chair, You phrase corruption like a festival menu. Zhao did not blink. That is because festivals are easier to fund. Wei Ba ignored both of them and looked at the seat structure. 3 bought, 2 blackmailed, 1 offended, 1 civic preservation vote. Interesting. The offended vote, he said. Zhao tapped a name. Guild Elder Han Suyi. Hates alliance bulk contracts because they suppress artisan margins and produce low-grade output at industrial scale. She thinks the city is becoming a military stomach with walls attached. Chu Fenru's mouth moved by 1 degree. She may be correct. Good, Wei Ba said. Correct people are easier to direct than foolish ones if the direction humiliates the same enemy they already dislike. Yu Shun pulled the city revenue ledger closer. And the civic preservation seat. Zhao said, Deputy Registrar Mok Ilian. Obsessed with municipal continuity. Keeps private dossiers on every merchant house because he believes they will eventually destroy the city's neutrality if not properly frightened. Ru Gong actually laughed at that. You found a bureaucrat whose ideology is paperwork as frontier defense. They're common if you know where to look, Zhao replied. Most are simply too minor to become dangerous. Wei Ba made the choice then. No conquest attempt. No overt pressure. We buy the guild. The room held that one for a moment because all of them understood what it meant. Not take the city by sword. Not subjugate the administration. Not install a tribute banner on the walls. By the mechanism at the point where it decided who got paid, supplied, delayed, or denied. Yushin looked half offended and half impressed. This is somehow worse than conquest. No, Wei Ba said. It's cheaper. Chu Fenru slid the House Myung documents into a separate stack. If this works, the Alliance's medicinal supply begins straining within 3 weeks. Not immediate collapse. Better. Slow unreliability. Field commanders start hoarding, quartermasters start diluting, healers start substituting lower-grade binders. No one panics at first because everyone tells themselves the next convoy will correct it. She looked up at Wei Ba. That is how institutions die. Not from single shocks. From repeated small denials to their assumptions. Good. She understood the front. Ru Gong, still not fully reconciled to a life in which his brother's answers could be more structurally interesting than his own objections, said, And the people of Red Basin. Wei Ba turned to him. What about them? If you destabilize the Merchant Guild, Who carries the cost while the alliance and the houses fight over the ruins? A useful question because it contained risk rather than moral ornament. Wei Ba answered accordingly. No refinery stoppage. No wage interruption. The guild changes hands, not output. Han Sui gets margin protection language. Mok Ilian gets continuity guarantees. House Myung collapses privately. The city continues functioning before, during, and after the transfer. Rugung studied him. You already thought that through. Yes. Because it matters. Because if the labor force panics, output drops, and the plan becomes sentimentally expensive instead of strategically productive. That answer was accurate. Rugung knew it was not the whole one. He let it stand anyway. Interesting, Wei Ba thought. People in his orbit were getting better at choosing which incomplete truths could remain temporarily useful. He looked at Zhao Qingshan. Open the channels. Under which name? None of mine. Zhao almost smiled. That part was already obvious. Over the next 12 days the buyout moved through Red Basin without once announcing itself as war. One merchant house discovered its dead instruments had been acquired quietly through third-party grain lenders. Another found that 3 adjudication votes on the guild council had changed hands during a shipping dispute it thought unrelated. Han Sui received proof that the alliance had been marking down artisan-grade output reports and pocketing the difference under military emergency pricing. Deputy Registrar Mok Ilian received an anonymous packet containing exactly enough evidence to convince him the current merchant coalition would collapse the city's neutrality within a season unless a more disciplined financial hand intervened. On the 13th day, Red Basin's guild voted by a margin of 1 to place contract allocation, processing quotas, and outbound medicinal intermediary sales under a new holding consortium registered through Crimson Gate's commercial court. Stone Mirror's name appeared nowhere in the paperwork. Wei Ba approved the outcome anyway. 3 weeks later, Alliance field requests for standard-grade wound compounds began returning partial fulfillment notices. Good. The war had moved from body to bloodstream. Chapter 73 Deng Feihe adapted in 14 days. That was slower than Wei Ba hoped and faster than anyone else in Stone Mirror found comfortable. The first sign came from Zhao Qingshan's Western Route informants. Neutral city-state caravans moving east under temporary alliance contract seals, carrying medicinal intermediaries sourced from outside the usual regional chain. Not enough to replace Red Basin's volume. Enough to stop immediate collapse if left alone. Yu Shun brought the route map to the evening session and said, he's bypassing the refinery choke. Wei Ba looked at the new contract lines. 3 neutral city-states. No doctrinal alliance. No military declaration. Just temporary supply agreements under emergency scarcity pricing. Correct response. Annoying. Rugung, still recovering and therefore more irritable because his body had not yet resumed its preferred illusion of moral independence from muscle, said, can we hit those caravans? Yes, Zhao said. Should we? Rugung asked. Chufenru answered first. No, not if we want the neutral cities to remain neutral. You raid one emergency convoy, and every merchant lord from here to the southern basin decides Wei Ba's war makes no distinction between enemy and supplier. Wei Ba tapped the map once. So we don't hit the caravans. We alter the contracts. Yushin looked over. Through who? Wei Ba's gaze moved from Rugung to Chufenru and then stopped. There. Rugung's reputation still carried the useful smell of someone who had once belonged to the righteous path and not entirely abandoned it. Chufenru could speak the technical language of medicinal risk and supply quality in ways no alliance quartermaster could counter without revealing ignorance. The neutral city-states would not open for Wei Ba's force. They might open for a man they could imagine as conscience and a woman they could not afford to underestimate. You too, he said. Rugung blinked. No. Yes. I wasn't objecting on principle. I was objecting because I already know what the next sentence is. Chufenru folded her arms. You object like a man who wants me to rescue him from diplomacy. I object like a man who has seen what your version of diplomacy does to people who deserve softer deaths. Good, she said. That means you'll be useful. Wei Ba laid out the terms cleanly. You go as ambassadors. Not mine. Stone Mirror and Crimson Gate's combined administrative envoys under neutrality maintenance language. Rugung handles moral credibility. Chufenru handles technical certainty. Offer the neutral rulers a simple calculation. Alliance emergency contracts dilute standards, degrade long-term medicinal yields, and pull them into a war that will not protect them once it's done. Refuse the contracts now, and they remain outside the campaign. Accept them, and they become supply organs. Rugung stared at him. You make that sound almost honest. It is honest. Yes. Chufenru said before Rugung could continue. That is the worst part. The sales pitch is accurate. He still looked unconvinced. Why us? Wei Ba answered without delay. Because if I go, they hear threat. If Yushin goes, they hear administration. If Zhao Qingshan goes, they hear that their records will become private tragedies. If you go, they hear someone who still knows how to stand inside a sentence like fairness without laughing at it. Ru Geng had no answer ready for that. Good. Chu Fenru, however, did. And me? Wei Ba looked at her. You make medicinal consequences sound immediate enough that rulers stop pretending they can hide from them in the next quarter. That earned the smallest shift at the corner of her mouth. Acceptable. They left at dawn 2 days later with 6 escorts, 2 clerks, no banners, and documents so dryly legitimate that any city-state refusing them entry would have had to admit publicly that paperwork frightened them. Wei Ba did not accompany them. That was the point. The first neutral ruler, Lady Min of Glass Fairy, received them in a canal hall lined with suspended mirrors and looked at Ru Geng's filed-off sect guard, Chu Fenru's sealed alchemical cases, and the escort count before saying, "This is either an insult or the beginning of a very expensive honesty." Ru Geng answered first because Wei Ba had chosen correctly. If it were an insult, Wei Ba would have come himself. Lady Min laughed once despite herself. That is the best argument for your sincerity I've heard all season. Chu Fenru then unfolded 3 ledgers, 2 dilution reports, and 1 alliance emergency pricing annex, and spent the next 40 minutes explaining in calm technical language why accepting Deng Fei's contracts would turn Glass Fairy's medicinal reputation into militia-grade sludge within a year and leave the city dependent on emergency buyers who would abandon it the moment a better route reopened. Ru Geng followed with the other side. He spoke about neutrality not as virtue, but as leverage a small city only spent once. He described Stone Mirror's current state without beautifying Wei Ba. That part mattered. When he admitted, plainly, that Wei Ba ruled harshly but predictably, and that unpredictability in war destroyed small states faster than force did. Lady Min stopped treating the conversation as a pitch and started treating it as a strategic window. By the end of the meeting, Glass Fairy declined the alliance contracts. The second city-state, North Reed, held out 1 day longer and then refused after Chu Fenru exposed 3 missing quality checks in the alliance's provisional reagent manifests, and Ru Geng quietly asked the ruler whether he intended to let his grandchildren inherit the reputation of the first city to poison its own healers for emergency profit. The third, Bright Sluice, required a bribe, a warning, and a private apology to a guild master Ru Geng had once insulted as a young sect disciple. He delivered all 3 because war made strange things professionally necessary. When they returned to Stone Mirror, dusty and mutually irritated, Chu Fenru dropped the signed refusals on Wei Ba's table and said, "Your empire has now successfully operated through other people's reputations. I dislike how much that broadened your options." Ru Geng added. One of the rulers gave a warning. Wei Ba looked up. "Say it." Deng Feiha has requested an emergency summit with all continental sect heads. Ru Geng's expression hardened. He is building a coalition. Good, Wei Ba thought. War by supply had produced the expected answer. Now the continent would try to turn one commander's campaign into everyone else's fear. Chapter 74. Wei Ba did not attend the coalition summit because showing up in person would have solved too many of the sect heads' internal disagreements by giving them a single body to hate at close range. So he sent Zhao Qingshan. This was not because Zhao looked neutral. He looked like the kind of man every sect master privately assumed was already selling their household ledgers to 3 competing rivals. That quality, used correctly, was its own pass. He attended under the designation of neutral observer from the Eastern Commercial Courts, which was technically false in the way most successful political designations were technically false. Stone Mirror's Western Listening Hall became the summit's mirror. Zhao transmitted in fragments through 3 relay points, 1 coded ledger channel, and a wine merchant's daughter's singing order that would have been embarrassingly ornate if it had not worked perfectly. Wei Ba listened to the reports arrive in sequence while Yushun tracked force estimates. Ru Geng translated sect rhetoric into likely coalition durability, and Chu Fenru identified which sect's medicinal dependencies made their speeches performative rather than sustainable. Opening posture, Zhao's first message read. Deng Feiha framed the issue correctly. Not rogue city seizure. Not tournament abuse. Continent-scale cultivation foundation risk. They are listening. Interesting. The Grand Marshal understood audience. Second message, 12 major sects present. For sending proxies. 3 city-state observers. Mountain Bone absent in person, written abstentions submitted in advance. Dry River Temple absent on principle, and because they enjoy making principle expensive. Ru Geng, reading over Wei Ba's shoulder, muttered, "At least one institution remains itself under pressure." Third message, Deng has evidence packages. Black Cleft, Red Basin strain. Neutral city refusals. He is presenting you as a force that converts every structure it touches into a future acquisition. Not wrong enough for comfort. Chu Fenru looked at Wei Ba. That's because it's accurate. Yes. I dislike when your enemies are most persuasive while being right. Then continue making them right in ways that cost them more. She almost smiled. Zhao's reports kept coming. Sect Master Qian of Cedar Crown argued for immediate total war and was quietly ignored by 3 other attendees who knew his sect had lost more prestige than troops in the early campaigns. The White Furnace delegation demanded sanctions first, not out of mercy, but because they wanted to profit from scarcity pricing before military escalation settled the region. Dry River Temple's proxy abstained from all force proposals and spent 15 minutes politely dismantling the legal basis for retroactive classification language, which irritated everyone equally and therefore probably counted as successful jurisprudence. Then came the vote. Zhao's 7th message arrived in 4 clipped lines. 12 yes, 3 abstentions, 1 proxy refusal on doctrinal grounds. Coalition authorized. Cultivator commitments to follow. Yu Xin began writing unit estimates before the message finished being read. Ru Geng said, which 3 abstained. That mattered more than the yes votes. Men who aligned openly against Wei Ba were visible. Visible enemies produced cleaner future work. Men who abstained under pressure were possibilities. Zhao's answer came 6 minutes later after enough relay delay to make the room dislike time as a concept. Glass Fairy, Mountainbone Sect, Ashwell Monastery. Wei Ba looked at the list. 3 future acquisitions, perhaps. 3 structures that had chosen non-commitment when the continent tried to formalize fear into policy. Useful. Then the 8th message arrived. Among the 12 yes, Iron Spire. No embellishment. No interpretive note. Zhao knew when bare information hit hardest. The same head elder who had once given Wei Ba library access. The same man who had, in earlier chapters, chosen to treat him as something worth watching rather than merely caging. The same institution that had helped teach him how sects preserved knowledge while pretending monopoly was pedagogy. Wei Ba felt the impact and disliked that he felt it. Not because trust had existed. It had not. Because the head elder had once looked at him and decided a tolerable arrangement might be possible. Now he had voted yes with the rest. Interesting. Also more annoying than it should have been. Ru Geng saw enough on his face to say, carefully, that one landed. Yes. You expected better. Wei Ba considered the phrase and rejected half of it. No. I expected specificity. Chu Fenru, who remained intolerant of dishonest abstraction even when it belonged to the man currently holding together the region's war response, said, you expected him to choose his reason in a way that made your memory of him easier to sort. That was closer. He did not answer. Zhao's final message of the session arrived near dusk. Closing note. Iron Spire head elder requested private courier route. Says his vote requires explanation. Ru Geng exhaled. There it is. Yu Xin didn't look up from the force projections. An explanation from a man who still voted yes remains a contribution to the opposing army. True. Still, Wei Ba said, accept the courier. Because explanations, even from men who had chosen incorrectly, remained useful when they were written by people intelligent enough to know why their choice required one. The summit ended. The coalition formed. The war widened from one Grand Marshal's campaign into a continent's attempt to decide whether Wei Ba was a regional aberration or an approaching model. Wei Ba stood by the open western screen as evening settled over Stone Mirror and thought not of the 12 who had voted yes. He thought of the 3 who had abstained, and of Iron Spire's head elder, somewhere beneath his sect's lanterns, writing the letter that would explain why tolerance had failed. Chapter 75. The courier from Iron Spire arrived alone at midnight with no escort and a message tube sealed in the head elder's personal wax rather than the sect's formal crest. That mattered immediately. Not institutional doctrine, then. Personal answer. Wei Ba broke the seal at his own desk, while the tower remained otherwise silent. He did not summon anyone. If the explanation proved useless, there was no value in making other people spend attention on it first. The letter was brief. That also mattered. Long letters from sect elders usually meant one of 2 things: self-absolution or fear dressed as refinement. Brevity suggested the old man understood that if he wanted Wei Ba to read the whole thing, each line needed to survive direct scrutiny. Wei Ba read, I gave you access because I thought you'd build something tolerable. What you are building is unconditional. I cannot support unconditional. No defensive paragraphs. No citations to doctrine. No sentimental gestures toward what might have been. Just the answer. Wei Ba read it again. Then a 3rd time. Not because the words were difficult. Because they were not. Unconditional. He set the letter down and looked at the lamp flame until the flame became irritating enough to deserve a proper question. What does unconditional mean? The head elder had not written that way. Ba was cruel. He had not written tyrant, aberration, thief, desecration, or any of the easier categories sect men preferred when condemning things that frightened them. He had chosen a narrower word. Unconditional. A system that, left unchecked, did not stop itself by reference to any authority outside its own expansion logic. Interesting. Also inconveniently precise. He sent for Chu Fenru because she was the only person in Stone Mirror who would answer the question without turning it into philosophy or insult first. She arrived in a plain robe with her hair still loose from sleep and the expression of a woman one level more irritated than usual because the interruption had occurred at an hour rude enough to suggest real use. If this is about your meridians, I am going to push you out the window and call it educational gravity. He handed her the letter. She read it once, then sat without being asked. That landed. Yes. Because. He used the right word, Wei Ba said. Chu looked up from the letter. What do you think he means? I asked you. I know. I'm checking whether this conversation will waste my time before it becomes useful. Fair. He answered. He means I don't stop because anyone tells me to. Perhaps because anyone needs me to. Perhaps because territory, force, administration, acquisition, and adaptation all feed the same core movement. Expansion answers pressure. Pressure justifies expansion. Chu Fenru was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. That's part of it. Part. Unconditional doesn't only mean you don't stop when others ask. She tapped the line once. It means your system, as currently structured, has no built-in principle for where it should stop on its own. Efficiency is not a stopping principle. Competence is not a stopping principle. Even stability, for you, becomes proof that a larger structure could also be stabilized if taken. He did not like the accuracy of that. Good. Disliked accuracy remained accuracy. The head elder gave you access once, Chu went on. He likely believed you would build something harsh, bounded, and locally survivable. A man can tolerate harshness if he thinks the shape ends at a wall, a city, a district. He votes against you once he realizes every successful boundary under your rule teaches you how to build the next one larger. Wei Ba considered the path behind him. Labor camp, city, debt network, tournament, territorial node, supply war, neutral diplomacy, now coalition response. At each stage, stopping had appeared less like discipline and more like surrender to a map that still contained hostile structures. That had remained true. It had also remained compatible with the head elder's word in a way he disliked. Unconditional. So he voted yes because he thinks if I win enough, there is no future point at which I decide enough by reference to anything but the next obstacle. Yes. And is he wrong? Chu did not answer immediately. She folded the letter once along its original crease, then reopened it, as if giving the paper the same courtesy she was about to give the question. No, she said. Not yet. That landed harder than sect condemnation would have. Condemnation was easy. Easy things rarely required revision. Wei Ba looked at her. Explain. You have boundaries, she said. But most of them are operational, not chosen. You don't absorb every enemy because sometimes that's inefficient, strategically wasteful, or structurally dangerous. You don't sack cities after taking them because functioning cities produce more value than ash. You don't negotiate from weakness because it teaches the wrong lesson. These are boundaries, but they're conditional on output. She held his gaze. What the head elder means is that he has not yet seen you choose a limit that costs you expansion. He thought of Lin Taisu, and Herin entered into the ledger by name. Of Ru Gung assigned the eastern line. Of the boundary watcher told a better question mattered more than fear. Not enough. Perhaps because those choices had not yet cost territory. Interesting. The room remained quiet. Outside the tower, Stone Mirror's night watch changed in the lower streets with the exact timing Yushin enforced on pain of public embarrassment. Somewhere to the north a late cart rolled over paving stone. The war had not paused because one elder's language proved more exact than convenient. Chu stood. You should sleep before you turn self-analysis into another campaign. Do you think sleep will improve the answer? No, she said. I think exhaustion will make it worse. She started toward the door, then stopped. For what it's worth. Wei Ba waited. Unconditional is not the same as unstoppable. The first is about the internal rule. The second is about external capacity. She looked back at him. If that distinction bothers you, good. Then she left him alone with the letter. Wei Ba read it a fourth time after the door shut. I cannot support unconditional. He set the paper beside the lamp and did not burn it. That, more than anything else, told him the head elder's answer had crossed from irritation into use. Chapter 76 The Coalition Scout